Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Today, the stakes are greater than ever. Every match offers teams a chance to qualify for playoffs, a chance to play in front of the French fans. But failure will be punished. A loss today means no place on the main stage, no club championship points, and no EWC trophy. Every round matters. The pressure is on. This is where legends are forged.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Paris, France for EWC 2026 Valorant. Day number 6 is underway as we have our final pair of spots left in the playoffs with 4 teams looking to book their ticket. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time to get you set up for day 6 action. So I'm very, very excited to see who are going to join the EMEA and Americas teams.
Yeah, I'm just chilling today. No heart attacks. It was a good day yesterday. Have some EMEA team winning, also NRG. We couldn't go all 5 for 5, but hey, Spain won, so good day. All through and through.
This is a massive day for me. I got Nongshim still left in. Do me proud, please. I need some Pacific
Today
representation here.
For you. But I don't know. I just thought about their opponent. I don't know.
It's all doable. Both these matches, absolute bangers. Win and you're in. Lose, you go home. The stakes cannot be higher. You want to play on that big stage in front of the fans.
That's right. We started with 16 teams here in the tournament. They were set into 4 groups of 4, and only 2 would make it out of each group. And we're now down to the final 2 groups left, with Group C and Group D decider groups for that second place spot. And as we just alluded to earlier, Nongshim, RedForce, and G2 will be doing battle, as well as MIBR.LOS up against All Gamers. Pacific currently 1-7 in terms of series here at EWC. A very huge turnaround in terms of fortune from last year's performance.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, look, Pacific as a region, we like to talk so much about how we're the strongest region. We won 4 Masters in a row, going for a 5th. Maybe it was 5 going for a 6th. I can't even remember. We're that good, the numbers are that high. That's the problem. But not
really.
But not here at EWC. I do feel like it's been a real struggle of a tournament, even for the heavy hitters in Paper X. They went out 2-0. One last team left to do it for the region that I love so much.
I still think that is a healthy thing to happen, that throughout the year we have different teams coming up and peaking at different times, it is incredibly difficult to choose when you're peaking or your performance is at best. And the most difficult thing is to make that last for as long as possible. No team can do that so far in Valorant.
Yeah, part of the $2 million prize pool are those teams that have qualified on in, the 4 EMEA squads out of 5. And it's 2 for 2 so far for Americas, with 2 more teams up left for grabs here in later on action. Now, before we turn our focus to our final day 6 in Group C and D, let's take a look at the action from yesterday's matches, day 5, with Group A and B doing their decider matches, as we had a heck of a day of Valorant yesterday and booking 2 more tickets on in.
Yeah, I mean, bangers. BBL against EDG to open up the day, and BBL came out swinging. This is one of the most dominant games that we've seen. It was looking for a time that they were going to 13-0 EDG, which just doesn't happen. That's not something to take lightly. I was so impressed by the young Turkish squad.
Yeah, and we had been talking about how EDG was playing with one of their coaches, not having the entirety of the roster, but it didn't really matter when it came to the compositions, to everything that they tried out, and it definitely maybe made that impression in BBL, feeling like they could take advantage of the situation. Someone that has been taking advantage of the entire situation the entire time has been LaRock. This kid on your screen right now has a lot of what it takes to become this year's MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I just love watching him play. He's so electric in the server. Now, this is my favorite bit. The stand up, the sit down, get rude with it, get disrespectful. That's when this team really shines their brightest. So I can't wait to see that on the big stage with a full crowd there. You know they're going to play up.
And yesterday, it was not only about LaRock. Everybody in BBL had their moments. I mean, Kreven at some point was like 13, 14, 1.
Yeah.
It was absolutely crazy coming from this. Completely flawless defense there on Lotus. And then when we moved on to Breeze, the momentum was there. It was difficult to just be an spectator and think that EDG was standing a chance after map 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think for EDG, they showed signs of life this tournament, but ultimately just not enough in this final game here. They will be heading home early in the group stage from 3rd place in Masters London. A fantastic placement for them. They can't replicate that performance here at EWC, and I felt like in the server, you could see why they were a little bit slow. The macro wasn't as coordinated as we've seen from them in the past.
And also, we got to hear from LaRock. He spoke about how stage 1 was in EMEA, how they got nerfed with the maps that they had to play, with the agents that made them so good, and how they couldn't recover as fast enough. But BBL, this BBL is here to stay, and this is the performance that they've promised us they will give us for the rest of 2026.
Hello everyone, hello, welcome to the stream. आज हम करने वाले हैं watch party between 2 matches. इसमें आज मैच जो होने वाला है वो बहुत इंटेंस मैचेस होने वाले हैं, बहुत इंटेंस. आज इनके पास बस लास्ट मौका है कि ये EWC में आगे मैचेस में रहेंगे या नहीं. तो जो 2 टीम्स जीतेंगी वो डायरेक्ट EWC के लिए क्वालिफाई कर जाएंगी. अदरवाइज बाकी तो टीम टाटा बाय बाय घर. बाकी देखो, यहाँ तक आना बहुत बड़ी बात है. सब डिजर्विंग है, बस कभी किसी का दिन होता है, कभी किसी का दिन नहीं होता है, तो नॉट अ बिग डील. जो भी आगे जाएंगे उनके लिए भी लव, और जो नहीं जाएंगे उनके लिए भी बहुत सारा प्यार. आज मैचेस जो है वो है MIBR और AG.AL के बीच में, और दूसरा मैच जो रहेगा वो रहेगा नोंगशिम और G2. तो देखते हैं आप किसको सपोर्ट करते हैं. चैट बॉक्स में लिख दीजिए किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं आप. बहुत मजा आने वाला है आज के मैच में, बहुत ज्यादा मजा. तो तब तक बने रहो स्ट्रीम पे, देखते हैं क्या होता है.
Fracture, though, was a different type of thing. We were also saying kind of sad for KC since this map is going out of the pool when they go back into EMEA, because it was looking incredibly strong. Narrate on the Phoenix has been an absolute pleasure to watch from the moment that he started playing it for KC.
For me, it was all about the defender side macro. They look like one of the most well-drilled
जो KC और NRG का जो मैचेस थे भाई, जो किया इन्होंने फ्रैक्चर, जो किया है KC ने भाई, वन साइडेड कर दिया पूरा. KC ने वन साइडेड कर दिया था फ्रैक्चर में. तो
You can't. It's very difficult. It is heartbreaking because the potential is there. The names are there. The fans are there. And it has to be so difficult to be one of them.
Yeah, I do feel for them. They're not getting to watch their team play on that big stage. But on the side of NRG, as this series progressed, we move towards that third map. I do feel like they were for sure the stronger team. NRG are just, they showed their class in my mind. They are one of the oldest squads in the tournament here, and that comes with experience. That comes with wisdom. You know, this is the core of the squad that lifted that champs trophy last year. So they really do know their way around a tricky best of 3.
Yep, second oldest squad, only behind G2, but NRG showing the experience here, despite the fact that KC seemed to be a solid Haven team, and the way that the map pools worked out in terms of
भाई पहली बार तुम चैट में आए यार भाई बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया तुम्हारा चलो भाई देखेंगे मैच देखेंगे आगे क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता है कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो ये भी बताओ यार
competition might have been a surprise. The confidence that we were also seeing, the way that they were moving around the map with even.
Are you serious or kidding? अरे brother आधार कार्ड दिखा दूँ
which is something that doesn't really happen in EMEA much. I'm happy to see that this is the energy that we're getting in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean for me, Ethan on that Neon, yeah, he called well. But the individual fragging, that's like the amount of multi kills I saw.
नहीं लगता ना मैं कितना 23-24 लगता
I'm like, who's this young prodigy? Maybe we'll be sure to size this guy.
Well, with the A group and B groups now locked in with their top 2 teams, we turn our focus to the final 2 groups in C and D, who all have sent 1 team each group. But that's why we're here, to send that second place squad into the playoffs. It kicks off with MIBR.LOS from Americas up against the final Chinese representative, AG.AL. And then it's a rematch of the day one matchup, Nongshim RedForce versus G2.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these games
You look 28 plus.
You can see
हाँ तो 28 plus 32
ठीक तो है MIBR super hot and cold, one dominant game, one team get stomped. AG, I think that their story is also really interesting. I thought they had it in them in that Heretics game.
They were the ones that got the closest.
Yeah, but then they beat Global, but it's closer than I would have liked to see.
बहुत अच्छा लगा यार तुम चैट में आए बहुत सारा प्यार
did get the better of G2 this time. It's them looking for revenge.
You also have to give something to Global, you know. I think that the first match for everybody is
first time
difficult.
There are teams that hit the ground running. रात को डेली हम 10:30 वैलोरेंट की लाइव स्ट्रीम करते हैं कभी आओ उसमें भी तुम्हें दिखाते हैं यार मजेदार गेम प्ले बहुत मजा आएगा
with the comms that they were playing and how at no moment they were scared of looking for their steals. Probably and still the most enjoyable match that we have had this year.
Ooh, strong words
there
as we take a look
players हैं साथ में जो
at
टीममेट्स हैं बट हाँ
our first series and the journey
मजा तो गेम प्ले में यार देखो सीरियस बात बताई तो
as you said
हाँ
it
भाई
was AG.AL pushing pretty far but still falling a little short of Team Heretics. And then on the opposite side, MIBR up against Global Esports. MIBR held Global Esports to only 5-round wins there. And then in the next matchups, as our graphics will be coming up in just a little bit, Global Esports weren't able to mount anything against AG.AL. So ultimately, as much as you want to say, I feel like we're going to learn a lot because everyone played AG.AL and just didn't show up at EWC.
ठीक है और दूसरी है G2.
Now is going to be a very good
दूसरे मैच में G2
between MIBR
मैं तो इन दोनों टीम्स को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूं अब तुम अपना बता दो भाई कि किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो
You know, I'm very, very interested in this game for me. I also think the styles definitely run quite differently overall, so I think this is a great matchup to watch. I think AG.AL, for me, still the underdogs just based on the whole year of performance. But for me personally, at this tournament, I think they played fantastic Valorant. They've shown that they are capable of winning this game. But for me, execution on the day, and I just want to see that step up in level. Because when you make it to the playoffs, it only gets harder from here, so you really have to earn it.
And if that Team Heretics versus AG match was something to go by, knowing and being aware of the absolute amazing firepower that is in MIBR, this should be also one of the best matches. Here's where we're having the bracket from Group D. As you were saying, Team Heretics going all the way, almost flawlessly. In fact, the only map that they dropped was against All Gamers. And now we're here in the
बस सपोर्ट दिखाते रहो भाई,
MIBR.LOS
लाइक
versus
करते रहो,
All Games
सब्सक्राइब
Hall.
करो, अपने
Yeah,
घर
I
के
mean,
सारे
it's
फोटो
definitely
सब्सक्राइब करो, आस
interesting
पड़ोस
in
दोस्त
this,
यार
sort
जिससे
of
मिलो उसके
this
फोन में
GSL
सब्सक्राइब
style
मार दो यार,
format where you get to see,
सबको
you know,
दिखाओ कि लो
Valorant
भाई
is
आओ, और
not
वैलोरेंट के लिए
transitive
तो भाई
realistically,
यू आर
right?
मोस्ट वेलकम,
MIBR
आओ साथ
blow
में खेलेंगे,
out
मजे
global,
करेंगे.
and then AG have a close game against them, but AG
अपना
have
तो
a
यही है
very
भाई,
close
जो
game
भाई
against
मिल जाए
Heretics,
साथ में उनके साथ
but
खेल लेते हैं.
MIBR
ऐसे
get
कोई
blown
दिक्कत
out
वाली
by
बात
them. So it really just goes to show you that style is everything. It's not I beat you, you beat them. It's
मजे
very,
आने
very
चाहिए
much
यार,
more
फन होना
complex than
चाहिए
that. So
स्ट्रीम पे,
that's make
फन
this
चलते
game
रहे.
all the more exciting
chat
because
हो
it's
चाहे
a real coin flip for me, and I
जहाँ
think
भी हो.
I can't predict
मजे
which
लो.
way this will go.
I think it goes to how they're
और
feeling
दुआ
on the
करना
day. That's very important. The
G2
fun
और
that they're having
MIBR
on
के
the
लिए.
stage. Those
जीतेगी भाई,
crazy
जीतेगी.
rounds. So many
मजा आ जाएगा.
rounds. The margin has been so incredibly slow. We've had sneaky diffuses, incredible clutches coming from every single one of the teams. Many throws in rounds that were
फिर ठीक है भाई, मुझे लगा you are just streaming and
so
not
that is
earning
what I'm
any.
expecting to see
अरे
today. All
नहीं
of
यार,
those.
ऐसा नहीं है. देखो ऐसा तो करना सबसे बड़ी
MIBR.LOS,
गलती
a
होगी
combination
कि मैं सब
between
कुछ छोड़ के और
MIBR
सिर्फ
and
इसी
the
में ही लग जाऊं, जबकि मेरे
organization
पास कोई इनकम
and
सोर्स
the
ना हो.
reason for that
तो
important
बैकअप
is
सोर्स
that
हमेशा
it's
अपना
part of
रखो,
the
और
club
जिससे आ रहा है
championship, the
उसको तो
larger
चलने ही दो.
overall
अभी इस
scheme
पे
of
अगर तुम जिस भी
EWC. So hoping
चीज पे
for
काम कर रहे हो,
a
अपने
big
ग्रोथ के लिए
performance
काम
from
कर रहे
this
हो,
Valorant
तो वो चीज
squad,
साइड बाय साइड चल
normally
रही है,
known
तब
as
तक कि उससे एक सर्टेन
MIBR,
अमाउंट
that
तुम्हारे
hit
पास
fourth
ना आने
place
लग
at
जाए,
kickoff,
तब तक कि
hit
पहले वाली
sixth
चीज
at
को ड्रॉप
stage
मत करना
one for
बिल्कुल भी.
Americas. So falling
ये
short
भाई
of
मेरी
both
एडवाइस है, देखो ये
internationals,
मेरा
but
सोचना
have a
है,
roster full of
ये मेरे
firepower.
Yeah,
थॉट्स
I mean,
हैं.
exactly. These are big
जब
names
लगे
in
कि
this
हाँ
squad. You
उस
got
चीज से
Aspas,
तुम
you got
अपने
Zekin. These are guys that have
डेली
been
नीड्स को
known
पूरा
to
कर
be
पा रहे हो,
fantastic.
तो तुम
That
पहले
are
वाली चीज को
world
ड्रॉप करके
leaders
और
in
फुल
what
टाइम
they
उसमें
do.
लग
So
सकते
when this MIBR roster came together, it very much felt like this was a squad that should be pushing for
भाई
international
अपने बारे में
titles
बताओ यार, अपने बारे में
consistently.
बताओ
But
कुछ,
they
कहाँ
haven't
से हो.
found that yet in Americas. You know, we see them here at EWC, and they've looked good, but they also show that little bit of weakness. It's for me. I'm wondering
चलो तो
when
अभी
it's all
हम
gonna
क्या
click, when
करते
it
हैं,
comes
एक
together,
पोल
when
डालते
these
हैं
names on paper
between
jump out from us into the
MIBR
server and deliver that
और
performance that was
AG.AL.
promised.
Can I be honest with you? I
Yeah.
think that is if it's not today,
कौन
we have a
जीतेगा?
problem.
Yeah.
बता
I
दो,
think that we
बताओ,
do have
बताओ,
a, are you
You're right.
looking
कौन
at this
जीतेगा?
roster? Aspas, Second, Bruno, Tix, and Mazzino, they should be blowing out the stage no matter who they play against. And especially when we talk about raw firepower and just crazy duels and whatnot. You have Aspas in second. Like, are we losing it?
Yeah.
Like,
AG.AL.
do we live on the same
यार
planet? Have we
भाई,
been
तुमने तो
watching the
गलती
same
कर दी है
games,
ये.
the same competitions, and,
ऐसा
and
क्यों किया?
whatnot? This should have been a
Toxic
very
लौंडे
successful
हो भाई,
roster, and they should
toxic
be
हो.
incredibly favored to win today. But at the same time, you have no gamers that can just play
भाई,
like, oh,
कहाँ
with
से
the
हो? बताओ अपने
underdogs,
बारे
we're
में.
just gonna do
Yeah.
crazy shit, and if you lose, it's on you.
Yeah, I mean, look, they embraced that mentality in the Heretics game, and it worked beautifully for them.
Yeah, let's dive into this all gamers roster. The player that jumped out at me the most was GRQ,
Oh,
the
yes.
young kid who stepped on up in that first series and made it a very tight, close series with Team Heretics when he was on FynTrix.
Yeah.
Because in their second series, he was
अरे
on
भाई,
smokes, and all of a
गुस्से में
sudden
है
it
ये
was a lot more stunted. It allowed Kira to be more comfortable, but his impact was way
Nice.
less.
Yeah, this is a team that definitely feels like they have
लोगो बहुत
flexibility.
अच्छा है.
So when
AG.AL
they're
का लोगो
making
बहुत
these
अच्छा है, ये
bombs,
बोलने वाली
they
बात.
feel like, oh, well,
ये
you
बोलना
move
पड़ेगा.
here, you move here, you move here. And yes, people might feel like they can do it, but that performance from GRQ on the Phoenix was night and day. Like, I couldn't believe what I was watching. He's the one for me.
भाई
where
सिम को
if
like
they're
जरूर
gonna
कर
get the
देना.
squad- If they're going to get it done today, I want to see him come back to life. I want to see that big performance. But normally, historically, when we talk about this team, Fangear is the one.
And
who-
Kira,
Yeah.
both of them.
But they've not really been here as much. They weren't the talking point. So I think there's room for them as well to begin to step up and really take it to MIBR on the other
I
side.
think that we were too impressed by GRQ on
भाई
the,
ने
on,
बोलते ही
on,
like
Kira
कर
on the
दिया
first
यार.
day. To me, he
So
has
much
to be
love,
like
brother.
Django, completely unchanged. You do not want to put him
Valorant में
on
कभी आओ, साथ
Omen.
में खेलेंगे भाई.
Come on, you love
मजे
that
करेंगे.
reference.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I'm cooking. Today it is the day. But seriously, I think that once you give him that freedom, if he's giving you so much, you want to put him in a more supportive role like Omen. Do not get me wrong, there's so many aggressive things that you can do with Omen. I would love for GRQ to be one of those that is just TPing in your back that you do not understand. I sometimes see Valim doing those kind of things, and I'm
he
like,
likes it.
man, I want players like GRQ doing those type of things. And even though you're playing a supportive agent, to feel like you have the agency to take this kind of risks and define the round, even if you're playing Omen.
Yeah, that's the thing that has been fun to watch them balance his raw gun skills, but then also someone's got to be the smokes, and if the smokes dying first, it makes it very difficult to do any sort of entry here. As watching this team evolve is going to be fun.
If they want to play like that, they should ask FPX from a few years ago or Navi. They should message Angel. How does my team win with no smokes?
भाई एक बार आप मेरी टीम में थे, मैं और मेरी बंदी भी थी, और आप भी थे, आपने वहाँ पे YouTube चैनल नाम लिखा था। ओके ब्रदर, अरे वाह भाई वाह, नाम बताओ अपना यार, क्या नाम था तुम्हारा, इन गेम नेम क्या था?
Fantastic games on FynTrix where you are pushing the limits, and then it only takes a couple rounds where you try to push the limits on Omen, you get shut down, your team will just lose the round as a result, and then it's so easy to get in your own head, especially if you're a younger player, you're playing with something to prove, it's hard to manage. So I hope if they do go for those kind of swaps again, they can pull it off a little bit more smoothly here today.
All right, well, we have the players on stage. You can see AG.AL in full recline mode, so comfortable for the matchup here against AG.AL. Again, only one of these teams will be moving on as the second seed from Group D to the playoffs to join those 8 slots to play in person on the main stage.
And do not forget, when the day is over today, we will have the draw show. So you have to stick around so you find out who is going to be playing against who in playoffs.
Yep, match
that's all important. These matches.
First match
really
between
MIBR
and AG.AL.
Only if you're able to make it. A loss today will send you packing before you get a shot at that big stage. Heartbreaking, soul crushing for either of these squads, but we have to say goodbye to one of them. So I want to know, Digon, who's your money on?
Ooh, yeah, because we've been pitching and whatnot, but we want to know what impression are we making on you?
I think for me, it's about MIBR hitting the stride that they should be hitting, right?
Exactly.
So Lotus map pick किया MIBR ने.
MIBR, they know who they are. They need to play on that. And
अच्छा उसमें Sandy खेल रहे हैं, Wise
that's the other thing, and it looks like it will be.
Exactly. I think you hit the nail on the head there, Digon. I need to see this MIBR reach their potential. It's that double duelist coming out. Aspas on the waylay, Zekan on the raise here. Over on the side of all gamers, as you said, it does look like GRQ going to be sticking with the Omen here. They also have that double duelist, but they're swapping it out for the Neon instead of that waylay on the other side and rocking with the Vice over the Cypher. So I think similar approaches, but slightly different here. I think it is hard to hold that Vice when there's a waylay coming at you.
I was literally thinking of that and thinking about how yesterday BBL swapped into the Cypher just to make sure that Kankan had no freedom. And honestly, if I was going up against Aspas, I would think the same thing. I want to neutralize their movement or try to be limited as much as possible. So even though we've been talking about GRQ and whatnot, I want to see also a little bit of the cheekiness. I want to see the aggression. I want to see them taking advantage of them and go on the hunt for techs.
MIBR went way deep in overtime against Team Heretics on Lotus. It was just a constant barreling down C. We'll see what is in store here for MIBR and AG.AL as they play for this final slot in Group D for VALORANT EWC 2026. On the call, it's Tom and Mitch.
Thank you, Digon. The Group D decider ready to kick off. And MIBR back on Lotus. Like Digon said, it was a laborious affair up against Heretics. But before that, we saw them dominate GE. We know this is a good map for MIBR. The question, Tom, is do you think AG can match up to them here?
I think it's going to be a difficult one. I think AG have sort of surprised me throughout with their resilience versus what I will say is decent teams. Like they've kind of had like not any like massively dominant victories, but they've been fairly consistent. Like they weren't blown out by Heretics whatsoever, and then they managed a close victory versus GE. Whereas you look at the other side, and you got MIBR utterly dominant on their day, and then absolutely obliterated not on their day. So it almost kind of comes down more so to, are MIBR going to be that like world beater team, or are they going to have a rougher start? And can all gamers almost force them into a spot where they're struggling a little bit more? Because, as I said, I think of the two teams, all gamers so far have been a little bit more consistent.
Well, we heard about the hunt for Tex trying to take him down, whether it be on the attack side for MIBR, where he'll be playing that lurk, or here, solo side, holding towards the C site, while the rest of MIBR push up, take some space towards this A site.
Let's go. Match चालू हो चुका है.
Continue pressing forward all the while. AG don't react. They simply sit back. I think they're waiting for that overextension, or to hear the steps back and see that the A site would be a little bit more open, but that push is coming through. Eventually, the Prowler confirms it, and a clean opening shot from Aspis. MIBR happy with that. They bail out. Still with info on C with a player there and a trap for B, but it does look like the hunt for Tex is about to come on. Oh, maybe not. Very slow in the attack.
Yeah, sit back waiting. The attack. Not sure what they're searching for. Maybe expecting further aggression or...
Pull those A main players over to B, I think.
Yeah. But the thing is with Aspas just not moving, well, there's the contact, and then the other two players can come back towards the door. So you've not really gained anything other than finally getting the A control, but 30 seconds left. Smoke is going to hold them back. Two players on the cross. In fact, Aspas isn't even checked for. The trades, though, are good. Puts them into a more even scenario. The push back as well goodbye is perfect. That late lurk has given them the B site, given them a huge advantage, and put Mazzino in a clutch.
Mazzino creeping in from this angle. They don't think he was in that initial push, despite the util that went down. They thought he rotated out. But one's all he'll get.
Nice round, nice round.
This mid round from AG. Look, they were in a pretty tough spot, having to push into the Cypher utility. They don't know it wasn't there. We could see it wasn't. But having to push towards that C site, they knew they'd lost A main, and said they'd swing open the door, wait a moment, and hope that those players pushed up holding that first choke point would fall back. So instead of a battle, they just get Aspis spotting them and then bailing out.
Yeah,
I think not clearing that corner was a little bit of an oopsie, but
this was
that
the big
play.
moment.
Leaving by there the entire round. He waited for probably a minute outside B, and the timing was perfect.
Yeah, I would say that it still made me feel a little bit worried that, like, you get the opening kill, Aspas also gets away with murder, and it does basically come down to a clutch play from Bai to win out that round. If that trips even a little bit deeper, you're probably not winning it, but they do get things over the line. That's the most important thing, at least. But the defensive side, not much going to be invested into this one. DRQ, well, a chance maybe, and instead it's going to be Kira.
Planning bodies just protecting that C walk up. Got a main space. Cam should be destroyed. I know it's being heard, but I think it's behind the wall on A, so there's not really much that be done for Fangir to remove that without a big risk. And up against an eco, it's not really the time to be taking those risks. And in the first round, the patience most certainly paid off. This time around, it could be the same. They have plenty of utility. A Paranoia being lined up and primed up. Finds two, finds all three, in fact. That should already be some alarm bells ringing. Indeed, they'll go back in the other direction towards where that Cypher cam was, the expected lighter side of the map, but MIBR are hot on their heels, just not quite there quick enough.
I think the amount of space that Fangir had already taken, of course, only risking the Marshal, puts them in a spot where they can just run through all of the angles as they did in the last round. Well, that's a bit of a surprise. I didn't know the full force of his opposition were walking up behind. Maybe expecting that Vice Wall to be out towards C long rather than holding on to B, so
ये इनको साइड तो मिल गई है बहुत इजी रीटेक करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा डिफिकल्ट है
anything else would be incredibly costly.
वो भी सेव राउंड में
in play that could be brought into the next round, and Tex has done incredibly well. 2 quick kills off the Classic. The remaining couple of players are not in a particularly good spot. They have to run in here because that spike has been tapped. Even still, though, they've turned it back into an advantageous position from Verno. Any additional kills would be great.
क्या मारा था उन्होंने अच्छा मारा था
A rifle is still lost, but at least they get the round, which, considering what was invested, I shouldn't be saying that.
No, yeah, we should not be looking for silver linings in a round like this. That was huge work by Tex. Turns out he was the hunter in there with a Classic, basically getting it done with a bare knuckle brawl, and that's crazy to find the two of them that quick. It's not like the second guy could have been surprised that he was there. 2-0 for all gamers, but some bumps in the road early on. Still, they can course correct. They can ignore all those earlier issues if they find the W here. MIBR putting the credits on the line, and again we'll see that A main aggression a little lighter this time with 3. Nade going deep. It's going to force them back, and Aspis a little closer than they might expect. He's got his refract. He can fall right back, so he goes in for the pick. Finding nothing, and will concede at least a bit of that A main control. I imagine, though, here you're just going to leave Zekin, based on the current positions around Rubble, and have those rotations now, especially that Tex has spotted players outside C.
Very early decision from the attack was just play more of a death ball, but I had the wall covering for any push-up.
इस राउंड में
It
देखते
does
हैं
seem
क्या
like
होता है.
MIBR are almost having to figure out where they're going. Prowler has gone through on B. You kept the aggression outside A. There was a jump spot onto C. Like, because they're playing so far back towards the spawn, it's making it troublesome. Clearing some of those early angles. Now, bear in mind, Zekken doesn't have a whole lot of support, but if he can hit a shot and get out of there, he's done his job. And that's exactly what he does.
It's the same approach as the pistol round. They're going to go late towards A main, hoping that that presence has been relinquished. They brawl for it, losing a player already, and then send by for the late lurk through B. They might even try to crunch B, but the problem is MIBR are so aware of this. They're not going to fall for the same trick twice, but with Mazzino down, now they're under pressure. Aspas, no longer a surprise in the corner, but he's ready for buy. Catches him, finds another, and at least gives MIBR a chance in the 3v2. The plant, 10 seconds, it needs to be found soon, and they can flood back in. They can deny this, but instead taking their time.
अरे प्लांट ही मत करने देते.
Slowly. It's all gamers.
3v2 है. थोड़ा सा केयरफुल रहना पड़ेगा.
They want a battle, they want to brawl early, and it will be towards Zekken.
Nice round, nice round.
The flood out washes the rest of the defense away. That's going to be all gamers losing out on the third round, but still trading a couple of blows, and there was a real chance in the 2v3.
जो भी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं भाई लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो अगर नए हो तो.
The fact they're able to take over that door control, leave it down to just him, and then he has to fight two players at once, basically from different angles, and it's only because it's a little bit disjointed. I think Bai basically tried to trade off the initial shots, going, okay, he's fighting my teammates, I can just swing, and then his teammates aren't swinging. So that's where it kind of falls apart.
GRQ swung in looking the wrong way, which is unusual. When he'd already been spotted, right? They knew Aspas was there, and I think it was just a microsecond of miscommunication that led to Aspas getting a second bite of the cherry, and the numbers being favored to MIBR on the way back through. Still, it was a clean retake. The defensive side, even a stinger on Mazzino in this round.
I think it's clear that the defense think this is going to be C fight. After denying them A and obviously having this fall back early, they had 3 players stacked up on C. They had the Waylay ult ready and raring to go. And then they had the Cypher set up over on A as more of a delay. But again, it's very, very slow from all gamers. Taking their time, this time slowly walking through that A position.
That first trip is predictable, but the second, we should see the smoke go down on the stairs and then the Neon try to slide through on the site. With it being so low, there's a decent chance that's going to catch her. That gives Tex a kill trip if they're not quick enough to react to breaking it. That time going down recently. Tex already taking a few shots and a nade now. That might stop him from being able to punish, and they go right over the trip. In fact, breaking it is the nade. Tex still manages to find one, but the showstopper's fired his way. Dodges that as well. The numbers stay favorable for the defense.
Yeah, he did get one off the kill trip. He did find one that was revealed. Convergence path used as well, and Kira knows he has to try and execute off of that. JRQ's done well, so is Bai. Actually, they're fighting this back. The remaining 2 looked like they were in trouble. Instead, they were the trouble. 2 standing in Verno's way. He had an exceptional first game. Was almost a hard carry in a team full of superstars, but he's now trying to bait them in, hoping that someone makes the mistake, someone goes looking in towards the spike, but they're not falling for it. Now baiting in for a second time, but it is Bai from behind that will close out the round. He's 7-1 right now, only being shut down once by Aspas, and other than that, being the star of the show.
I can't believe how confident they were right there. All gamers played that so cool, but he could have stuck it inside the smoke. They just knew he wouldn't have the gall to do such a thing. Gave him plenty of time, but in the end, they made the right call. 3-1 now for all gamers. And after what was, you know, some warning signs early on, like round 2 was way closer than it should have been. We could have seen MIBR come up with rounds very early on. Well, now the defense is left down to an eco. Now all gamers should extend that lead even further, and this is a phenomenal start. Starting to think back to the game against Global Esports for MIBR, and it seems like a long time ago.
It's interesting as well because we are seeing MIBR winning a lot of the opening battles. The pistol round, even in the lower buy round as well. They've been able to get opening picks. And then all gamers have converted the 4v5 almost every single time. So it seems like them getting into the post plant, is almost enough. And that was what, a 2v4 that they're able to turn back into their favor. MIBR are getting themselves in good positions, but the conversion just hasn't been there.
Well, they're certainly aware that Tex could be here, but Bruno might try to play the distraction. Oh, he's being spotted, though. Getting back out of there is still a success for him. The pistol on range like that. All gamers, despite seeing the Cypher towards the C site, they decide to contact up here to play into it. And remember, last round, Tex was able to get some value out of the closer trip.
यहाँ भी ऐसे ट्रिप लगा रखा है बिल्कुल नीचे.
This one won't quite reach, so there is still a danger there. They've gone over it to start, and there at least a boombot will reveal the trip on the floor. That's the real danger averted, not that anyone could pounce on the back of it. Now pistols on the retake. Unless they can deny the plan.
Oh, hello.
Nate's going to do some good damage.
Oh,
Trips on
lucky
one.
boy. Very, very lucky.
हो गया normal था.
Now, I am looking at that 9-4. A lot of the time, one kill is enough to trigger it. We've seen that in the past, especially with pistols. Puts them down to low HP. And actually, the pressure being held on the other side. But now they should know that the majority coming in from the spawn. Paranoia sent through. Still not enough to activate that 9-4. You can see why. Slowly being picked apart, and one by one, the defensive side will fall.
Oh, boy.
From the side of all gamers, even Shrimp
1 HP
surviving
वाला
on just
पूरा
1
बचा हुआ है
HP,
वो.
but they won't mind. That's 4 alive.
Yeah, but honestly, Shrimp surviving is probably the most important factor of that, because if not, they might decide to put the Nightfall through, like you said. I think there's a good chance that they do, just spur of the moment.
And he couldn't put his through, which gave them the information that there wasn't anybody towards the waterfall.
A really nice play as well by Bai. His flash was perfect. The second that they came out to take the battle, I think it might have been the end of Kira if that hadn't have popped exactly
AG.AL के पास 3 ult आ चुकी हैं.
And that's a number of rounds now where MIBR, despite early on showing signs of life, have been kind of shut out. It has been all gamers looking like they've got full control, and now a timeout is going to be called very early on. Remember, this map in this tournament started out so well for MIBR. They stepped onto the stage 13-2'd, if memory doesn't betray me on this one. Global Esports. And then from there, it was a labored overtime against Heretics. And I think that honestly took the wind out of MIBR's sails. They went into the next map and got absolutely trashed. So that kind of turnaround, it feels like, you know, most teams we look at is kind of wanting to heat up as the tournament goes on, whereas it feels like MIBR put their best foot forward in that first game, and then they took a bit of a stumble.
Yeah, I think as well, you have to think back even to the very beginning of the year with all gamers not being a massively known quantity when it comes to the international stage. That event felt like a learning curve, but also people looked at, I think it was Gentlemates, and went, oh, they got all gamers next, they're going to get through that game. And it was underestimating their opponent, and also all gamers being a decent squad. Like, they've got some very talented players on their side. Now, sure, the names are on the other side. And, well, an early fake plant, but that fake hasn't really done too much. It's been spotted. It has pulled 3 players over, but again, they can get back. Serious pressure, though. And now the response being attempted. It's not been connected by one, but it has been found by Mazzino.
Yeah, Mazzino was a bit too quick, got ahead of the rocket. But a kill's kill, that's all that matters. Thank Oh, he's going to be taken out by Aspis. An angle he checked just moments ago. Nightfall goes through and a player up close, isolated, caught off guard, you would think, but GRQ somehow gets away with that kill. The spam taking him low and Aspis taking him out. Leaves it 3v2. Still a chance for all gamers here. Kira, the unknown quantity, the later play.
3v2.
No nade left to play
with.
Oh, that's tough. Shrimps being caught by the seas. Out of the round.
Nice round.
Looks good for all gamers. Aspis and Tex holding on for dear life by a thread, but they've made it through. It's the second round for MIBR.
I feel like it's been the case in both rounds where Aspas has found
the
most impactful kills to sort of turn it into their favor, like having to deny what was an incredibly fast take. And sure, the spams helped pushing players into his position, but they still expended an awful lot into this round. And of course, for the attack side, having a few in a row, they should comfortably be able to buy back into this one. I think Kira's just having the thought of what to go for. But this now needs to be the springboard for the defense. A few players surviving, give them a bit of extra to buy back up with, but they would still be in trouble in the next round if they were to lose all their players.
Well, we have certainly seen the patience from all gamers. A lot of these attack rounds have started like this. A full default in play. By this time covering the vice wall for that A aggression, making sure there's no early flank. That's a risky blast pack, but a lot of information garnered, but a player lost. Tex gets out. Aspis, of course, is no trouble. Being able to dash right back to the site, and for their trouble, all gamers get an orb, but they're a man down, and Shrimp down as well. It's a player who's really helping to clear these angles and get you into sites. Gotta go a bit more blind now.
Yeah, I feel like he still has been the guy who's been picked off quite often earlier in the rounds. Like, they have been using the Prowlers, but he's currently 1-6 and having a bit of a rough time. And some of their earlier matches, he was incredible. He was by far their best player. But that does also mean, as said, from the 4v5s, all gamers have done a good job at recovery. Into the site they go. Again, the trip is there, but it's been spotted. They haven't broken it, though. They didn't break it. The boom ball went through, but it goes straight back online. That gave Tex a freebie, and now Aspas is the defender of the site. A bit of a weird scenario.
भाई आसपास क्या कर रहा है
बे? Sure, it was only the 1-for-1 trade, but it did make things a little bit easier for Tex.
Yeah, listen.
I think he's there.
If Tex is gonna, I actually looked over where you pointed
You
as
did.
well.
I was thinking.
I was like, Tex is there. I think he's playing, bro.
Did you sleep okay?
That confused me. I did actually. I think I overslept last night. And now it's starting to catch up on me.
You look straight into a wall like, no, he's not.
Where is he?
No, wait, he's on the stage.
Okay, well, that
एक
was
और राउंड अगर ML के पास गया, MIBR के पास,
as I'm sure that last round
तो
was,
पक्का टाइम आउट आ
for all
जाएगा
gamers, giving away the pick and giving Tex the opportunity, and it seems like MIBR capitalizing on every chance they're given. A 5 versus 3 right off rip. We said it's been these slower rounds from all gamers, but this was an attempt to change pace, to challenge for that A main that MIBR have been throwing utility at early, at least trying to manage, that all gamers have been leaving the vice wall outside and conceding the space, fighting late for. This time they go aggressive, and it does not work out, at least to start. They've got themselves A main, whoop-dee-dee, but I think the orb's about the biggest reward they've got.
The 2-for-1, well, 2-for-1 orb trade. Not the greatest deal on Earth.
I'm taking it.
Again, they've ground to this double duelist 1-2 punch is one of the most terrifying on Earth, especially facing into a high-low. You'd bet your house on one of them to hit it. That's exactly what they've done. For Shrimp, well, he's alive later into the round. Nice work from Hero. They've got to be careful. They've already lost 1-2v4 in this game, and I think that's why we saw the pause. A 2v5, and they might have to use their second.
One more for Kieran. It's a showstopper, but with Shrimp down now.
Nice round. Nice round.
Perfectly placed. Yeah, his chances
time out की ज़रूरत है AG.AL को.
Still gets out with the showstopper for the next round, but for MIBR, after what was, as we said, round 2, there were signs of life. They won round 3, but then started to get shut down, and it seemed like all gamers were going to run away with this. Bai was having fantastic impact on the lurks in terms of denying the retakes as well. I don't even think we saw the Thorns delay as much as they could have, but it worked because when they pushed in, the flash was there to catch. Now things have stalled out massively. 3 rounds in a row,
में जो 2 picks निकल गए थे, 3v5
I think it's no surprise that they go for the timeout.
Yeah, and I think similarly as well to what we saw from Creven, the last Lotus that we casted, those trips are being really annoying. Like when they've tried to get into the C site or A, I think we've seen multiple kill trips, which a lot of the time you're going to be able to avoid, especially if you have the likes of a Raze. You can use that nade to good effect to try and get rid of some of the angles that you're pushing. But then, like, hitting it with a boombot, not breaking it, those are silly mistakes. And I think these are moments that you're going to want to see the coaching staff pick up, because then you go for a harder, more aggressive, let's just fight A, and you lose both fights immediately. That's a little bit more worrying. And seeing some of the superstars on MIBR, that's why there's so much sort of pressure, but also put in high regard on this team. These are players that from top to bottom we've talked about as superstars of their team. I even think like one of my favorite players to watch of all time is Mazina back in the crew days. That guy has unbelievable individual talent. So you're then looking at the likes of Aspas and Tex getting going. Maybe you want to pause just to try and slow them down a little bit, which is easier said than done.
Well, Tex at least, it's been
Neon
high impact
Volt.
off of his utility, be it on the A or the C site. Now he swapped up to the B site just to be more of a headache. Any adaptations that they had around his impact
इस बार B पे
will
पूरा
now have
setup
to
है
be
Cypher का.
readjusted. And it does appear that all gamers are going for this approach. Look at where the Vice wall is, and look at where Vice is. The gap here is a seat push, and this is because they intend to be relatively quick. Making presence towards the A side, opening the door, sure. But I think this is a B split, which is the perfect round for MIBR when they have put all of their fortifying utility towards that site. They've got players in position in the form of Aspis with big utility, or big ultimates in the back pocket in the convergence path. As much as they're delaying, oh no, I think they've adjusted to A. The spike's going in, they're going to go for it.
They've ended up with a lot of space.
Weird Vice wall for this.
The defense are about to try and make a play through the smoke. Versus the pistols is definitely a bit of a gamble. And there is Shrimp. Said he's been the hero of a lot of rounds. It's only going to be the one as well for Aspas off the back of his ult. Berno a little bit further away. And this contact through the smoke was hoping for so much more. And it gets almost nothing. It is a quick round. Or quick close, I should say, for the attack side. And after the pause, they're able to immediately find a response. But that's going to be a frustrating one, because as you said, it looked like the setup was going to be correct. I think especially more of a default round that you get with a low buy is heading in towards that B site. But they get caught trying to walk through utility.
Yeah, you know, it's very weird because the whole round to me looked like all gamers were primed. Like that Vice wall is so weird to put if you're covering the B walk up. I don't know what they saw. I'm led to believe that they changed it mid-round. I don't know why, but it was the perfect read. And a great play to get 5 on the board of all the rounds holding that smoke walk up. And now look at GRQ. Walked right through a position that they've been hating nonstop, but he just TPs across a little later. And the reward, Aspis in the ground, Mazzino following, and a showstopper to drop second. All gamers looked like they had slowed down, but they just took a break. They're right back to winning ways.
Finally see the Aspas AWP, but it gets absolutely nothing. Just shut out by a player walking across, and it was definitely something that they were not aware of. Verno trying to fight back alone. Bear in mind, the economy of MIBR is not in a particularly good spot. And the tech's going for a 1v5. I'll be honest, that seems really audacious. Holding onto the weaponry, at least from my perspective, holds a lot more value than attempting an all-in gamble of a retake.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think for the start of this, the thing we're missing compared to a normal setup, right? You see that Rubble fight. Normally you've got your Omen TPing up, taking the Rubble control. You've got a Neon sliding through. In this case, maybe an Aspis diving deep, but he had the op, so he didn't want to. They didn't go for that last round, and that small gap left was enough for all gamers to step in and take that control. Now a buy for MIBR. They weapon on Aspis, but and Mazzino. The adjustment is there. The dash up this time quickly clears Rubble after the nade. They know that there's no one here. But all gamers have changed pace. No longer this direct approach. No longer looking to steal the map control or wrestle it out of the hands of their opponents. Instead, they pump the brakes again. And I've really liked watching the variance of how they're approaching this. I think it's very hard for MIBR to read this pace.
Oh yeah, it creates an awkward line in the sand, especially when you have this double duelist. You want to be putting pressure on. So you're going to have early map control, but then they've been happy to sort of default back late into the round. At least in this one, all of Tex's utility is gone. 45 seconds left as they look to try and clear positioning once again. This time there is a player up close, but he's already been caught. Verno, we've seen him get cleared from this position, but they're looking to try and battle and brawl for this, really try and fight for this. And it even seems like they might have had the expectation that maybe they would just leave, but no. They're continuing this pressure and now going all the way back. They've played the late lurk so perfectly that, okay, they're eventually going to take their space, maybe worried that there's a trip, as there has been almost every single time, but there's nothing Tex can really do about this.
No, forced to give them the plant. As I said, this pace from all gamers has been a nightmare in this round, even more so, but showstopper! Back here! That is a lifeline for all gamers. That could have been a double opener. But instead, the numbers, they say even
Miss
for now.
MIBR
kept back, and with the op taking Mazzino out, and Aspis, they have no choice but to concede. Surely, no, they press on, they press forward into Fangir. A 4K for the Neon as all gamers push up to 7. A guaranteed guaranteed lead at the half, and what a resurgence from this squad.
I'll be honest with you, I thought he won them the round with the first op shot that he hit, and then he hits 3 more after that. That is a beautiful round from Fangir, because Zekum was, I want to say, 0.2 of a second from eliminating 2 players on his team.
I think he clicked the second he died. Like, that was ridiculous.
It was such a fast reaction shot, and then everything else from there on was just perfect from Fangir. It's an operator that I don't believe he would have even bought. It was one that
map collection भी MIBR का
corpse of Aspas, and then used it to their own demise. What was a level scoreline? Came a pause for all gamers, and now they find themselves with a pretty hefty advantage. For the last one, might put them out of sight.
Zeno claimed the orb outside A. Nightfall now for MIBR. If all gamers go for the B push, and listen, any other team, look at what the Vice wall is.
ये मुझे लग रहा है जाएंगे C.
Just moments ago.
मुझे C लग रहा है.
I'd already be saying, and here they go, they're ready to break into the B site. But I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson from these guys. They play a very weird game. I don't think I've seen a round like that. They give up all control, go late back towards it, look to fight. Nate's perfect, by the way. It's caught Mazzino. It's left him down to 46 HP. It's got the Nightfall out of them as well. Hey, this is such an annoying game to play.
Oh, man.
Because MIBR, of course, you want to go pushing up. Of course, you want to take space. You want to find information. And as you do, you lose Mazzino now. Your low HP player, you flood back out through these doors with no idea that a flank is on its way. The ult now popped, and look who's right behind you. Fangir! Beautiful from all gamers. They are playing a cerebral game, and MIBR, they're not even coming close to getting a read.
भाई वो B side से entry ले ली उसने.
They had one bad round in terms of timing, where Bai ends up getting caught. And since then, since the pause, every single double back or wrap around has been utterly perfect.
Nice round, AG.AL.
A player that goes from being the hard entry, goes into a lurk, goes back to hard entry, back into lurk again. Like, you've got to be sat there on the other side of MIBR trying to call this, going, okay, they're pressuring A, let's take B. There was a guy B, let's go back, let's hold there. And you're just having to wrap around consistently. And then when you're finally in the fight, you go, okay, they are A, and then someone swings you from behind and kills 2 of your players.
I genuinely think of all the games that we've cast, of all the games we've watched so far, in this map in particular, because we've cast even all gamers before, and I wouldn't say this was anywhere near the level that they're putting up. This is some of the best calling on the attack. And I know that because I'm just trying to imagine playing against it. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the MIBR players and pretend that I could actually hit shots as well. And it's so annoying because they give you so many false signals. You're pushing early, you're seeing the space is clear. They fight back for that space late. So late that it seems that that's clearly where the hit's coming in. And then there's a double flank from the other side. Sometimes they wrap all the way back to the other side of the map. Really impressive stuff from them. And again, this started out, I felt like MIBR were the ones to take command of this series, but it has been anything but.
No, it's been very impressive. And it also forced MIBR into basically doing very similar things. Like, I think one of the main problems I had was you look towards rubble. This spot, thank you, that was perfect. Unintentional, but perfect. The amount of players that I saw play on that rubble wall, either get by a nade or hit by a seize, they were saving a piece of utility every single round to kill that player. And I don't think once I saw them get out alive.
Well, this is the thing. They were doing that before they were even competing for that spot. And that's why you can then have Omen TP across, because they throw their first utility, and then they don't fill that space in because they know that you're going to fight for it or at least throw utility there. So they play a little further back, and now your Omen's able to slip the net and get behind Aspas and take down the first Aspas op we saw bought. Like,
I'm so 4 people with it.
Yeah, literally. The next round use that same weapon. I'm so impressed by what I've seen here, even just from round like 4 onwards, where I thought MIBR were getting back into things. Round 2 was close, round 3 was good, and then for all gamers, they just ran away with things. Back to the pistol now. MIBR get to play out this attack side, and I'm curious to see how all gamers approach the defense. You can see Vice set up. The wall is covering the A push. There's a flash that won't last very long on B after that initial burst.
Got the sight. Put themselves in a post plant with
कितनी
little
easy
to
entry
no
मिल गई
resistance. The attack side, though, are not just
MIBR
sitting
को.
back. Aspas
ये
is
निकालना पड़ेगा.
pushed
आसपास ने
up,
देख
and he
लिया.
knows his
आसपास ने
opponents on
देखा.
the other side. Both players, in fact, have the information. The attackers fall back and almost force their opponents away from that position. Although saying that,
उसे
buying
पता है
now
इसको.
goes
ये
into
neon
a
आ रहा है.
later flank. Paranoia is
गया.
perfect, but they're going to stand close.
Wow.
And that means that kills all too easy.
दिया.
Kira in position to try and trade some of this back, but the shots aren't firing. Eventually does get one, but the trades are just too thick and too fast. Leaves only one standing, and by the last man in will fall as well. A lifeline for MIBR, a pistol.
Yeah, lose this pistol, and I think all gamers are running away with it, but claiming this should at least give them that little injection of rounds, close in the gap, provide that opportunity to fight right back. But to be honest, what I'm most afraid of isn't even necessarily the score line right now. It's that Fangir seems to have hit a gear that we didn't see him on throughout the last few games. And GRQ, 13-6, it has been a consistent
अच्छा
factor
राउंड
for
निकाला है
this squad.
MIBR ने. आसपास ने जो
Considering
एंट्री
that
दिलाई
he's
है
shown up,
साइड में
Fangir's
मजा आ
been there,
गया.
and Bai's been having a lot of space on those lurks. I think here early flanks could play a role. Nah, that's not going to work.
ओ
That's a
वो
nice
टैग
try.
कर दिया
Little
उसने.
smoke in mound. I love the attempt.
कैसे
on the
छिप के
classic
बैठे थे?
Bai, but MIBR, they've got that cam to clear.
I do think it's good, though, that now MIBR get the opportunity to set the pace. Like, I think Verno's been having a
भाई
rough
आसपास
time
साइड
trying
में
to
सीधा
deal with
एंट्री ले रहा
everything that's
है.
been thrown at him from the all-gamer side. But now
नहीं
you
नहीं
get to
ध्यान
find
से
where those
ध्यान
battles
से ये
are.
गड़बड़
Even if you end
नहीं.
up walking into a stacked site, at
Nice.
least you have the execution
ओ
utility.
आसपास गया.
Not bad from Bai already, though, of course, for MIBR. This is
Low
a
गया, low
slightly
गया.
lighter purchase, just a couple of rifles alongside pistols and a marshal. They can, of course, buy into the next round, but it's mainly those couple of guns you don't want to lose. And so far,
अरे
so
वाओ
they'll keep
नाइस
everything
नाइस
onto
राउंड
the
नाइस
board,
राउंड नाइस राउंड पे.
get
Nice
themselves
round,
up to
MIBR.
6, and then maybe even have an upgraded rifle or two to
भाई
go
जो
back
भी
into
स्ट्रीम
this
देख
one.
रहे हैं लाइक कर दो. सारे के सारे लाइक बटन दबा दो यार.
Indeed, for MIBR, things
और चैनल पे नए हो तो
looking to
सब्सक्राइब
pick
जरूर
up, but
करना.
this is the real test coming up now for them.
इसी तरीके से वॉच पार्टी
All
में
gamers
फुल ऑन
with a
मजे
full buy.
काटते रहेंगे
Fangir
सारे के सारे
finding
मिलके.
the outlaw.
अभी और देखना है हमें. अभी जो
The other
मैचेस
side
होने
does
वाले
have
हैं भाई
two
आगे जाते
players that he
जाते.
can catch with
जो
that
टीम
one
सेलेक्ट
shot,
हुई
but
हैं कल से उनके जो मैचेस हैं.
MIBR
ओ
are going
माय
towards A. There's
गॉड.
going to be a nade coming their way. This
मजे आ
could be
जाएंगे भाई सब.
Paranoia prep for GRQ.
तो ऐसे ही मजे करेंगे एकदम वॉच पार्टी में.
Gears keeping the nade a little bit later.
थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्टिंग बनाएंगे.
Probably
वॉच
eaten a
पार्टी
bunch
को
of those
इंटरेस्टिंग
HP
बनाएंगे
bars.
कल से.
Obviously have a different idea for later on. Still with the season nade. Prowler ready to go through. Should grab the information, but
X is almost dead.
yeah, he's been exploring the C site and he met the outlaw heads up.
ये प्रॉलर जाएगा. उसके बाद ओमन का ब्लाइंड जाएगा.
Maybe benefit even slightly
और फिर
more is Aspas, because there are
B
3
से
players on the other side.
ये पीक लिया जाएगा.
We'll take that as an operator. Again, a slower pace.
वो देख लिया. वो बच गया.
Trying to find out
अरे बचा.
information. He gets it, spots multiple players on that side of the map, and now this somewhat ruse that's being sent on A doesn't hold anywhere near as much value. The defense are actually giving nothing. They're just sitting all the way back, similarly to what we saw on the other side. But it's whether or not they can bait the rotations the right way. And looking at a solo defender of GRQ,
आ गए. ए पे होने वाली
about to
एंट्री.
get some support, but will it be
ए
too
पे एंट्री
little
होने
too
वाली
late?
है.
He can still get out of here. Still with a shrouded step if he needs it. And he may well need it, but he's sticking around.
इसे मारना पड़ेगा.
For the
Nice.
battle, and Aspas is gone.
भाई आसपास ने क्या मारे.
Kira, a headshot on that
man.
second swing. Bought them all the space to get this plant and a man advantage under their belt as a result. MIBR have just been
भाई
gifted the
आसपास
upper
क्या
hand by Aspas.
एम है यार उसका. मैंने तुम्हें पहले ही बताया था भाई उसका ऑप का कोई मुकाबला नहीं है भाई.
Gift you get when you purchase one of the best players to ever touch the game, and that double opener sets them
निकालो
up in
उसकी ऑप.
aggressive
ऑप हटाओ उसकी.
positions.
ऑप हटाओ. आसपास को ऑप
Fang it.
चाहिए.
Maybe hopeful to get something here, and now they've spotted the
Nice.
remaining player. It's the 1-2 punch. The
वो
bait
save करेगा.
taken. And Mazzino with an easy
ऑप उठा लो
frag in
उसकी.
the end. Fanga has no choice but to try and run for the hills. And what started
ले
as
भाई
a
आसपास
bonus
ढूंढ रहा है.
round
आसपास
that
ढूंढ रहा है.
had
उसके पीछे जा रहा है
Marshall and some
आसपास.
weaker weaponry Even the Outlaw in the mix for Aspas, which, well, clearly wasn't a weaker weapon, now turns into them currently having 4 rifles, some mass upgrades, and a fantastic start to the second half.
For Aspas to get the first kill was impressive, but to then swing
भाई जो
deep
उसने
with
second
one
kill
bullet
लिया था
left to the
आसपास
outlaw,
ने
he
वे
had 100% confidence he was hitting that headshot, and for good reason too. Like, look at this, 1 shot left, and he goes, screw it. Does he know that guy's low? No, he doesn't have a clue. He thinks I need to hit his head or I'm going to 140 and probably get traded. But we got 10 seconds. We need to plant. Screw it. Throws it out there. It works. And all gamers now, after a strong first half, an 8-4 scoreline where they did look like they had their hands glued to the reins. Now it's come back to bite them. That gap has closed into just 1. And MIBR, hot on their heels like this, gets a timeout from that side.
Yeah, the last pause they had was what took them from a 4-4 scoreline all the way to winning the half. Yep. This will be their second pause taken. And for Ed 101, this is an opportunity to potentially do the same again, like try and get them back. Because this is definitely not the end of the world so far, but I think you definitely see Aspas able to basically fight 2 players at once and come out on top, and you do start to worry a little bit that this map could slip away from them. And of course, for MIBR, this is important because they are going into what is their own map choice split coming up next, which I think is still a fairly comfortable pick for them. I was maybe surprised that we didn't see all gamers go a slightly different way. But you're not going to want to go in with a deficit, and they are still currently around behind, although the
attacking में 3 rounds निकाल लिए हैं MIBR ने.
Well, it looks like all gamers have got a decent read early on. They've gambled correctly. 3 players towards the C site. Prowlers going out on A, trying to distract, but MIBR unknowingly still walking into this stack. Paranoia is perfect. It's got so many, but that cage from Tex, that saved them all. There were 3 players blinded and easily about to be taken down. A single cage. And they get to take a breather, to reset, to fight on their terms, and put a 5v3 on the board when the smoke fades. It's not gonna look pretty for Kira. Even with 2, it's left
चलो easy 3v1 है 3v1
and against the odds.
It's not been having the greatest of games individually. Started incredibly slow, and
प्लांट मिल गया है. अब देखते हैं. और शेरिफ पे
expectations
डिफिकल्ट होगा.
Almost 0.
1 taps मारने पड़ेंगे.
MIBR have managed to negate the stack with relative ease, considering the initial setup looked incredibly dangerous. Now Zekken is already tagged low and will go down. But the remaining 2 players full HP and looking to try and play this together. 3 bullets remaining in that Sheriff, but the main problem is the time. Needs to almost be on that defusal already if they're going to get it to half.
ये टैप मारना पड़ेगा. ये टैप अगर लगा तो oh nice
shot from Shrimp. The problem is the second player may be expected to be further away. It's a crazy shot again from Shrimp, but unfortunately that clock was already
मैंने
gone.
बोला था
A
1 tap
nice
मारने
amount of
पड़ेंगे.
damage and a low buy round. And well, MIBR are a little bit lucky to even get out with it.
Yeah, I think they realized at the end
क्या
if he
मारे
gets
उसने
half,
1
he
tap.
has a chance. But if I stop him now, he doesn't. And that was incredibly close. A millisecond either side, and this could completely change the game. And that's in a number of different fights. Kira did remarkably well to find 2 up top. Lucky that they were throwing the Seize nade as the smoke faded, so 2 of those players weren't ready to fight. And close as they made it, costly as they made it. MIBR still have decent credits even after the bye. They come in here with the convergence path on the attack side. And all gamers want to get aggressive right away. They've decided to try to catch Kira, and he has been stunned up by the convergence path.
Whoa.
No chance with the showstopper yet. It's still a couple kills back in their direction. Fighting through the doors with great
सी पे नहीं घुसेंगे वो. सी पे जाएंगे ही नहीं. नहीं जाएंगे सी
gamers have a
पे.
man advantage.
If anything, Kira with the showstopper kind of saved.
सी पे पिक निकल गया. सी पे नहीं जाएंगे. ए पे करेंगे. वो जो करेंगे.
Thrown out as well.
Hasn't seen Verno.
Verno sat in the
अरे
corner, but
यार
Vandy is
उसको
still
इन्फो
a
नहीं थी
relative
वहाँ
unknown.
की.
The attack side looking to try and take space on the other side of the map, but of course in a massive deficit. Well, Tex might be in trouble between 2. I think the rifle might have been spotted. Just the tip is enough to give the game away, but Tex has managed to escape, but will he escape by timing? Couldn't be any worse.
नहीं.
Just as he drops down, and now Aspas will walk into the same man.
Nice round.
Lead not taken by
AG.AL
MIBR
ने nice
just
round
yet,
निकाला है.
as a breakback is immediate.
Oh, that's essential for all gamers to stand their ground there. I think if they lose the lead and then end up on an eco, MIBR have all the momentum to just run away with this. But standing tall in this moment, a bunch of problems there with like the Nightfall not hitting, and yet they're aware. They're filling in the gaps in those fights. The Showstopper being caught by the convergence path, but
Actually saving,
yeah, it ended up working out favorably for them, and for MIBR trading out that ultimate. And they come into this one away from a Showstopper, and I think Zekken finding that orb would be a death sentence. They look to defend it though on all gamers. They lose Shrimp. Pride!
Oh, nice.
And there's the orb for
Nice.
Zekken. He gets it on a
ये
blind
बार-बार ओमन
spam.
वही था.
The nade almost lands perfectly, but FynTrix dodges it. Now has backup as well. The problem is they're going to know exactly where these players are, and
Oh, yeah,
No way
that was an immediate cancel.
Nice
from
bang.
Aspas. You can see he was about to dive in and then goes, oh, there's two there. No, I'm not doing that anymore. Well, we can just play with the rotation. Second has just turned on this round, though. A shot through the smoke, a shot in a pixel gap through the door. Now the remaining two. Again, there's been a lot of rounds where I feel like MIBR have had
कीरा कर सकता है.
ridiculous advantages.
कीरा कर सकता है. Almost 2 को ले जाएगा.
This
वो
one,
at
I
least
like
2
how
को
they
लेके
played it.
जाएगा.
They have just paused.
2 को लेके
they've
जाएगा
stood
at least.
still. They know there's trips on the other side of the
Satchel.
map as well. One holding B, one holding A, so they cannot be flanked without that information. And because they just stood completely still, the all-gamers players went, okay, I'm going to get aggressive on B, try and find info. You go aggressive on A, let's try and get something. And, well, they might get one kill at least
आसपास
onto
गया. मैंने
Aspas.
बोला था ये लेके
But
जाएगा
other than
कीरा.
that, it should be much, much tougher. Although I am looking at the attack side splitting up and looking for clues. I'm going to be honest, I don't like the current positioning of the MIBR players. They're giving chances.
Nice.
But in the end, it doesn't matter.
yeah, I mean, considering how Shrimp in a 1v3 with a Sheriff almost won the round, I wouldn't really be playing that confident. But spreading the net has its purposes.
अरे
Find those
पीछे.
players, hopefully remove their weapons. A
Oh,
lost rifle for
yeah.
MIBR won't quite sting as much as deleting all those finances for all gamers, especially with how things have been going. Majority of rounds falling into those attackers' hands. But it looks like FynTrix has managed to fly under the radar for now.
Well, that is the one thing I will say, though, is that for all gamers, they can rebuy no matter what. So if you lost too many weapons by getting aggressive, it would have actually hurt them more than if they took all of the guns away. So clearly feeling like their opponents were going to save the second they didn't spot them on the side. But this was the second round. Again, we know that the peak potential of what this man can do. In fact, there's a man sat just over there who definitely has the peak potential of what Zekken can do.
अच्छा cover up किया है MIBR ने.
Rob Moore is back. Wow. This is a much faster take coming out from Zekken. Showstopper, he's got the support of his teammate to at least
ले जाओ. एक को तो at least.
And they've got to be a little bit careful, but
बच गए.
it's only space taken, no lives.
That's okay. Crowd control was all they wanted. Now they can just fade away from where that ulti's coming through. Two players still going to be caught by it. The Nightfall right back should slow down all gamers. Should, but it might not. The shorty up close here, a dead sentence for Kira. He was 20 HP, swinging that angle, and Tex has torn them a new one.
भाई क्या hold कर रखा
Although,
उन्होंने
hold
angle.
on, it's not
क्या
over just
angle
yet,
hold
but
कर रखा है.
swing
Nice
in
way.
leaves all gamers ahead. It's a 2v2.
2v2,
They
2v2.
were behind moments ago, but now neck and neck in this fight, coming in from both angles. GRQ isolates the fight to start, the swing in from FynTrix. Beautiful. All gamers looked like they were falling behind. The chances slipping through their fingers, but they got their grip back on this map just in time.
दो ult उन्होंने use करी.
To hold every single
तो ये round
position
निकल
there.
गया.
Because you looked at the amount of counter ults, you mentioned it, the Nightfall, but they'd already claimed that space. And
Well, that was the idea. Few players have been isolated. Now left to just Zekken.
we're almost all in this together.
Yeah, he's been left behind by the gang. But a plan found, and no real contest from all gamers. They gave that to them. Happy to play the retake, and after how last round worked out, I'm not too surprised. But the difference is they pushed them out of those key positions with the Steel Garden. It's not there anymore.
Oh, different ults to be expended. Already the overdrive, getting one and a second as well. Great work from Fangir once again.
What?
Up top is Aspas, needs to land some shots. Has Verno alongside him, and again, the trading is enough for all gamers. This B-site retake, sure, maybe they do need an auto tool, but this time it was the overdrive that did the work.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I realize why they're so confident in the retakes when Fangir's just going to pull BS out like that. Like, he sprayed 2 people down, took barely any damage for it, and is able to get out and reset for a big 5v3 retake. This is insane. He's down to 41 HP, and none of the spams catch him. Verno really stepped up to the plate in this round, but
भाई ये क्या round
stand to get knocked out of
निकाला?
the park. And for all gamers, this is all they need. 11-9, 2 rounds in a row, and an eco coming out of MIBR.
अच्छा निकाला ये round पे,
Very
अच्छा
low
निकाल
buy
लिया.
at best. We should be seeing overtime locked in, and the timeout from MIBR coming in here, they're going to discuss that. Is it even worth fighting for victory in regulation and potentially throwing the map away?
That's the tough spot. We mentioned it earlier when they started this comeback. They were 8-4 down on their own map choice. Brought it back to level a couple of times, but all gamers are the ones that seem to have the extra little bit of depth. I think them running as a unit has really been working out. Like we saw in the first half with them playing with the almost ruse of their push and pull of the map, and then on the defense, their retakes have looked fantastic, even if it was a 1v3 in some occasions. The last pause of regulation for either side. I'll say that as well. We mentioned whether or not the impact from the coaching staff would be there. I think especially for all gamers, both times that they've taken a pause, they've gone on streaks of rounds. Be it coincidence or not, I think the coaching staff
करेंगे?
deserves
क्या लगता है?
some
Aggress
credit.
करेंगे ये सी पे? मुझे लगता है.
Oh, without
Cheap
a doubt,
aggress
I think
करेंगे.
that there has been a tangible step up from this squad.
घुस गए.
Picking up as the tournament goes on.
Whoa, man!
Comes in to shut one down. Kira, 34 HP's lucky to still be alive after a few shots landed. For MIBR, they know there's potentially a weapon to be retrieved in there. I think they still want to hit this C site, but all gamers have battened down the hatches now. I didn't even expect to see Convergence Path put through, but they're committing it. Even on this lighter buy, they saved their credits to fight for the next round, yet somehow they're winning every battle here. A missed shot from Fangir.
हाँ ये निकलेगा.
Do
Nice.
you save here?
I think
For all
so, yeah.
gamers, it's not worth even giving them the extra weapons.
You don't want to give an AWP over. You don't want to give another rifle.
Nice
They'll be
round
able to get
MIBR.
some upgrades here and there, but that round
आसपास ने
again was
entry
all
अच्छी निकाली वो.
Aspas. The fact that he's able to dive in, get an open, and get his ult.
Judge के
pop
साथ
the
entry
ult,
अच्छी
hit,
निकाली
I
वो.
think everyone that was on that site,
Yeah,
it
a
looked
lot
like
of
they
them
lined
at
up.
least.
And then that SMG is nowhere near as weak anymore, because you have to hit an instant shot, and I just have to spray wildly on moving all over the shop. So great round from him, and that has been the case in a lot of this map so far. Like I think if you look at openers, maybe I'm wrong, but
क्या दिक्कत हो रही है नेट को?
I feel like Aspas is going to have a vast majority.
Whether debate it out or it looks like push through it all together. Well, that was the idea. Few players have been isolated. Now left to just second.
We're almost.
Looks to concede that space. He's just immediately playing on the backside. He's already in spawn.
Side takes was having Tex in the back. Background. Zekken, though, again, any shot he fires through those doors seems to be deadly, and Kira is low.
Well, they had the plan, but MIBR
Spangir in position once again,
Whoa.
though, and he gets 3 in the blink of an eye. The majority of that attack force dissipates, and even a TP in behind. There's plenty of weaponry to be found for these defenders. No ultimates to play with. Bono will get his, but its viability in this sort of moment.
look at the pings.
He's just faked that out. That TP was purely for bait purposes.
They were pinging those rifles. They're saying, let's get them and fight our way back into this one. A buy up in the next for all gamers, but they might have to fight for OT. But with Verno down, maybe not. Tex, the man who's been a problem position. Look at the plant. He has to be quick moving to site. They're going to see him very early on. He'll cut off the first head of the Hydra, but plenty more remain.
Oh, nice.
Tex, a chance in the 1 versus 1. Has his cam, but look for the
Whoa, man.
And he wins it! Tex
Why
delivers
can't
MIBR to
Nicola?
12 with a huge clutch!
Oh, boy, 1v3.
That's just insanity. Again, you look at this defensive side and you go, hey, Bangir should have had the play of the round. He genuinely might have wiped out the entire squad if he was given an extra bullet or two. But that was perfectly played from Tex. A reposition, first player, you could forgive it. The second looked to jump across his bait almost. And then gets wrecked. And then because of that, he has the time to flip it back. 3 in a row for MIBR. Sure, it was a low buy round, but they're not going to care. And for the defense, they now have ultimates. They have weaponry. They're in a good position to take us to overtime, but have they been broken by those last couple of rounds?
They've been broken by Tex. I mean, what a Herculean effort in that last. Unbelievable play. The confidence, not even letting him get to half, swinging in early in the smoke. Cool under pressure with MIBR. They've weathered the storm and found themselves to safer waters. At least an overtime guaranteed now. But 13 on the board early is what they want. Prowler again sent to B. We've seen this. MIBR like to push and pull the map. For all gamers, they're left without a read, but the Vice setup on the A site should leave them a bit more confident to send forces in that other direction. The thing is, where's MIBR going? This is looking like one of those all gamers rounds. They're playing across the map, grabbing their orbs, and it's a huge fake of the C site, but it hasn't pulled rotations.
At least not yet. And because of that, questions are being asked. 2 ultimates have been used on the A side of the map. It felt like they had the right read, and honestly, about 2 seconds ago they did, but because there was no contact made towards Zekken, he's called for the rotations. 12 seconds to get that plant in. Aspas with an operator in a peculiar spot. Now they look to move. If they drop the spike, that might be the round. I don't know if they've got time to plant it. I don't think they do. All Shrimp has to do is survive, and they've taken it off that alone. 4 attackers live to tell the tale of a singular kill.
Right in the nick of time.
That's crazy.
They picked the spike up with 3.5 seconds left. Just shy. Of what they needed. That is a huge play, and all gamers, they just deserve an overtime with how they've played, and their attack side is really what looked the scariest.
Oh my
but
God.
But Fangir, every step of the way, has been the shining light, the spark of hope for all gamers. Now they look to fan the flames in overtime.
They're going to see his face in their nightmares tonight. Like, that is genuinely... He couldn't have timed it any better. Like, literally, it's not possible. Gets it on the 6-second mark. Stays alive long enough. And that should have been the end of the game. Instead, OT.
I'm out of here.
Like this, if this is a dominant win, I think third map favor swaps massively in my mind. But I have adored how all gamers have played the attack so far. I really don't think it's over just yet. Even look at that pistol round. They did manage to sell the fake, but MIBR were too quick on the retake. And I guess that's the other question, is have MIBR adapted to that slow style? Because they certainly had
I think they have.
the read.
I also think as well, the thing I like there from Aspas is the patience. He knows his teammate has a play. He lets him make the play and then goes for his own. Like, it's good synergy. Well, now a chance to farm up orbs towards the ultimate.
We are back, guys. We are back.
Can even see Kira shying away. Does seem like Kira's more of a ruse in this scenario, though. 3 players already taking deep control. Zekken, well aware of the position that has been lost. And the closer they get, the more deadly their weapons become.
Oh,
nice work from Bai. That's Tex down already. The wall falling doesn't go down in time for Zekken to catch them on that cross. But he has called for the rotation. He's heard it. Verno now knows to give up that heaven space. The smoke in to make it uncomfortable, but the dog clears everything behind it. Flashback out could come through, though. Look at this sneaky little position from Mazino! A triple again!
boy!
MIBR strike from the shadows, and all gamers can't quite adjust.
Oh boy,
Pace
kya
might be
mara
stolen,
hai?
but it's all smiles from Mazino.
Kya
As
mara
MIBR
be?
looked to take this in dominant fashion. That was such a nice setup. He got in that smoke just at the right moment, and no one was looking his way.
Maybe
Mazino ne
not
kya
a round you
mara?
expected to need a play like this, but I don't think it's
Bye,
going to do any harm.
Mazino.
And that's the thing, like, you're able to come back in moments where it looked like it was about to slip
Khatarnak.
away. 11-5. They are now far and away from all gamers. And from that map 1, a map that ended in overtime, a map that showed the caliber of players, but their own map choice of split is looking like more of a blunder. Now, the operator purchased up for Fangir, him being 1 away from Bladestorm as well. Gives them opportunities, but his counterpart in Aspas has also bought up that operator and is also 1 away from the Bladestorm, so swings and roundabouts.
A minute 5 on the clock, and the AWP now rings out, but the shot doesn't land. All gamers at least know where that is now, but what to do with that is the question. 55, and they're spreading the default. Mid, off limits with the Viper's Pit. A with the AWP. Guess B seems like the easier choice, and it was moments ago. But that's changed now as the Seekers confirm players towards the B side. Aspis on his way. The operator will be here by the time the push comes in. And mid is still very much defended, for the time being at least. Tex waiting with 2 players on the other side. They're invading the smoke. They're looking for this.
Oh, no.
That's a huge pick from Bai, but Aspis being in position, deadly as ever. The blade's drawn, but he's put to bed. Trades for now. Keep it workable for all gamers. They'll even get the plant, and that all being dropped. It might be the mistake that cost them the round.
1v2, 1v2, 1v2.
It's safe to say he's had his moments throughout this tournament so far, but this one might be enough to cling to life.
Ooh.
That's the easiest one done, but the wraparound already coming through closer than maybe expected, and the blast pack
nice. Nice, man, nice.
Discombobulate
Second ne mast nikala.
GRQ's aim. That's 12 now for MIBR. 1 away and 7 in a row needed from all gamers. But you know what, Mitch? If they take a pause here, I might just believe in the comeback.
I know that, Tom. You've been a day one believer of the new 12-5 meta.
Well, after they did it.
Day one. I remember. First time they did it, you said, "Oh, this is a good idea. This is exactly when I want to see that one."
Yeah, no, the first time they did it. No, sure.
But no, there's not going to be a timeout here. No moment to breathe. Instead, perhaps Ascent is on the horizon for MIBR. What a resurgence. A dominant map here, the choice of all gamers, but I doubt they'd choose it again. Bangir, Blade Storm is good for 1, a clean opener. They should get the plant off that.
Where, with no ultimates online, a post plant and a Blade Storm makes it quite difficult to break back in.
Yeah.
I am looking at Tex.
Yeah.
Maybe the one player that has a gap. It's how long that gap stays open for. How long does GRQ face the wrong way? Well, the entire time. And Kira actually hasn't reacted either. Just moves into the corner instead. Not wanting to rush to take that fight. But Second has just saved his teammate.
Man.
That couldn't have been better timing. Fangir, though, seemingly had enough of the blades. Wanted to go back to the SMG. And, well, either way, whatever it is, it's working. Verno left to try and fight versus 3. It's going to be Shrimp to close.
Nice
The
round.
first of what needs to be a 7-round streak has been found, but even still, it felt a little bit shaky.
AG ne अच्छा
Haven't seen
निकाला
that
है.
one in a long time. The triple kill, double kill with the blades, and then just, I don't need these anymore.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Right clicks them into the
Blades से
ground.
बहुत
That's enough of
बढ़िया
that.
बहुत बढ़िया shots निकाले हैं, बहुत बढ़िया.
Look at this. Yeah. I guess he expected the re-swing from bottom ramp, so he's pre-firing it with the right
I like
click.
it as, yeah,
It's just
pre-fire or right
crazy.
click. Like, yeah, maybe back like in 2021, that might not even land still.
That looks so funny. Well, 6 rounds in a row, it's a big task. Up against a squad like MIBR, players like Tex, like Aspis, showing up in these moments when they're needed the most. They have delivered. Even when they're not needed the most, they've delivered. And Ascent may have to be where that bounce back happens, but let's see. Momentum can only carry you so far. A start for Mazzino as they look to shut this one down, and it seems like mission complete. Shrimp, last man alive, and well, he'll make it deeper into the spawn at least, but what do we do from here? Surrounded in every sense of the word, no lane open to him. A minute on the clock, and if he wins this, I believe in the 6 rounds in a row. I believe in the comeback.
He's cornered. And they are not letting him out of the corner, more importantly. Even the lower HP Aspas is now being healed up as well. It's not like you're saving that heal for a rainy day. He is going to bypass his way towards the side, but instead he has to face Mazzino, who hasn't really missed a beat in this round. Finally, he shows his mortality. But speaking of mortality, a man with surely no more lives to be had eventually will fall. It is Tex to confirm a 13-6 victory from a tight OT loss on their own map choice. That was incredibly clean from MIBR.
Yeah, well, the sharp light of all gamers from that first half, or first map, certainly blunted here. They tried the same plays on the attack that worked so well on Lotus, but MIBR this time were ready for every trick that they had up their sleeve. Now we go all the way to Ascent, somewhere that Flare isn't really what we get to see. Variety goes out the window, and considering we had a mirror match,
AG.AL ने उनके लोटस मैप पे निकाला और यहाँ पे ये
Fangir can find that same form as map number 1, because here map 2 belonged to MIBR. Before we get into our third map, it's time once more to go back to the desk with Degon.
I love that there from Mitch, man. He was correct. When we go to Ascent, it's about the guns going ablaze and less about the strategy there. And we will do exactly that as MIBR take control of the second half and run away with it before AG.AL can get back on the board. So it is 1-1 in our decider match here in Group D as we welcome back Big Time and Kukuka on that last one. And that was more of the MIBR, America's potential team, the one that needs to achieve it with all those names on the roster. That's what we wanted to see more of.
Yeah, I think that it got easier as the map was progressing, especially when we swapped halves. Good to see that Texas carried a lot of the team for today. Good to see especially that in those last rounds, Massino found a little bit of a bounce back. He did not have a first good map. The first half, it was very, very shaky. But I think that by the end of it, they would have never been able to close it without the confidence that he got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a little bit of a class difference for me on this map. MIBR looked well drilled, well prepared, and it didn't feel like all gamers could really find the answers, especially in that second half, like you say. When they get over to that attack, they really do begin to struggle. Started out well for all gamers. I thought this could have been a much closer game, but I think MIBR really just, like you say, settled into the game, really showed their class as it progressed.
Yeah, I think as well, when we were speaking about this last half that we were seeing and how dominant MIBR was being, we think about the flooding, right? Think about literally the last round that we saw being incredibly quick in not letting them set for postline, barely even getting the spike down, if they even managed to get up to that point. Difficult task also to keep the mental in, especially with how back and forth this map also started for both of these squads.
Yeah, I think also, I love the comp in general, but I like it a lot more for MIBR. When we look at who's able to play what, it looks very, very comfortable. Aspas, Jet, Zek and Raze, big names, but all the supporting cast comfortable. You know, we spoke before, GRQ, he's having to play this Omen. Is it as good? And I will say, on this map at least, it didn't look like these were the most comfortable roles. I felt moments where there wasn't fluency with all of the utility, which is what you want to see. But when we move across to Ascent, fingers crossed that will be a different story, but it's hard to know.
Yes, and on that Ascent, GRQ did play FynTrix, topped the lobby, 300 ACS+.
You were waiting all day for this. You were waiting all day for this.
The young kid GRQ on the FynTrix.
Yes.
I know Kira is normally the duelist, but please give him the opportunity to do so, because that's your tournament lives are on the line. We've seen what he can do.
भाई बहुत बढ़िया निकाले थे उन्होंने राउंड्स बहुत अच्छे निकाले MIBR ने.
At the end of the day, they are in the same group. Both of them played Ascent against Heretics. The results very, very different. And MIBR, the thought that they found a weakness to exploit, and Heretics that definitely bounced back on that map the second time that they played it, having an almost flawless defense against MIBR. For the side of all gamers, RC saying playing with the duelists, having GRQ almost doing everything that he wanted to. It's going to be definitely an interesting one for the decider.
Yeah, I will say for MIBR, though, winning this map 2 in pretty comfortable fashion is exactly what they needed to get themselves back into this series. There's no more doubts about firepower. They got outshot in map 1, in my mind, but map 2, they dealt with it very, very easily. So they will be the ones moving forward with that momentum now, taking away their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's always the thing that you're afraid of when you lose your first map pick. Are they asleep for the day, or will they be able to bounce back and have a strategy prepared for the other team's map pick? And here on Split, the answer was a resounding yes by MIBR.LOS. They're going to go ahead and regroup as we have our elimination, not match, but map. This is it here for both these squads, and one of them will move on to the playoffs. One of them will go home. We'll find out who after this short break. You're watching EWC 2026.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hi, I'm Zekin from MIBR. I'm going to be playing against a mystery opponent in a 1v1 song. This is good. They're using a Phantom. This should be a hint already. Yeah. Who would use the Phantom here? And he's beating my ass, so he's probably good. Oh, he's deeging me. Oh. This guy's frying me. Who would it be? Phantom Deeg. Who's a Phantom guy from not my region? He's jumping. Wait. I saw his knife. The only person I've seen use that skin, I think, is Jing, but it's hard. Is the correct region so specific? Phantom guy from Pacific. Ascension winner. Okay, this is someone from Nongshim, but who?
Hello.
Oh my god, he said hello.
Hello, Jacket.
Is it you, Damien?
Yeah, I'm Dumby.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, knife. Let's go.
You're gonna punch me with your water
Yeah,
fist.
punch on me. Yeah. Come here.
Come here! No! Whoa! Whoa!
Oh,
Calm down! Hey!
come here.
Get away from me!
Omar, come here.
Not bad. No!
Nice.
GG.
Jacket.
Very happy, I guess, right? Very happy.
surprised to see them be okay with this coming up in the veto once again. Over on the side of All Gamers, they're running with Vangear on that chamber and GRQ. I want to see
map
lock in this Phoenix.
किसने pick किया ये?
He will.
I mean, Kira's already on the Omen, so unless he's going to pull out a different duelist, there's like a final lock here. This is the pick where GRQ put himself on the map during this tournament, and so I'm very, very excited to see what he can do up against Aspas and Zekken.
Economy here is super important, right? For both of the teams, we've seen the impact that the operator has been having on both of them. For Vangear, of course, with him having the chamber and whatnot, it's going to be easier to get an operator in hand. But when we think about Aspas, even Zekken, the rest of the players as well, to even catch a flank, care for mid, a lot of aggression from the side of All Gamers, but not that much utility. If they misuse it, the round should go for MIBR.
Yeah, over on the side of MIBR, there are no changes from what we saw coming out last time. This means they board reviewed. They felt like it was some, different types of mistakes. It's not a comp issue. They think they have everything they need to make it work here. But can we see that improvement? Otherwise, they will be going home if they played this map like they did against Team Heretics.
MIBR.LOS and AG.AL. Only one can continue through. 2 teams from Americas has already qualified 100%.
एसेंट में चैम्बर ठीक है, बट एक सेंटी और मुझे लगता है होना चाहिए था, कोई और सेंटी होना चाहिए था साइड होल्ड करने के लिए.
Who will step up and who will rise above here at EWC 2026 Paris? Let's find out as we send it on over for the final time to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Digon. The final map of the series. We've gone all the way to Ascent. All Gamers stayed alive on map number 1, but signs of life started to disappear in the previous, Tom. MIBR coming in hot to the touch, but how do you feel about All Gamers' composition? They're bringing in one that I've grown to love. Looking at this Phoenix, at the Neon, at the Chamber. Do you think that will give them the edge here?
To be honest, the bit I love about this is that you... And when I first saw it, I was like, wait, the guy who was playing Smokes is now playing Phoenix? Because they swap it up directly. Yep. Like, it's Kira really likes the Raze, so he'll play the Raze. And GRQ really likes the Phoenix. His Phoenix was nuts.
Exactly.
Like, it was probably the highlight when they came up against Heretics. Of course, you're going to look at this and do the kind of proxy thing where it's like, well, one of these teams beat Heretics 13-8, the other one got 13-2. So this is easy for... All Gamers, right? It's like, no, I don't think it's going to go that way at all. I think the fact that MIBR have gone back here shows that that was more of a blip on the radar, maybe being boomed after taking a defeat earlier in the tournament. This is a different scenario. They've just dominated a map. They come in with most of their players having highlight moments. I think we're in for a very level game.
Well, let's hope so. Certainly owed it after that first map, a tight affair. Oh, damage done. Shock Dart chasing down Vangear. He just about manages to TP out.
पता लग गया सिटी से जा रहे हैं.
But he hasn't run away. He's still waiting for that push up inside of B main. Stalemate across the map. Flashes.
Nice flash.
Traded out in that short fight. Still no clear direction for the attack just yet. Vangear just moments away from stepping into Verno.
थोड़ा सा और दिखना है, थोड़ा सा और.
HP could be an easier fight for the defender, and just depends if that one tap could be landed. The jump peak with 40 HP is crazy. And he's
भाई 1 HP बचा वो. Nice.
Coming in, and the defenders know this. I like this from Verno. He knew if he sits back and waits, he's going to get pressure from behind. The dart is going to help him out massively. The paranoia nullified, and Verno is having a crazy round once again. And now his teammates are looking to try and wrap in. Kira, though, has given an opportunity, but they're both so
nice round. Nice round, man.
For MIBR. Verno,
nice.
A hero once more in the early rounds.
Yeah, huge work by Verno. I don't know how that reveal didn't get broken. It allows a second pulse out, and that, I think, gives him the upper hand in the third fight. Indeed, yeah, panic. Mistakes made there as Verno holds the line. I like the idea as well from MIBR. It was a stalemate for so long, but they were ready to push B main. They were ready to fight on short. More so ready to fight A main. And the second that push comes in through mid, they're like, okay, now we gotta go. We go back, we're dead, but we go forward, we have a chance. And that chance converts to a round win.
Is that a round 2 Odin?
I don't think it's round 3, so yeah. That's
the Toadin.
It's a nice It's a nice strategy, I have to say. I love it. You look at the trips that are in play here. The idea, if they go straight through a mid flood, you're going to already deal with them quite easily. It's shooting.
I really want him to
barrel.
get one shot.
Then you've got
Odin?
reveal that would come off the back of it.
There was a chance for a second. There was a chance.
He gave him a moment to aim, but not to pull the trigger, at least.
Yeah, okay. They've managed to bypass his angle, but he's given it up. Has Zekhem for support. The only other real
Oh, nice.
He ended that.
Oh, bhai.
I think it was like there was 2 rounds where he came up with like 7 or 8 kills. Like just Mazino just popped off, and that does make me a little bit more worried for all gamers that it does seem like
nice man, nice MIBR, nice. भाई Odin चालू कर दी भाई.
Criticism of a player like Tex, but I think in this series he's been one of their best players. And while a very clean second round coming out from MIBR, the Odin hasn't been lost, and we'll be coming back in to what is a bonus round, which I'll be honest, you don't normally see.
भाई अच्छा निकला, Mazino ने अच्छा निकाला ही. 2 पिक अच्छे निकाले थे शेरिफ से.
No, you really don't. It's a problem to deal with. It is a different setup, though, from MIBR. This time, Odin's going to be sent towards the B side again. It's going to be that heads-up duel with Fangir, who has lost 2 in a row, which I wouldn't want to fight him at this point. Not feeling the odds that he loses another, but hold on, Aspas is walking up on him, and there it is. Fangir here landing the shot. Fool him once, maybe even twice, but an old saying in Texas. I know it's in Tennessee, maybe in Texas. A chance now for 3 for MIBR, seeming less
Sorry, what's
likely.
the saying?
B A पे लगता नहीं है जाएंगे. B पे जाएंगे मुझे लगता है.
Fool me, can't get fooled again.
I thought from Tennessee it was. Are you from 10IC?
B पे जाएंगे मुझे लगता है. B पे जाएंगे.
You're the only 10IC.
That was excellent. Are you
There
from
you go.
10IC?
There you go.
Because you're in Tennessee.
Exactly. That's the only saying I know from there. Fool me once. I don't know where that's from.
That was exquisite. Okay. Well, all gamers on their way to the A site. There is a big setup waiting for them here. A lot of trips, as they've just found out, in an easy spam for Mazino. That's not the only one. There's another kill trip on the back in the camera. Landing a tag, and maybe a little bit of the doors gotten in the way. Saved today for now, at least. Tex, well, as difficult as he normally is to deal with, they've got him in 1, and now the Odin retake. They might not want to go for this anymore, but Verno, he's giving them a chance. It's so close. The shoelaces taken off of Shrimp. GRQ tagged heavy as well. Down to 1. The Odin spam would be enough. He needs to tuck in that corner. He needs to find a safe haven. And Zekken doesn't know how desperately low that player is. He'll still be peeking in with the op, and it's a death sentence. Verno, 5 and 1. The ult to deal with. He's found him to start with. The spam can take him down with ease. And now but the mag runs dry. All gamers just about finding the round.
It's a weird one because normally going out of a bonus round, you'd sit there and go, okay, that's not great. But they had an operator and an Odin.
And the op went in the hands of the opponent.
It was barely a bonus at that point. It had a lot of bite too. I think Mazino did fantastically well to play off of the utility.
अच्छा खेला Mazino ने.
But then you do
ये हवा में काउंट रहा है.
Another operator. Sure, it's at the cost of Mazino, who's been their best player so far. So maybe a little bit surprising to see him have.
भाई आसपास ने मिस किया था वो ऑप शॉट.
But then also the operators on the other hand for Fangir, which I wouldn't want to give him that for free.
Aspas is going to be sent back. Blaze has bought them space. Bought them safe passage through middle, although Fangir's looking to fill in the space after. He can't cross anymore. Not without looking for a fight. So short's going to be his responsibility. All gamers gearing up for an A plan.
If he pings him, then there's a chance that you can maybe get the kill with a wallbang. Instead, it's going to be the Hunter's Fury thrown out. Almost seemingly.
Oh, nice.
And that's an early double for Verno.
दो गए.
Playing incredibly well so far. And 1 and then out. And in fact, no, Aspas feeling confident goes for the repeat. The swing.
अरे nice.
And this trap setup.
भाई ये सेटअप जो लगाया था इन्होंने क्या कवर दिया उसे.
That is as good as that could have gone.
And this has
ओए बच गया.
Looking at the last map.
अच्छी लोकेशन थी, अच्छी लोकेशन थी.
Unusual pairing, but Aspas and Tex get so much work done together. Kira, you are dead to rights here. Big stun landed.
But that text cam was just
Nice MIBR, nice.
Because you've got to be sat there as the attacking side going, why the hell have they randomly popped top mid? Who Hunter's Fury straight into top mid? But it's because they can see them on the cam. Like, he's able to get just that little pixel of information and go, look, there's guys here in a narrow laneway. If you line this up, you're going to get a couple of opening kills. That's really lovely stuff coming out from MIBR.
Yeah. A sneaky little play that ends up sending all gamers down to an eco. Round number 5. 2 away from Fangir having a big old gun to work with, so there's definitely still dangers, and they didn't notice Kira slide right past. Zekin down and out, a rifle into the hands of the attackers. Mazzino, he's got a player behind him. He doesn't have a clue. Right past. It's 2 players striking from behind, and well, now all of a sudden it's a competitive round. Those rifles not recovered just yet. They can be, they could be, if not for the instant rotations coming out of MIBR. The timing here on that main peak could be everything, and Texas all cleaned house before the swing comes through.
All revealed as well. Looked like that was going to get seriously.
Oh,
Basically dropped in alone. Like,
nice.
It's a little bit risky, but because they didn't have the plant down, he just looks for a timing, and unfortunately,
बस ऐसे confidence boost होते जा रहा है
I
इनका.
think one of the first players he drops is the spike underneath Balk, which
AG को एक round तो निकालना पड़ेगा.
Spike, it's about as bad as it could be for where the remainder are. Still a little bit of initial damage coming out from the side of all gamers, but this defensive side is looking good so far from MIBR.
AG.AL को एक तो round निकालना पड़ेगा.
They only managed 2 rounds total, so yeah, it's safe to say it's going a little better.
Indeed. A 4-1 start, and the wind is in their sails now. For all gamers, oh, that paranoia has landed, but it look like they're going to continue the push on MIBR, sitting back, sitting safe up against these rifles. Now, one of the things I'm curious to see, because Lotus, it was much easier to push and pull that map. They attempted it on split, but MIBR did not fall for it anymore. They had the responses, they had the reactions, and now here on Ascent, I'm curious to see how this attack side will shape up. We've had a lot of failures here with the slower plays, and now an attempt to start with a bit of control towards the A site, late move back in the other direction, but again, MIBR haven't moved. They are sat still. An operator in a position that I don't think they could have ever expected. The angle onto GRQ and a big player removed. Still the Cypher setup to push through as well.
Yeah, they've got the TP to the backside if they need it. There goes Mazzino. That will now be a 3rd player defending this site, and the question of whether or not they want to fall back, no, they're going to try and pressure into what is now a pretty hefty setup. In fact, I think Mazzino even cancelled. He was like, you know what, I'm going to TP, then realized that Aspas has already rotated in and went, I don't need to. Let's hold up the other side of the map just in case. A player tagged up as well. They know exactly where they are, and they've got 20 seconds, Mitch.
Well, I think Mazzino would have committed that TP if not for map number 1, if not for the attempts in map number 2. Like, you see that push, you see it stagger for a moment, you think, okay,
अब ये save करेंगे, अब ये save करेंगे.
Fake the TP across, they'll push in, we'll clean them up. This time it was a more direct play from all.
Zekin ले जाएगा, एक को लेके जाएगा Zekin, एक को लेके जाएगा.
They're not allowed to.
लेके जाएगा.
Zekin, one side of the trash compactor as the walls close in, a couple seconds left, and I guess we'll never know if he saved the weapon. That's how it goes sometimes.
अच्छा खेले.
That's life.
They did celebrate very quickly, so I'm going to assume they killed him.
Hi in April.
I'm going based off purely celebrations. No one wants to hear that. Yeah, see? See? There you go. No, we know.
I guess we'll never know.
We know. He doesn't have a gun.
AG.AL का time out सही था. Time out की जरूरत थी.
Body language and celebrations. Oh yeah. All right,
Drop it to teammate.
Anyway, moving away from Mitch's idiocy. 5-1. Defensive side building, and now those pauses that we spoke about in map number 1 become imperative. They need to find a response here. Sure, versus Heretics, it was a pretty horrific attack side and coming out from MIBR, and a great defensive side on the other side of things, with both Shrimp and GRQ having a performance to remember. But as of right now, they're getting shut down before the round even seems to get started. Like, they're looking to try and take control. They're failing. They're looking to try and almost sell fakes. It's failing. They can't hold on to mid. They're losing it to the operator and set trap plays. Bono's in form.
अब देखते क्या होता है.
Mazino have a decent couple of rounds. Tex has been fantastic throughout the series.
AG.AL को एक राउंड तो निकालना पड़ेगा कुछ भी करके.
Aspas and Zekat are at the bottom of the board. They haven't had a whole lot to do in this matchup. Now, one thing that was building up into the last round were those ultimates. Shrimp, Bangit, and GRQ.
अग्रेस कर रहे हैं, वो अग्रेस कर रहे हैं ए साइड पे.
Can they make something work here?
Oh, GRQ, as you said, just being a little quiet, a little missing. This time picked up the side, but it is the ultimate that's taken down. That trade good for the start. Finish. Aspas has upped him through the floor. The convergence path goes through. The spam is fantastic, but hold on. GRQ and Kira, they've got some life left in them. Caught by the ult, they might have.
Nice.
Back at the start. Now it's Kira.
भाई MIBR नहीं अब नहीं रुकेगी. बहुत डिफिकल्ट है उसका जो.
Look at second, so quick to walk through. Kira could never expect that level of aggression. MIBR, a sixth round.
I thought वो नाइफ करने वाला है. मुझे लगा था वो नाइफ करेगा उसको.
That's just fine.
Yeah, they throw in the running back even while not having a weapon into the hands of the player using it, but it was basically just take space, try and trade. That wallbang shot that came out from Aspas is just disgusting because Zekan is dead. If he doesn't hit that, he's dead, and he's the guy who ends up cleaning up the rest of the round. Tex continuing to be a safe pair of hands, and the problem is you look at that round and go, hey, it was a low buy. They use Tour de Force, they use Overdrive, they use Run It Back, they use Hunter's Fury. That is 4 ultimates committed to one round, and it doesn't net you a win.
That reveal, sending him scurrying. Look at the push up from Aspas.
अच्छा निकाल लिया.
All gamers for a moment. Now they start to fight inside of B main. Aspas loses his TP back. He's a player pushed out on short to help him. The drone is going to send him flying. Dash out, but now look who's stuck in mid. Has to stand his ground, has to stand tall, and that he does.
भाई क्या कवर दिया उसने उसको. क्या कवर दिया है.
On trying to deal with Aspas, they forgot that he might have had help.
Even still, that is Mazino over delivering.
Yeah, 100%.
You're supposed to keep him alive. Instead, you've taken 2 bodies in response. That's got to be infuriating. As said, this is the best we've seen MIBR look so far this tournament. Sure, they had those blowout games initially, but everybody can have a round, can have a moment. And that's exactly what they're doing now. Aspas, the man who was saved, has dropped the spike into middle. The remaining 2 players are running around like headless chickens. They're having to try and just
whoa.
back, and instead they're caught
Right, nice.
single angle. 7-1 in the lead. MIBR are running away with this.
MIBR बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है. जो लीड बना रही है ना वो जितना गैप कर लेगी उतना उसके लिए चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे जीतने के.
Competing or even at times, especially on the attack, looking like the better squad.
Lose opening, win round. That was how it was going every round.
It was, I think, +4 overall for the team, but you had 2 players combined, +10 in opening duels on the side of MIBR, and they lose that map. It was Aspas, it was Tex, putting up numbers. All gamers dealt with it every step of the way. Now GRQ goes on to a favored agent, and still, we're not seeing that flare.
Well, the reason it was close was because Mazino was 0-6 in opening. And now he's in the argument for being their best player. Like, if you talk about a turnaround, he just single-handedly destroyed them in that last. And well, when you're 7-1 down and this is the purchase, no ultimate still. And look at the pressure that's being eliminated Fangit. Now, what I will say is that is the delivery of a fairly hefty upgrade in terms of weaponry. They get to keep the rifle and then get given an operator. I don't think that trade was worth it.
No, normally you're going to see players drop that up first, go in with the shorty, and then refract back. Of course, Aspas is feeling it at the moment, is the best explanation I can give. 7-1 up, but a little bit overzealous. Up against an eco, downright silly. But that's
Great
what happens
delivery
when you've got
service,
this. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Honestly.
That's,
Aspas delivery. You'll get more than you bargained for.
Problem is,
Oh.
they still need to push out and breaking in with the operator of all weapons might not
Blind आएगा, उसकी wall आएगी.
On the choke, the spam from both players catches by. He tried to slide through, but so many bullets came his way, it didn't matter. GRQ having to recover.
Nice.
Another spam. 2 players through the smoke on this initial push. GRQ tagged low again, even after his heal. He's on 23 HP. and they've barely any time left. This plant should be impossible with an Odin still in play, and it will be. Time running dry.
ओ भाई
Chances for all gamers are running out.
ये स्पैम उनको परेशान करता रहेगा ये स्पैम ऑडियंस
I always
स्पैम
find this when I watch Verno that he looks like a player above his age. Like, because in that moment you could forgive him to go, oh, if that guy's fought like 3 of my teammates, I can
ये अच्छा
probably
निकाला बस
kill him. But he's like, nope, I'll wait 4
ओह
seconds, and then it's like 3.7 seconds. He's like, and now I'm fighting because I know that he can't plant the spike anymore. I'll just sit in the back line and make sure this round is over, and then I'll be a little bit greedy with the kill. It's just smart stuff that basically makes it impossible for GRQ to get anything sure. He's got that run it back online. They have been farming up those orbs from all the way through the game, but we are yet to see that same heroic play that he was pulling out versus Heretics.
ओए ओए पड़ा उसके
After a very competitive first map, it does feel like these last two have left something to be desired from all gamers. The last remaining hope. Joke's over. CN, here comes the ult. From GRQ, it's delayed for a moment. Flash lands nothing. Reveal is there, and it's shut down right off rip. Dive through.
Nice.
Bye. No one's with them. And bye-bye indeed, it seems, to all gamers. We need someone to step up to fill these shoes as players drop across the board. Zekin's on 10 HP, and he survived
ओह
that night.
माय गॉड वो इतना लो था वो
9-1 on the board.
उसके बाद भी निकाल गया वो राउंड को
For all gamers.
Okay, that is the second round I've now watched where Zekin 100% should have died.
He was
So,
dead to
but
rights.
bear in mind,
अच्छा निकाला भाई
they've
अच्छा
been
निकाला
since the run it back. So that was when they still had their entirety of their team online. They then peek him from short as well, while swinging him at the same time. He ends up with 3
सेकंड टाइम
kills,
आउट
and then the fourth
फर्स्ट
player
हाफ में ही
just goes, nah, I'm killing him, and just runs for
जरूरी
the
भी है
kill by
जरूरी भी है ये
Aspas,
टाइम
and
आउट
just so
बहुत
smart
जरूरी है
to
AGL के
get
लिए
a
बहुत
singular
जरूरी
kill
है
onto Zekin. Just look at the scoreboard. I think the bottom fragger right now on MIBR has 9 kills. There is nobody underperforming. And this is the team that was promised. This is why at the beginning of the year, you're almost laughing the fact that Zekin has managed to go and join Aspas on the same team. You're almost looking at the fact that they've held on to Verno and built this superstar-studded roster. And it's not quite delivered, but when it does work, this is what you get. It feels like they are fighting a literal war. And everything they do, they just run headfirst into it.
That's been the same for the last map as well. Like, that first half was close. It was a chance to be 6-6 if I'm not mistaken. And then we swapped sides and MIBR ran away with things. Now, on this map,
अगर ये वाला भी
at least, but I did
टाइम आउट के बाद MIBR जीत गई तो मतलब ये मैप फॉर श्योर MIBR के फॉर्म है
so far in this
तो ये
series,
पक्का
so
MIBR का
the
ये
ceiling's gonna raise. Fangir map 1 looked better than Aspas, which is one hell of a feat. But now it looks like he hasn't even started playing. Indeed, nobody had to go one round of the board. 9-3, the best scoreline that they can hope and pray for, and even then, the Divine will have to answer.
ओह मिस कर दिया उसने
Perhaps he has. Aspas has made a mistake. He's missed a shot. A rare miss on one side, but then an immediate fill in of the blank shrimp. Tries on the wraparound, but look how confident Zekin is. He's running at them. And maybe he shouldn't be. Fangir, quiet so far, but now a chance against one of the world's best.
He's got nothing left, though.
1v1
Down to just a
1v1
He used his last headhunter bullet just to try and escape. And now with 7 HP, what he can hope for is that either Aspas makes a mistake or he can get towards that site and find a gun. But you can already tell that the information has been given over. A rifle in the hands of Aspas, and it really does just become a game of chicken. And at least for the moment, it seemed like the Brazilian had the right idea. Or maybe he still does. He's going back towards his bin. Okay, it's been long enough. Both players decided to move at the exact same moment, moving in tandem.
बिल्कुल सेम तरीके से जा रहे हैं दोनों सेम तरीके से जा रहे हैं
Classic could just do the work, but his opponent at this stage might end up running out of time. That's going to be the bigger problem. He has to now get in and get that plant. And in fact, Aspas was starting to believe
अरे
that he could
क्यों
move towards the other side of the map. Instead, now he's got to go
अरे
running back
डोर की
quickly.
आवाज तो आनी चाहिए थी मुझे लगा डोर की आवाज गई होगी उसके पास उसने डोर क्लोज किया था
He's not going to take the risk of even placing, and he doesn't know how close Aspas is. Of course, Aspas went to A thinking the spike had maybe been taken. He hadn't seen it for so long. As time ticks away, the info.
नहीं
He'll break the trap. He'll step forward as Fangir swings.
ओ भाई नाइस
Digging
भाई आसपास निकाल गया ये राउंड भी निकल गया
burying them under round after round. This attack side, they may end the half with one.
It's looking more and more likely. An incredibly nice
वो बहुत लो एचपी था बहुत लो एचपी था अच्छा खेला बट वो उसने बहुत अच्छा निकाला हेड हंटर से
so desperately low and just seemed to have it dead to rights. This correction with a singular bullet left seemed like it might have been enough, but in the end, the final boss. Look at the scoreboard: 11-11, 11-11, 10.
Oh man, क्या स्कोर चल रहा है इनका 11 11 11 11 10
And wow, Zekid's getting more and more confident. In fact, this is a just sheer rundown. Bai is having to just try and hold on for life, and even an escape route doesn't exist. They are being surrounded, choked out, and they think maybe, okay, is this the open site? Is this the one that nobody's holding? No, it isn't. There's still one, now two, now three and a fourth. Wrapping round.
Oh.
It was Verno to close 11-1.
भाई कितना अग्रेस किया उन्होंने पूरा जाके मारा उनको
Is showing up once again.
Yeah, listen, I don't think there's many teams out there that would look at especially an elimination match and a qualification match at the same time and say, I'd like to face MIBR in that one. But you definitely don't want to face MIBR in this form. You know how strong of a player someone like Aspis can be. We've seen
भाई सेकंड राउंड से उसको ऑर्डन करने चालू कर दी थी वहीं से चीजें चेंज हो गई
Verno, they're there alongside him. Zekin looks like he's unkillable. The amount of times I've seen him take what for anyone else would be a death blow and keep on moving. Even at times having Aspis as his savior with the op wall bang.
I'll be honest. If he hadn't died a couple of rounds ago to the headhunter, and you'd said to me, oh, he was in God mode by accident, I'd go, oh, you know, actually that makes sense, because there were rounds where, yeah, he gets wallbanged like that while being spammed out by an overdrive. The round after where he gets 3 kills while stuck in the same corner for a whole round, and then a player runs at him just to kill him, and Aspis goes, did you forget about me? Like, come on, guys. Like, please don't forget the guy who has a champion's gun buddy. But even still, even with every once in a while a glimmer of hope, it gets shut down. This was probably one of the best opportunities they had, and even still it didn't go their way. And right after that, a complete decimation. 11-1. It was a good defensive half last time out for all gamers, but at this point, every single round is like hanging off a cliff edge.
Well, yeah, a pistol round will end the game. More or less any round after that will end the game as well, even if you take it. All gamers have to be perfect. Maybe at 12-1 we can see a pause. I do think though, like, the game that they played on map number 1, they made MIBR at times look like fools. They caught them off guard. They played double to triple fakes that worked almost every time. Bai was lurking in mid and catching so many players off guard. But once MIBR realized what was happening, once they had that time between maps to discuss, okay, how should we react?
ये अगर पिस्टल राउंड MIBR का गया फिर मिलेंगे नेक्स्ट मैच में
Ever since then they cracked the code.
नेक्स्ट मैच में मिलेंगे
Haven't had that extra gear to shift into. Now
they need the fan gear.
They need the fan gear.
ओह अग्रेस कर गई है अगर ओह
And there he is to start it off.
Fan gear activated. I don't know what that means if you're still going for a car analogy.
बट उन्हें प्लांट मिल गया साइट मिल गई है उनको
At this point, anything that will work has to come through for all gamers. An opening pick is about the best scenario they had, but Zekid just looks like he's hit a completely different gear, a different level. In fact, an even scenario.
Nice.
Look from GRQ, a player revealed, but they are losing as they go. Just the 2 players underneath. The flash is perfect, and a second.
Oh, nice. Nice play, GL. Nice play, GL. Nice play. Nice play. बहुत अच्छा रिटेक किया उन्होंने. 4v4 पे भी उन्होंने रिटेक किया अच्छा. कुछ कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा अब.
You never want to count yourself out. Remember, this isn't a situation where they can rely on a lower bracket. There's no extra layer. There is no safety net to fall into. It's a long way down and a long way back home for all gamers. This pistol guarantees them at least a bit of runway. And I was waiting to see if, as confident as they feel, they go in for the crazy force buy here, but MIBR are looking to get this over as quickly as possible in a more conventional way.
Bye.
Fangir an opportunity to pick up a couple more orbs, but it's really GRQ you want to see with a few coming out of this. The buy in the next for MIBR could be the beginning of the end. Keeping this clean as well is exactly what I want. All 5 alive for all gamers. It's a good
Flawless,
start to the
nice
round.
round.
Yeah, especially when they've invested on every single player. Like they have to do that. You can't be playing a conventional.
चलो अभी एक और राउंड था MIBR का, अब देखते हैं.
It here and there. For Fangir, getting a few additional orbs, it's not going to help him in this next round, but if he could do the work with the operator, he might be getting one for free. The problem is he lost all of his shields, so he's going to come back in with an operator, but no shields alongside it. It's a thin line between another round onto the board and his opponents with an operator on the attack.
The buy has been bypassed. Oh, he's just shot, but I don't think they've noticed this yet. Never mind.
Oh, nice.
Turn on a dime. Catch him off, but the trades keep on coming in favor of all gamers.
3v2, 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 3v2.
Dropping shrimp means the spike makes it to the site. Means a 3 versus 2 in the post plant. And there's not much to help all gamers get back into this. The operator would love a pick, but I think they've spotted it now. They've seen that big gun. A paranoia for Kira can perhaps, in fact, it could catch them all if it's at the right angle, but waiting to get into position before it's fired through. It'll find one towards the backside. Clean pickup on Aspis, but Tex was not.
Ooh.
At this point for Fangir, 11-3. You need the round, but the time should be too far gone. And by now, it most certainly is with 2 left to get. It's all about orbs. It's all about punishing the attacking side, making it
Nice round, nice round.
nothing to be found. No op saved, and 3-piece for Verno gets 12-3 on the board. The beginning of the end is here.
Yeah, maybe he thought there was no way out, but I think at that stage, saving the operator holds so much more value than a singular kill. Like, that round was already over, and definitely mistakes starting to creep in a little bit more. I think Shrimp walking back into the site after they completely lost it. It just seems panicky. And you can understand why. Their tournament life is on the line. The last representative of VCT China. And it looks like America might be getting one more team at least in towards the playoff stage. They are, however, a man up for now. Not a bad start.
Man to the good. Zekin down as well, the immortal man.
He bleeds.
Finally. Early pickup, but still some weaknesses here. They're certainly not out of the woods. Paranoia Prime fired through, caught one, but not.
Ooh.
Aspis is quick to get out of there. He heard a shot coming at him from behind and bailed. Bai's now rotated in to help the squad, and Spawn still cut off by Kira with the flank up by Fangir. All gamers have MIBR boxed in with a man advantage to play with as well. This is looking set for 12-4.
Yeah, they've got to run it back if they need it. GRQ sat at the back of the site, and that's exactly what he's going for now. Just try and make things even more awkward for them, even just a singular pick. But no, he's denied by Tex. The problem is, should now know that there's a decent amount of players at the back of this site. Aspas desperately low already. And Bai will hold his ground. The move towards the other side of the map doesn't even seem like an option anymore. They've only got 15 seconds to try and make this move, and although eventually we'll see a player lost, it's not going to matter too much, although there was a chance at a plant, but Shrimp made sure it wasn't.
Yeah, they just got there in time to take him out.
Nice round, AG.AL.
Slipped into the shadows. Another opportunity for the streak of rounds for a legendary comeback against some of the best that the world has to offer for all gamers.
ये आसपास का पिक अगर वहां पे नहीं निकलता ना तो इजी हो जाता.
But this task, it seems too tall for any team to make 8 rounds against MIBR in a row from this point forward. Tour de Force online for Fangir.
एक राउंड चाहिए, एक राउंड. MIBR को एक राउंड चाहिए. अब ये उनका सेव राउंड है.
Yeah, I think with the fact that they don't have the credits.
आसपास ने फैंटम बाय की है.
Lose a player or two and the panic will kick in, but yeah,
Also,
perfect.
yeah, all of them are one shot to the outlaw anyway, but
Except Aspas.
Interestingly going for that hero gun in this round.
He's heard them right. He's heard them right. He's heard them right. Oh my God!
वो भाई.
What is happening? They were stuck
Oh
in
भाई.
5 seconds. The man's deaf. He's unplugged his headphones. It's a 5v3.
Whoa!
Has gone by. The dawn of this series looks
कैसे?
bright for all gamers. They pushed MIBR to the limits, but as dawn turns today, a dark
ये तो
night
सेव
on
राउंड
the
था.
horizon for VCTCA.
Oh,
They are
man.
going home, and MIBR push.
कैसे निकाला बे? बहुत बढ़िया निकाला.
It seemed like it was going to be a worrying day for MIBR.
Oh man,
They
oh.
had themselves
सेव राउंड निकाल दिया उन्होंने. क्या करा उसने? सुना नहीं स्पॉन पे.
from their opponents, but on map 2 and map 3, this is the MIBR we hoped to see.
भाई well played MIBR. Well played. Well played. Well played.
Performance and a patience in map 2 and map 3. Honestly, it could have been an email. That was
ओ
so
भाई.
quick with how they
आसपास ने जो ऑप किया, जो खेला है आसपास, मजा आ गया, मजा आ गया, मजा आ गया. क्लैप फॉर आसपास. Clap for Aspas. Yes, player का नाम है आसपास.
Their preparation paid off, but the adjustments from MIBR were there. From the second we stepped into map number 2 on split, we saw those issues fixed. In the pistol round, MIBR were ready for what was thrown at them, and from that point forward, it became more and more dominant. But this last map, it shines a light to just how strong MIBR can be. A big team now locked in for playoffs. And that's all the time we've got in the game. It's time to throw this one back to the desk with the beautiful, the wonderful Deacon.
Thank you very much, Mitch, man. As it is MIBR.LOS getting the job done here against AG.AL, and as he so eloquently said, crushing the hopes of a VCT China representative in the playoffs. It also means it's 100% win rate so far, qualification rate so far here for VCT Americas. They are 3 for 3 and will go 4 for 4, attempt to, in our next series. But it's time to celebrate MIBR.LOS hitting the right notes and finally achieving that potential we've been waiting for them to see.
It's good to see that it is in ascent, right, as well. To see that phase, to see the bounce back from what we saw against Team Heretics. All of the players, I believe, showed up. Bruno, I think that throughout the series, redemption arc complete.
Yeah, I mean, I love that they went back to Ascent. I think it shows good prep work and fantastic coaching from this
You can
squad.
play Ascent.
Well, but I think when you get destroyed on a map like that, I love that they go back to it because it means that they felt prepared and it felt like also all gamers showed their Ascent as well. That shows to me that they feel like they have a very, very confident read. And I think when I watched this game, that's what it felt like. Every move all gamers tried to make was so confidently shut down because they had all the information. This was prepped well ahead of time and great IGLing there. I think I really want to give flowers to Verno because that map 1 looked very poor. It looked poor. We were, sat there at 1 and 9. Is he going to be able to pick himself back up into the game? He did a fantastic job individually in this map 3, but calling structure rock solid here for MIBR.
There were also a lot of unforced mistakes for the side of all gamers. I know that in the last round it seemed a little bit tragic. Love to see the voice. They'll love to hear the voice that Mitch was given to that situation, because I think that was going through all of our heads.
Yeah.
Like, oh, come on, no, not this way. You can battle through after the series that you've given us today, after what you've given us throughout the tournament. This is the way we're gonna say goodbye to you. Bit sad.
Yeah, I want to go back to the Verno point just because it was a difficult start for him. The 1 and 9 on that first map, first half, and then finishes top of the lobby here in the match that matters while still calling the game for the rest of the squad.
I think that also something that we didn't get to mention in the first one is that in head-to-head duels against Fangir, he was like 8-0 to Fangir. I said, like, Verno was like, I can't kill this man. He's coming at me. I shoot. My weapon don't work.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen for the rest of the series.
I mean, it's great resilience. That's why these are top-level players. That's why these are players that, when this roster was built, we keep saying it, was expected to lift trophies. Great names across the board, a fantastic organization behind them. I think they truly showed their potential today, locking themselves into that playoffs.
All right, well, we can hear more now about MIBR.LOS's last series with Tex standing by right now with Janiro.
All right, Tex, that's another win. I'm assuming a weight off your shoulder now that you've qualified for the playoffs.
Feels so good. I can't even lie. It feels so relieving.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys also had us in that first half. So I want to talk about Lotus first things first. What went right and then wrong and then right again and then wrong again?
Yeah, I don't know. These Lotus games are getting a little too close. I don't know. We have it, but we don't have it. We're making some weird mistakes. We even figured it out right after the game what we were doing wrong. So it should be better for the future. But yeah, just a lot of momentum. They honestly played really well as well. So yeah, props to them.
Would you say being able to figure out what went wrong on Lotus allowed you to adapt for the second and that third map? Because the last one, respect.
Yeah, so they have a pretty similar playstyle in all of their maps. So honestly, figuring out what we're doing wrong and how they're going to play in the future is really important.
And then now that you're heading into playoffs, of course, you've had a couple of learning lessons, I assume, so far from the group stage. What's been the biggest takeaway that you think will make the biggest impact once you are in front of a crowd?
I don't think the crowd will bother us too much, but I think we really need to focus on ourselves. We're our biggest enemy, honestly. So once we defeat that, and which we did today, it looks good.
Speaking of focusing on yourselves, you individually had a really good performance even on that Lotus map. So what do you think allows players to really just lock in when they are on the stage competing?
Honestly, my teammates make it really easy for me. They have a lot of confidence in me, and I honestly am fueled off of confidence. So my teammates hype me up, they tell me nice shots, and I don't know, I feel comfortable.
All right, that sounds like a lovely group environment. I'm going to say congratulations once again. Thank you so much for the interview. That's it from us over here. We're heading back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as it is Tex who has been a rock for this squad, plus 21 in this whole series. You know, we talk about the firepower that Aspas brings, that Zekin brings, but Tex just so solid throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I think these kind of some more supportive players, they're a big name duelist in a big duelist meta will often get talked about, but it's the quiet players, the support players that they're the guys I like the most. You know, when they start to fry, that's when teams find this next level. So full credit to Tex and the squad for bringing this one home. They will be advancing to the playoffs on the big stage now, and they're getting the job done for Americas, doing fantastically as a region here.
Is this when I say that Tex also comes from EMEA? Like, how many times can I just say that? It's like every team. Yeah, I can always spin it because there's always some talent coming from our way. I think that it is important what he's saying about figuring out how they play and how they replicate it in the rest of the maps. Yeah. And I think that one of the things that has characterized, especially the old gamers that we saw today, is how quickly they skyrocketed. They escalated their own mistakes. It's like there was no one to de-escalate the situation. As in, somebody makes a mistake and everybody triples down onto that. MIBR takes advantage of every single one of the situations. You cannot lose sight of what your goal is when you're playing against a team of this caliber.
Yeah, I mean, I think composure and experience are massive things when the pressure starts to ramp up. All the guys on MIBR here have been there and done that, even if they are quite young. They really know what it's like to compete internationally. For all gamers, not had as many reps at that, and I do feel like it showed today.
Yeah, and as I always like to do, the callbacks here when we're right and when we're wrong, and this was a time where I was wrong. GRQ got his hands on the Phoenix. I was very excited to see it. It just, him and the team didn't quite have the same setups and the same impact to put him in positions of success, but still, hopefully a growing moment for this young squad.
Honestly, I do think that it was also the capabilities that MIBR had to bring back some of the rounds. In so many of them, all gamers were start with the opening pick and just putting pressure onto them, and MIBR were the ones that were able to really play together and turn around the situation.
Yeah, I mean, look, coming from someone who was a former coach, right? You know, a lot of people talk about those pre-round strats, right? But really, that breakdown in the middle of the round when it gets scrappy, having the good enough fundamentals to be able to get that out, that's where you earn your salt, to be honest, as a good support staff, good AG.ALs, good leadership, developing those fundamentals, and I really feel like MIBR had that in spades today.
All right, well, with that victory, that does lock up Group D for us as we take a look at the bracket one more time to close it on out here on this Group D before we turn our focus to Group C. It started off with Heretics and AG.AL to kick off not just this bracket, but their starting tournament. It was such a fantastic game. MIBR.LOS taking care of business against Global Esports. 5 rounds. You heard us hammer that one home. AG.AL defeat Global Esports, who woke up and won a couple of rounds there, but still didn't win a single map. And then afterwards, we had the upper bracket. Pretty great series between Heretics and MIBR.LOS, and now we have our two teams moving on in. It is those two teams. Do you feel like that was the fair result for this bracket here?
I think so. I would have loved to see all gamers make it. I actually do think they had a good tournament overall.
It would have been fun.
It would have been really fun, but I think MIBR have that experience. I feel like if one of these teams is more able to make a deep run, it would have been MIBR, so I'm happy to see them in the playoffs where I do think they can do real damage.
I'm always down for an underdog story. I think that that is literally the one singular best thing about sports, is seeing someone that you do not expect that much to win, or especially going up against Goliaths such as this one and managing to get the victory. I think that that is seriously the thing I like the most about sports. This time around, it could not be, but at the same time, we were speaking about the highlight that this MIBR roster is in itself and how we want to see them succeed. I agree. For them, having a deep tournament run could also mean them adapting to bigger teams, seeing players unleashed on the bigger stage, and that is something that we have to be excited about.
All right, well, with that means Group D is done and dusted, and it's our final spot into the playoffs up for grabs. It's a rematch of day number 1, the champs of NA against the final hope against Pacific. It's G2 Esports up against Nongshim RedForce. We'll set you up with the pre-match after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
7 teams have booked their spots into the playoffs, but only 2 have the opportunity to get that final number 1. It is the Group C decider match between Nongshim RedForce and G2 Esports, a rematch of day number 1, and the lone win for Pacific as a region here at EWC. Pacific sitting at 1-7, the Americas sitting at 7-3. Will they be able to go 100% qualification to the playoffs? Let's find out together as we break it all down. Kukuka and Big Time here for you to kind of give insight on these squads who are now on stage and almost ready to go.
I'm a super big Nongshim fan.
This is crazy hate.
Wow.
And crazy bias.
Hate. Crazy, yes.
I see where it is. You
Whoa!
Look, we all love Baby Bay here. We all love Baby Bay. My love for Baby Bay.
I feel like some people like Baby Bay a little bit more than others.
Look,
some people.
I love my region. I'm here for Pacific. I'm here for the boys on Nongshim. We have to get a team in playoffs, people, and Nongshim is by far our best shot, like you say. Look, they got the only win. It was against G2, and I was impressed by them. Look, in Pacific, Nongshim have been a team I might have doubted a little bit. I might have slept on a little bit. I think they made some mistakes. I think that they did some things with the roles that I didn't love, but they're back to normal. Danby's back home on the Neon. X-Ross is now in that supportive second man in that secondary duelist, and I love the changes from them. I think we've seen them play very, very good Valorant here, so maybe now's the time.
Tell us about G2.
No, you disagree?
Listen, Breeze, I understand.
Yeah.
It was a mistake, okay? The 2 times that G2 has gone against Nongshim, that has been both of them this year, they have lost. We've always gone the distance, but you can never count G2 out. I think that the history is just Andre just like doing his things. I remember the story about the previous mouse mat that he had, but I think that Valen, this man here, this entire squad is the pride and joy of North America. So many times that we have believed in them, and I know that there's been some hearts that have been broken. I guess that you can say the same for Nongshim when they made certain decisions, but G2 is a team that always manages to reinvent themselves, to look for the next wave of Valorant, to just keep innovating with incredible individuals and just always topping the Americas region. And I think that, you know, the only thing funnier, I am willing to sacrifice having all the Americas teams in playoffs if that means we do not get any Pacific ones, because I'm going to have such cool week just pissing you off all the time.
Yeah, that will be very fun for me, but let's hope that doesn't happen. One thing I want to cast your mind back to is G2 Esports. They're in the final of Masters Bangkok. This is their best chance to lift the trophy. They looked amazing all the time. Who's on the other side? It's a full Korean squad of T1. T1 are the ones who get the win. Cast your mind back. I will say, I think G2 struggle with the Koreans. I think they struggle with the style that they bring out there. And I think the empirical evidence is kind of on my side here, Kukuka.
Exactly. I'm going with the underdog then, okay? They've won both of the times, so technically G2 should be the underdog coming into this encounter. I do agree. The face that we're seeing from Nongshim reminds us of the brilliance that we saw at the beginning of the year. They've been very close. They've already won against G2. In fact, they haven't lost against G2, exploiting every single one of the weaknesses. So all the changes that G2 made into their maps fell short against a Nongshim that was all through and through better prepared.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see this Nongshim team have that return to form. The start of the year was unbelievable for them. They didn't lose a match in Pacific. They went to Santiago and they didn't lose a match. They couldn't have been better. It did take that dip in the middle, though. The meta changed. The roles changed. They had to figure it out. But now I feel like they're finding their footing once again. But the thing is, it's not just Danby on the Neon anymore. X-Ross is a fantastic second man in. I want to talk about Ivy as well.
Yeah,
this guy
he is the man.
He was sensational for the team, and he always is. I think this is a very stacked roster that, if anything, is probably slept on after a slightly disappointing Pacific performance.
I think they slept on themselves.
I wouldn't disagree with
the
that.
potential was there.
I wouldn't disagree.
The wings were there, and they were like, how about not? And it's like,
yeah, they did kind of just go, we're amazing, let's ruin it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things was like, all right, we're going to move Danby off of the Neon that he's so good at, probably one of the best in the world. Some would say the best in the world. And we'll figure it out, right? And that didn't quite work out. Now they switch him back onto the Neon. Things look fantastic. Ivy also firing off as well. It is a very scary Nongshim roster that G2 have to come up against.
You know what it is? It's like putting training weights on, you know? when,
I'm going to need some explaining here. You said training weights,
like,
and I thought about the scene in Mulan when she has to go and climb the The tree trunk?
That's what it's like.
Is that what you mean?
It's like trying to run underwater, and then when you run on land, you're so fast. They play without Danby on the neon, just as practice. How do we sync up as a team? How can we make this work? And then when it really matters here at EWC, they swap it back. They go, okay, Danby, let's go. You're back on it. And now they're ready to go. It was the plan all along. Silkanon, I never doubted you.
Listen, if Bucket was here, I would make a Dragon Ball reference, but he's not, so I will save it for the next time that Nongshim play, if they are to make it out of this group. Let's take a look at the map, Vito, because it looks pretty familiar.
I mean, it's the same so far. Nongshim picking Breeze. They were very, very good on this map. A lot of A spam.
They went A.
They went A.
And then they went A. And then
तो
we
फर्स्ट मैप पिक किया है G2 ने, जिसमें वो डिफेंस करने वाले हैं. ब्रीज मैप, नाइस. सेकंड मैप NS ने पिक किया है अटैकिंग में साइड में. सनसेट डिसाइडर रहेगा हेवन. ओ हेवन का डिसाइडर राउंड यार बहुत ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड हो जाता है.
win.
Yeah, I mean,
what you gonna do?
I like it. I always think it shows a lot of confidence when both teams run back the same veto, because the winning team is going, we beat you at exactly this, we can do it, and the losing team has gone, well, we learned from that, we know we can take you next time. So it's always a nice little bit of mind gaming when these first two maps are going to be exactly the same. So a lot of weight goes on to the coaching staff then, in my mind. If you're going to run these games back,
sorry, I thought
you're okay. But if you run these games back, it really does mean that the coaching staff, from both sides, feel like they've learned from that game and will have a read now. So it's read versus read.
I expect this game to go to a third map, and I think that we all should be on the same boat, not only based on the past matches that we've seen from them, but also from the form that we have seen. But to me, seriously, the most important is that Breeze. We were speaking about and laughing it off a little bit on how Nongshim just kept going A, but the massive hold the G2 had on that side of the map was exploitable. So we cannot blame that in the slightest. They have, however, kept playing it and got another rep. They have fixed some of the mistakes. To me, still, the one player to look at is Jogemo and how much he's suffering playing on that KO. Baby was saying that he was setting him up time after time, giving him his kudos for obviously playing for the team. But at the end of the day, I want to see a Jogemo that is unleashed as well.
Yeah, I agree.
9 and 15 was Jog in that first Breeze. 8 and 16 was Baby Bay on the Neon. So again, we'll see if they stick with it as we move towards Agent Select.
Yeah, look, it looks like G2 doubling down and they're sticking with
भाई डाम्बी का नियॉन जो है वो अल्टीमेट ही होता है. मजा आएगा देखने में. डाम्बी को वापस नियॉन खेलते हुए देखने में.
Can they make it work this time? Because I will say, when we saw it from them again later down the bracket, I did like it a lot more. But it's all about what have you learned? Can they stop the A spam that Nongshim will almost definitely try and condition?
I also like the harbor a lot. I think that in this map, there's so much versatility that you can have with it. So many walls on the side of Nongshim. You have the Neon, you have the Phoenix, you have the Harbor, you have the Viper. It is incredibly annoying to deal with that. And that's probably why you want to go A. There's so many ways that you can segment that. But in some occasions, if Jogemo doesn't hit the first knife because of the nerf to the initiators, it kind of loses value.
I mean, the big thing I want to see from G2 is fight forward in A main.
Yeah,
if you give A main, Exos will farm the ult orbs. He will get the ult online. That's the game plan. Everybody knows it. So I don't want to see G2 sit too far back. Normally you see A being played for retake, but you can't do that against the Phoenix comp. You have to show you can beat them there. Look for that area of the map, especially in the first 6 rounds.
Agent Select has been completed, but you could see Baby Bay pointing something out there with the light, so I think it'll take a little bit of time as they try to set that one up.
He actually didn't want to pick Neon.
Yeah, what a misclick.
Oh, the light was in my eyes. I picked Neon. I didn't mean to. And also, Jogemo just happened to lock KO as well, and that just happened to be the same composition. We'll get you an update in just a little bit from a competitive standpoint on that as we wait to see this one here.
I will say for me, one thing that I don't think is touched on enough in this G2 comp is the use of Astra. We've seen a couple other teams try Astra, and I do think it's a really nice fit across the map. I think on that attacker side, it unlocks B a little bit more, which is very, very important. And the theory is there that you should be able to fight A main a lot more aggressively. You can place those stars to kind of limit the attacker's movement.
Yeah, but you're speaking about the attack. They first need to get onto that attack in a healthy enough form so they can get some rounds on the board. And as you're saying, for the defense, all of these possibilities are definitely there. But the way that Nongshim were playing it, sometimes through main, sometimes through mid, being so abrasive with the walls and the utility falling onto it, is almost like like you cannot blame Valiant. He really tried to create those situations, but Nongshim were on top of all of them.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think this is a map Nongshim just continually loved because they understand that A side so well. And I will say, I've been very, very impressed with X-Ross since it's him that took over on that Phoenix. I think it's a role that fits him incredibly well. For those of you who don't know, before he came to Tier 1, he was a duelist guy. He played a lot of Yoru. He actually adapted across to that initiator to fit the team. And now he's even more unleashed.
And here we go. Nongshim RedForce, winners of Masters Santiago, G2 Esports, the conquerors of VCT Americas, the pride of VCT Americas. And again, so far throughout the EWC 2026 Valorant tournament, it has been 4 out of 5 playoff spots claimed by EMEA and 3 out of 3 potential so far here for Americas. Will G2 make it a perfect 4 out of 4, or will Nongshim finally rise up for the Pacific, who the rest of the squads did not show up in Global Esports, RRQ, and very surprisingly Paper Rex? There's only one still remaining here, and we will start with that Breeze as we hand it on over to our casters for the call. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Digon. Yes, here we go. Ready to get into the action just about. Breeze again between these two squads. A rematch not just from Master Santiago, but from an earlier on here at EWC. It was a 13-5 affair for Nongshim to be able to take this map. G2, what have they learned from that is the big question.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to learn there. Of course, it's a very tough map to go up against Nongshim on because of the way that they're so quick to get to the punch. Like, Dombi's so good, he's got so much open space to work with, and then they've got, you know, multiple layers with the Harbor and the Viper to kind of cover up some of what they're doing and allow for some of those explosive plays behind the Phoenix.
चलो मैप स्टार्ट हो गया है G2 वर्सेस NS ब्रीज, जिसमें कि G2 करने वाले हैं डिफेंस और NS करने वाले अटैक.
Very difficult for them to do much. I still look towards this Astra to get more value here for this new G2 comp. Obviously, yes, Baby Bay as well on the Neon. Had a real rough go of it. It's a tough ask to go up against Dombi when you're on the Neon, no matter who you are in the world. So a couple players that we're looking at really find some impact here, see if they could slow Nongshim's roll.
Exactly what they're looking to do. Some cheers from the stage. These players already fired up. It's going to be a full share of purchase here for Nongshim, wanting to have some oomph to this, but obviously are going to be working without the util. G2, though, looking decently prepared as they have this double stack ready to strike into mid. Slide across Leaf, playing this very cautiously, carefully, and absolutely annihilates them. 3 kills found, only X-Ross able to peel 1 back, and now Ivy, all of a sudden, the last one standing. 0 point not to connect for the swing out. He will be overwhelmed and taken down. Jogamo able to find the second kill as G2 find the opening pistol.
It's a good read. Just remembering and looking into the past that they don't check that angle. They don't check that quarter. And on top of that, I mean, Leaf, absolutely brilliant in those shots. That is not easy to do, even when you're offered the time. Full. That third one.
Clean, clean, clean. Big round win. Got to jumpstart things here for G2. Should be leading into a pretty easy 2-0 start for them. Good amount of firepower here as Baby Bay just looking to take the space outside of A main.
Only one bandit invested here for Nongshim. Ivy, who is a real menace on a lot of maps against G2 last time, faltered in their follow-up, but Baby Bay tuck right in side of RB's smoke, and they're kind of ready for it. They're at least going to spam him out of there, but didn't really take too much damage at all, so RB suffers quite a bit more.
Down to 46. Space still looking to be taken, though. Dombi sliding out of that, through that wall rather, and Valen will quickly dispatch him. Clinton ready to come through, Gravwell to try to hold Ivy in position. He can't quite make that bandit sing the same way, so does end up getting taken down. Pole position for a flawless retake here. RG2 as Baby Bay will be able to finish the job. It's sort of RB and X-Rolls just with the classic isn't able to find too much value there at that range. The last one will jump out. We'll stop it from being a flawless, but Trent Only one not really bringing a weapon into this outside of the Sheriff, so Diffuse to come in and G2 start things off hot.
Yeah, they're looking really well drilled right now. Some good reads on some timings. You can see there's a little bit of practice and preparation, anticipation of how Nongshim's going to want to time those lurks with Ivy. They had the grab well ready for it. So really just very solid understanding prep. It's tough to beat a team 2 times in one event. G2, very, very good. Comes to their practice and their ability to adapt. MIBR 3-0 already. Much better start than we saw the last time out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a warm-up for him.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets one more kill, he's already halfway to his kill total from the last time they played on this map, so.
The Chamber is a little bit different than Neon.
A little.
So there's some adjustments to be made. Quick little walk, clear down through elbow, and this should give G2 a lot of comfort and a lot of information that this is still going to be an A-side lean from Nongshim, especially as they do hear that drone. So players now starting to get in transit. Ivy trying to watch for that flank. Cuts him off for now. Allen just going to go getting inserted at double doors. Stop that Viper from being able to flank through. For now, though, site will be taken. The plan to come in. Shox previously used, won't be able to find much of anything there, but Ivy not winning the fight. Leaf is able to take him down. Early advantages again for G2.
And Valen gets spammed up. But G2 maybe just gonna have to try to play for a few exits here. We'll see though, they've got an opportunity if they can find a pick.
Fragment out, Xros knows exactly where Jogomo is. Francis is able to find the one. The double swing's going to be coming in, but Jogomo not fast enough to find that punish, so Xros still going to be good for one before getting taken down, but it's still good damage found. Need to get onto this Diffuse ASAP if they want to have any chance of winning this one out, but Leaf now knows that it's going to be over, so we'll just get taken down. We'll see if he can find anything additional on the back of this, but he will not. 2 players surviving. Still good damage for G2, but Nongshim get on the board.
Yeah, so even though you're playing a bit of retake here, one of the things the desk was talking about was how important it's going to be for G2 to not give up those easy A hits or just kind of have plans around it. You're playing for retake, very difficult against this Nongshim comp, in particular because of the Phoenix makes it really tricky sometimes when you're getting flashed, trying to clear a little bit of extra space towards those pyramids. And it's going to be Xros with his ult coming into this 4th round. It's going to be the Outlaw there for Baby Bay. It's only 2 players who are 1-tap to it, RB and Ivy. So here's Baby Bay hoping to find that lurking player from the side of Nongshim, but actually they leave Francis here as the lurk, and he's kind of got his hands full. He can't really clear too much space. The recon goes pretty deep. He's just going to peel back. So Nongshim, I think, probably pretty aware. They have to try something a little bit different, but so much util here at the door. Lock can be absorbed.
Running back through. Ivy, however, going to be taken down. That snake bite from Leaf is able to find him. Kill to come in, ult to expire. Now Leaf just poking forward, finds RB, down be dead. Xros now needing the rescale forward, but as these walls fall, so too shall he. As Francis going to be able to find just the one more kill. Is wary about this flank, but can't really do anything about it. Jogomo has the jump, 5-1 and 1 on this KO, and 3-1 now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, really impressive stuff already from G2, showing that they're willing to contest that A main a little bit more and have good ideas on how to hold the B executes. That one there, maybe just relying a little bit too much on the run it back that it can clear a lot of space. There's just so many smokes at the front of the site there, and Ivy just tries to disrespect the util, and maybe it was the decay, maybe it was a spam shot while he was walking through. That snake bite goes down to it, so you're back onto an eco.
Oh, quick shot, Dom.
वो डॉम भी निकाल दिया उसने.
Pumps the brakes for them, and Jogomo back up forward for another extra kill, but will end up getting taken down. Weapon potentially to be grabbed. RB will be able to slink forward, takes that Vandal into hand.
वो Vandal ले गया.
Will fall, but fan out into mid. The drone looking to try to spot someone, and Ivy will give them a glimpse.
And they opt not to challenge him this time. Just going to instead split 2-2. Try to play it a little bit safer. See if maybe they can outlurk the lurker here. Get behind Ivy. It's going to have to group up. They need to make sure that this hit goes through, knowing that there's likely going to be 2 left at least on this A site. You don't have the brute force of Dombi there to lead the charge.
डामी निकल चुका है तो एंट्री बहुत डिफिकल्ट होने वाली है इनके लिए.
Grab ball on the timing. It's well read by Valen. Baby Bay about to be under some pressure in this time. No scope, not going to be able to connect. Ivy barrel stuffing is able to find that headshot now. Can take that outlaw into hand.
PV3.
The only one that would be vulnerable to the one shot. Push forward though, it's going to be Trent taking that contact. Takes him down, no damage to be suffered. 2 players to try to hold the line here for Nongshim. Get around back into their favor, but it's another kill for the Snake Bite. He has the follow-up as well. He is on fire already. As G2 starting things off 4-1. It's ahead of the next buy. Some ults cycled in here for Nongshim. Do we see a timeout called?
I think they should. I think you're going to have to talk here pretty quickly about how you want to address this. Like, do you want to try to take some more aggressive A main fights? But G2's already shown that they're willing to contest that space, use some of their flashes to try to make sure that it's not just going to be a free run into the front of A. Instead, Silkanon gonna let this run down at least one more round to see if RB dial up the proper response. You do have a couple big ults here on both sides. No command for Jog. RB's ult and Francis' ult available. So see what the plan is behind that, but it's a similar 4-1.
The peek out, this is going to be a double face. Ivy gonna have his work cut out for him. There's a slide out, he's trying to split the difference. He's trying to take down Leaf before maybe they can plant his feet, but to no avail.
It's a nice check with the knife too before they make that move. Really smart stuff.
I knew that window was going to be clear as well. Again, that space going to be given up on A, taken by Nongshim, but now here comes the retake starting. As Reckoning not quite in the range of that null command, so is able to send out the wall. Downbeat, he's going to go chasing forward. Try to catch them off guard here, perhaps. Oh, tucked away. 3 swings. Jogamo will now it's fired, so no res to be had.
डम भी गया. निकल सकता है.
Elimination. Nongshim looking like they're finding their footing, and X-Ross starting to warm up a little bit more. Quick little transfer over to the side. Cleans up Valen as they will find their second round win.
And this is one of these rounds where you can see just how oppressive it is to try to play retake against this comp. Yes, you have the comfort of having the Harbor ult to give you a little bit of extra space to get Dombi next to Orange, but and that pays a lot of value there. Nice little start. Isolate Ivy, take him out of the round, give yourself that 5v4 advantage. Still though, Nongshim very fearsome, and they're still going to be carrying over a bunch of ults. X-Ross into a second, run it back. Francis still holding on to the Hunters. Fury, Dombi into an overdrive. So you used one of yours last time. G2 can match with a lot of their ults too. Pit available for Leaf.
Scanning ahead.
See if he's not in a position to drop it early, so happy to maybe think about it as a retake option. Still, G2 giving up that front A space again. And Nongshim will just take this all day. I mean, they're so good at these A takes that they don't care if you know what they're doing. They'll just keep doing it. And very few have been able to really stop it consistently. But they see one there, and it's taking their time. They really aren't too sure. They're looking for some of those aggressive push-outs. Seen them a couple rounds now from G2, so being very cautious, making sure that Ivy's not in a position where he's going to get just dusted on his own.
Start already. Just beat the grab well, but no, will be tabled for now. As X-Ross sprinting around the back of side alongside Dombi, just scouting as much as he possibly can, but nothing to be seen. Nongshim know that they're
Oh
God.
ओ भाई डाम्बी को उसने वैसे कर दिया.
What the hell is that?
Uh-oh.
I mean, yeah, he just got away with murder. Unbelievable. Hunter's Fury sent the blind.
Oh, blind था वो.
Cover keeps him protected for now as Jogamo strafing across that.
Oh, nice.
Cleans up too. Francis now. That Hunter's Fury, a lot of weight going to be put on his shoulders with this one. Snake Bite sent previously. The fuse going to be interrupted. Jogamo down to 8. The bursts coming through, the hold to begin. Spray over to the one, and Ivy will connect on to all 3. 4K formula round.
Oh man.
It was an absolute monster for Nongshim the last outing. Very quiet beginning, but that is a massive way to get right back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see the thought process from Nongshim in this round. It's make sure that nobody's going to be able to get those lurks really established. Why? So you have that Hunter's Fury, a safe position for it to cover that post plan.
कुछ reaction ही नहीं है.
Nongshim, a team that's well known for their, you know, pseudo W key style, right? They're going to come at you with Dombi, but they know how to slow it down. They know how to take a pause, and they know why and when to do it. RB's been around for a damn long time, so you best believe he's wise to some of the games. Dombi this time slow creep up, but another flash at the ready.
Oh, there's going to be the exchange. Here's Dombi, hits the transfer. The cleanup.
What?
Jogamo will be able to find a shutdown with that stinger. The weapon maybe a bit out of grasp. Wants to maybe try to recover that, but instead will end up falling to the wayside as Trent similarly going to be caught in mid. Ivy starting to get these lurks going as he scales forward. And will back-to-back rounds here for Nongshim as they tie it up 4-4.
And this is what makes Dombi so scary. Yes, weaker buy for G2, I get it, but also he can just disrespect your util. They know he's coming and they still can't stop it. So maybe Rifle's there, it's a different story. But yeah, look at this. I mean, just ridiculous. Just sliding on in. No fear. Tough one, yeah. I know G2 has to feel like they might have had a moment where if they could have killed Dombi there, maybe it could be a different round. Maybe you can get that Thrifty to go, but not meant to be. This go, Valen has a Cosmic Divide. Jogamo getting close to another no command.
With the op online as well for Baby Bay, but for the moment, I mean, it's being avoided. Nongshim have just forgotten that the B side exists.
Yes.
Try to go for it the one time, and it didn't
नहीं
work.
मुझे लग रहा है वापस ये ए साइड पे एंट्री करेंगे ये. डाम्बी अग्रेसिव रहेगा. हाँ, ड्रोन के साथ जाएगा डाम्बी.
Nongshim would be perfectly fine with it. Like they would just
अरे.
makes a lot of sense. We agree. B site, why?
वाइपर को बचना पड़ेगा. वाइपर हर बार यही होता है.
Figured out there's quite a heavy stack here again, and even though they've been able to best the 3-man stack at A at times, they're trying to make them think they went the other way. But G2 knows better. I'm a little bit worried about Baby Bay. Look where Ivy's gotten to. They have no idea. They have no info on that, and I don't think there's any way that this drone sees him. Unless he goes like this.
मारा. Nice.
Dead to rights.
डाम्बी घुसेगा अंदर. अरे लो है. Nice.
Right up in between the pyramids.
वो तीनों ब्लाइंड है. Oh, nice round. Nice. Nice round.
Shuts them all down on entry, and Nongshim not able to gain the lead for themselves.
Yeah, I really like G2's approach so far here on Breeze. And why? Because it plays a bit like how they used to play Breeze with the Harbor comp in that they throw all this util at the chokes, right? There's the flash, there's the shock dart, there's probably an Astra util in there sometimes as well. And then they're aggressively hitting you with a counterpunch while you're trying to make your execute. This is something I really liked that Valen used to do a lot with the Harbor. Now they've kind of got some new ideas as well baked into this to really shut down Nongshim. So finally, gonna have to make Nongshim consider other parts of the map.
No, it's all a ruse. It's all to try to make them think that they're going to be, that make them think that they've rediscovered
surely
this section
time.
of the map.
Knife only catches on Francis, but now you're seeing 2 guns. So now as G2, you should be like, okay, they're coming this way again, surely. Right? You have no info in mid, though. I mean, you have no idea.
You know, they've given up the space. That's why Trent's getting back over to Ness. Would suspect that he's going to be maybe trying to drone out of that position, but the strike is going to be coming in a hell of a lot faster than they can afford. So Ivy, curious how aggressively he wants to play this. Could go for a very deep backside pit. Will send this. Going to occupy a bit of space around Orange as well as the mid doors. Really just funneling all of G2 either onto a flank, which Francis is watching for, or just from the spawn. Stun will connect, but Jogamo going to be put down on the floor. The res can come in, and is. Valen's able to find that, but there's the backstab. Francis arriving out in the mid. He's able to find that kill. Now suddenly it's just Trent. Stuck within the smoke, pushes forward, finds Ivy, looks for a little bit more, but nothing more to go his way. 5-5, Nongshim, they will keep it neck and neck.
Yeah, so actually this does end up kind of working, but also G2 loses a bunch of information control on the map, trying to make these aggressive moves early, and Nongshim's able to take just a short pause to use it against them. Some really good back and forth in the shot calling right now. Really impressed with some of the adjustments being made. RB again finding another little micro change in some of their macro. Get the round win, but Valen's been good about counter adjusting. Putting in a lot of good prep for today. BB going to be on op duty in mid again, this time up from window.
Just when the spike started inching further up cannons. It'll drift back into the spawn.
Don't worry. Surely this time they'll buy it.
Ivy has to be wary.
It's a tough spot to be in for Baby Bay, though.
Oh. Lucky for Ivy. Can go for a full speed swing, but Baby Bay immediately is pivoting over. That 0 point should have spotted out quite a bit, and Balance done it again. This time will be counter spam. Fragment will fly to stop the flood. That smokes down on either side, but also the reckoning out of the equation for Nongshim. I have to suspect that was going to be a big part of the plan to try to take this site.
Yeah, so Nongshim's going to try to send an extra player over with Ivy this time. Create the extra angle. May work a treat. He really wanted to get in there, but that was a really nice recon dart. It slowed him completely down. Couldn't clear it.
I mean, the overdrive's just gone now, but Ivy finds the timing through mid doors. Jogamo gonna be struck down. Trent spotted, and he's just a hair off from being able to find Dombey's head. 2v4, the operator in position, but given the weapon investment and the cash that G2 don't have, I think you just have to give this one up. Leaf is not coming to the rescue. He knows that this is going to be a save. Baby Bay's just trying to see if he can find a pick and then rotate out. If they find out where he is, I can see Dombey sprinting right at him, so he will keep it quiet. Drift away. Nongshim will gain the lead.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's still a similar answer for Nongshim in terms of mess around on the map a little bit, take a pause, make them rethink their ideas, then eventually go back to A once you've kind of maybe confused them a little bit, but it's sending that extra layer over in towards mid. Not sure it was necessary. Ivy was actually pretty much on point there regardless, but you know, Nongshim round around making little micro adaptations, adjustments, make it difficult for G2 here. G2 again tried to go for that choke point punch and lose Valen quickly, and they just don't have enough of a response. Again, able to slow down the overdrive, sure. There's so much more behind that Nongshim explosive entry power. It's really tough unless you are able to gum it up at the chokes like we've seen a couple times. This time around, maybe with that harbor smoke at the front of B. See if that causes any alarm bells. No, G2 holding the line.
There's the reckoning. Leaf going to be
Oh, nice. उसमें blind होके भी मार दिया.
Turn to the side. Gets that kill. Blazewell now going to be situated. Molly into the Nebula just to try to make sure that everything is cleared out. Will just be drones exchanged. Spike can be brought forward to be planted, but they're still taking their time with this one. Nongshim. These walls are only going to last so long. B still just checking on that backside corner. Goes for it now. Francis to try to scale forward. X-Ross taken down. Baby Bay able to find the kill, but a quick peek and a quick kill. Francis finds the headshot, gets some more damage. Baby Bay down to a sliver. 5 health remaining on that Neon now. But Jogamo out from tunnel is able to find Francis. He's put himself on an island.
3v2 3v2.
Nongshim are just going to have to win this with the rifles. Jogamo spotting the one. RB trying to collect that elimination. Can't quite do it. Jump up over the half wall. Noise made. Trent knows exactly where he is. The swap of the guns to die for.
और
The swing out is all to play distraction as Ivy from window will mow them down. Nongshim managed to make this a 7-5 half in their favor.
Yeah, showing they've got some legs on that B side too. Been a lot of A hits.
भाई 3v2 में भी निकाल लिया उन्होंने राउंड एनएस ने.
Get going.
तो फर्स्ट हाफ में जो स्कोर है वो है G2 का 5 और NS 7.
Xros able to get the counter spam through the smoke to go. A little bit of a preview. This is the opening pistol where Leaf pretty sick bandit play. And a good start here, and obviously a much better defender side than we saw last time.
Oh, for sure.
Because they didn't win a single round.
Yeah, I mean, there's a hell of a lot of improvements here for G2, but still curious about, with this run back, with Nongshim continuing to just hit this A side over and over again, finding more and more success from it, and we didn't get to see a timeout call at all from Josh RT. Decided to just let it ride. Granted, from the defender's side, this isn't a bad scoreline.
Not at all.
But we need to see a really impactful attack now, if that's going to be justified.
It's got to be better than what we saw last time, because they only got 5 rounds on their attack side in the previous matchup. So, yes, I think from what I've seen on this defender side, I think from Josh's perspective, I'd be pretty confident that, hey, my boys are following the game plan pretty well. It seems like they have a pretty good read on their opponents for the most part. Yeah, some rounds in there maybe you'd like to have back for sure, but there is a sense of the game plan, and it seems like they're pretty locked in overall. So, sure, let it ride.
We'll see. G2 can find that second pistol here on the map, or if it's going to be Nongshim building up the streak even further.
Or maybe his timeout button's broken,
Frantically slamming the damn thing. Hit it too hard, and now it's not working. So.
You can just blame Alex. It's the same coach's booth. It's him. It's his fault.
Clearly, for G2, a bit of comfort, but not going to be feeling relieved. You're not going to be feeling truly comfortable at all until you're through this series with the win.
चलो सेकंड हाफ में देखते हैं क्या G2 कवर अप कर पाती है या नहीं.
Advancing forward into the playoffs, playing on the big stage.
I mean, if you can get this map to go, you got to be feeling real good about that sunset.
Oh yeah.
Do not like the way that Nongshim played it. Do not like their agent comp on it. But we'll see. Maybe they made changes. I hope.
G2 के पास वैसे अब डबल इनिशिएटर है तो हो सकता है. नाइस, साइड के अंदर उन्हें एंट्री मिल गई है. भाई बेबी पे भाग रहा है पीछे उनको ढूंढते हुए. वो बैठा है, वो डोर्स में बैठा है. नाइस.
Cleans up down beat. Now 3 players versus 4.
Oh my God.
Francis looking for a time.
Oh!
Trent, it's not ready for him to also swing up towards bridge. And now they're completely surrounded. Fighting on multiple fronts, but Balin has the backstab opportunity. Ball on RB now has to do it all. G2 looking well slated here to get themselves right back into this to tie things up. At 7-7, if they can just close out a clean anti-eco. It's a solid tap there from RB, but
nice round for G2.
G2 now just 1 round away.
All right, giving themselves a real shot in this map.
Confident लग रहे हैं G2 वाले. Confident, बहुत ज़्यादा confident लग रहे हैं.
A very different look to G2 here today, and a lot of different ideas. They're being much more proactive on the map, and that's really catching Nongshim off guard at times. 2 players coming up towards bridge there, absolutely unexpected. You wouldn't think. Maybe they'll send 1, 2 like that, especially a G2. I think, they're a team that likes to play that fundamental setup crossfires on the site, post-plant style. Here today, come to match firepower with firepower, and I am all about it.
This time, Gamble stack on to A, looking to be correct for now. Maybe with a... Right now, Leaf maybe with a minor spot out here on to Ivy. And now has it fully confirmed.
Ivy by this time, no. Actually, RB's got a ghost.
Yeah, the only one. Everybody else just with classics. And G2, they're going to look to explore elsewhere, at least fake back for a brief little moment. Sure that there's no deep flank through mid. Leaf starting to stray away. Join in with the rest of the team.
I feel like that dart and response should make you change directions here.
Stun out on X-Ross, but got the cove situated. Pushes forward, a couple right clicks going to be sent out. They know that somebody's going to be playing up close. 40 seconds remaining. It looks like that's going to be the pivot call now for G2. Rerouting over to B, where for the moment it's still just Ivy alone. Gambi on the walkout in the mid. Immediately going to be
Oh,
distracted.
nice.
Finds that kill, and they say, well, we got one here, so let's just go right back into A. Defensive hold going to be significantly weaker. As Exros, he didn't check the
Ooh.
side. He was ready to try to shut down the crunch from mid.
Oh.
Getting caught by Baby Bay. He should have been able to have that kill.
अच्छी एंट्री ली है भाई उन्होंने, साथ में जो तीनों ने एंट्री ली है बहुत अच्छी एंट्री ली मिड से, मिड डोर से उन्होंने एंट्री ली है. आईवी अकेला है मिड डोर्स पे. अब मुझे लगता नहीं है होल्ड किया उसने, जिसमें से कि एक लो है. ये किल नहीं देगा उनको, आईवी उन्हें किल नहीं देगा.
Try to tuck in and die to the spike. Nice little mid-round here from G2. Kind of almost walked into the trap, but Nongshim pulled the trigger on it just a little bit too soon. I think they actually could have had G2 dead to rights if they wait for just a little bit longer, or at least done a lot of damage to them.
नेक्स्ट बोनस राउंड है.
Instead, they were just a little bit too trigger happy.
भाई जो भी देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर दो अगर आप नए हो तो. इसी तरीके से आपको बहुत सारी वीडियोस, बहुत सारी वॉच पार्टी और बहुत सारा गेम प्ले देखने को मिलता रहेगा. नाइस.
Toy with some different ideas. Now, Nongshim's strategy here today continues
G2 अपने बोनस पे है.
Gamble stack.
Just stack up.
Just gamble.
Going for it again. Maybe a push in the mid. Flash out, but now the lean back over to A, where it's just RB alone.
Boys, we're in Paris, not Monaco.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going for here. Throwing the check. G2 free to scale. Swing of the elbow. Nothing there. No one home. Nongshim now getting ready to have the bad news. Hear the sprint forward from Baby Bang, and RB just has to try to stay tucked back.
G2 को साइट मिल चुकी है. अब रीटेक करना कितना इजी रहेगा, लेट्स सी. ये बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन पे है वो फ्रेंड, बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन पे. और ये डम भी गया. अरे वो 2v4.
Ball fully connecting with a swing a little bit late.
Oh, nice. 2v2.
AG.AL protected at least for the moment as Jogamo gets this into a 1v1. Ivy sprinting, tapping, the swing coming out.
Whoa, nice.
Jogamo does it again.
Nice round, nice round, nice round. 2v4 निकाल दिया उन्होंने. वो फ्लैश होने के बाद भी उसने 2 निकाल दिए.
Looking significantly improved on Breeze.
Oh, and a huge glow up on the KO for Jog. His flashes have been really, really good, but the gunplay has been even better today for him. He looks so comfy on the KO.
I mean, at its peak, it's a 2v5. It's just Valen and Joel.
Yeah.
Earphones खिंच गए.
Yeah.
Bails
I thought the round was done.
17, 9, and 5. Looking untouchable right now on this KO. And G2, they want to try to up the pace. Not going to go for the more precautionary play against the Thrifty. That could cost them everything.
Ooh.
Able to stabilize and take down Dambi. RB had been tagged up, but that's going to be a couple weapons now recoverable. At least the one passed over. Trying to assess where they want this to go. They will leave it.
3v4 जिसमें कि हार्बर आरबी जो है वो बहुत लो है. 40 HP के आसपास है. 30 HP. भाई लीफ का है. लीफ का राउंड है. लीफ का राउंड है. लीफ का राउंड है.
Position now known off the drone. Cosmic Divide going to be called in, and Ivy dead moments before that wall gets lifted up.
Oh,
Leaf on this backstab could be monstrous. Jump through. Valen just dancing around this. He's able to find Francis in there.
Oh, nicely.
X-Ross hearing the footsteps.
2v1. अरे नहीं.
Takes down Jogamo, but nothing more to be.
नहीं होगा, डिफ नहीं होगा. नाइस राउंड, नाइस राउंड. भाई लीफ ने निकाल दिया राउंड.
One player surviving. They're still now.
लीफ ने जो रोटेशन दिखाई है बैक से.
This is a very different G2 in a lot of ways. They're being so aggressive post-plant, willing to take some risks, willing to make fast counter moves. Now this time Nongshim on this eco Does something that you see all the time. Turns up the tempo.
Oh, nice.
Tries to go for the big swarm. Nongshim actually going to take a timeout. Finally, someone does.
भाई 4 राउंड उसने अपने अटैकिंग में निकाल दिए G2 ने बैक टू बैक 4 राउंड
certainly Silkenon wants to talk about, and I imagine this is probably something like, yo, let's go back to the game.
उन्हें कुछ ना कुछ तो अपने कुछ स्ट्रेटजीज चेंज करनी पड़ेगी अब एनएस को G2 के लिए बहुत इजी हो रहा है, बहुत मतलब स्मूथली कर रहे हैं वो राउंड्स को निकाल रहे हैं.
Everybody else over towards A, and maybe somewhere a floating player out there like FynTrix.
One of the things that they've started leaning into more with Dambi in particular is using that operator, but they've not gone for it yet, and they also haven't had very many opportunities to try to get one online.
No. I think it still isn't fully comfortable for them and for him. I mean, as good as he was with it the other day, it's still not something he's...
Well, I mentioned it. They have it now.
Yeah. I figured it'd be coming here in this round. But I think it's hard on the attacker side, too. Like, you want Dambi to just be getting in their faces.
Oh, on that side, sure.
Yeah. But here, this is the first time they've had money for it.
Let's see if he's going to be able to find value, because for now, G2 completely avoiding it. They are going to go into the heavier stack side of this map.
Like some of this from G2, they've thrown up a bunch of smokes in mid to try to deny info over to Nongshim, but Nongshim went 3-2 from the get-go.
Oh, well. Hell of a shot from FynTrix to start things off. Shuts down Baby Bay right as the null command comes through. To clear a neutral win as FynTrix is going to be further spotted out. Fragment over to backside. Another going to be layered in. For those flashes at back pillar, Ivy gonna hold his own, but X-Ross getting the spot out. Relays that over immediately. And Dambi will be able to find value. Catches Leaf on that deep lurk. G2 for now. Looking to be held at bay, especially as RB does that. Cleans him up. It's just X-Ross killed through the ult. Still on board for a flawless, which would be a huge way to jumpstart their economy. Get them back into this game, and yep, RB will be able to find the third and final. So flawless round confirmed. Nongshim, once again, just one round behind G2.
Yeah, the op really doesn't mean much of this round. It's more that Nongshim just sticks to their early round read, the 3-2 setup, and a really nice opening shot from FynTrix to take down Baby Bay. That's so much of that entry power denied. You need that Neon on these executes. And to have him just be instantly headshot, that slows you down so much, because you know that snake bite and some of the other util is going to be following. And it's just going to be so much harder for you to make entry. You're only running the single duelist. As G2, Nongshim runs double. They have like an extra layer if they lose one of those two. As you as G2 don't really have the same comfort. We're going to try again, though, a little bit faster this time.
Two players on the side of the side. The drop down from Baby.
मिल गई साइड मिल गई है. थोड़ा सा केयरफुल रहना पड़ेगा यहाँ से, ये दो को निकालना पड़ेगा. एक तो बहुत लो है. वो नाइस. नहीं. नाइस कवर.
All alone now. A 1v3. 6 bullets remaining. Now down to 5.
अरे वो
the timing on that catch. He managed to make it happen. Gets the reload and swing out.
Nice round.
The headshot. G2 get a thrifty, staving off Nongshim once again as they reach double digits.
This is all Valen for me, and it's the play call at the beginning of the round. We're just going to turn up the tempo. They're not going to be ready for the fast B hit. It's the last thing they're going to expect based on all the conditioning we've shown so far. It's like we're either going A or we're doing a delayed hit B. This time, they just turn on the jets. Well, sort of. They go in there quick, I should say. Get some space, have a good flash to clear the back of that space. RB almost plays spoiler.
Oh boy, this is a glass cannon. Damage about the peek in the mid.
Well,
all of G2 are there, and he cannot find the shot. Jogomo taking him down. Baby Bay, however, not going to be clearing the corner. Suspecting that op is going to be playing alone. Curveball out, but Jogomo just dances back up behind the door. Is able to dodge that out. FynTrix will have it on the trade with that Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, Ivy out of the cannons. Valen going to be taken down, and so far the crunch looks decent, but then they overstep. RB's pushing past his own wall.
It's a tough read now for G2. Cleared so many players. You're like, is this actually free? It is not.
Francis needs to win that one. He's going to win them both. Leaf and Trent will get taken down. The op can be recovered. And Nongshim will spare their blushes a bit. It still ended up being a bit of a...
भैया एनएस ने कैसे निकाला ये राउंड?
He scraped by with the round win. One away from tying it
कुछ
up.
मिस कर दिया मैंने?
I think doubling down on the
अच्छा, उन्होंने अग्रेस किया. मिड से अग्रेस किया उसने पूरा.
But then Baby Bay doesn't fully clear the corner. I think there's a little bit of confusion because of that. He checked it, but he didn't look far enough to his right to really confirm. It cost them quite a bit in that round. Baby Bay will cut funds for that overdrive. I'm gonna mention he picked it up in the previous.
बेबी पे क्यों है? अच्छा अल्ट है उसके पास इसलिए.
Sending it now. Not spotting anything. Francis, sends out a shot. Might have been a bit of a misclick there either way. It's a drone and will have that neon rerouted. Meanwhile, Ivy trying to hold forward with a full blind. Going to be connecting as he backpedals away. Gets that snake bite out. It's still going to be 2 kills going over to G2.
चलो 3v4 है 3v4 है. इसे मार. अरे नहीं. बेबी पे निकालना पड़ेगा ये वाला. नाइस प्ले, नाइस नाइस. ओह मैन, डाम्बी को निकाल दिया उसने.
Huge shot there from Baby.
कैसे डाम्बी को इतना इजीली कैसे?
Very well, may have saved the round.
I think if you're G2, messing the pit here even might be good enough to go for. You still are going to have 3 more ultimates to work with going into the next round.
Yeah, I think it's pretty worth. They're just so scared. They have no idea where Xros went.
I mean, I don't know if they've seen him at all. He's got a full util.
No, I don't. I think he was on the other side of the map the whole time.
He's going to be looking for a backstab. Can spot out any of these players in transit towards A. Then used to think this is going to be B.
I mean, I think
जल्दी प्लान करना पड़ेगा.
Most importantly, because you don't know where he is. Give you that extra layer of safety. Beautiful. Love it.
Yep, and they also gamble on the right side of the pillar. Backside plant.
Nice.
To make this nigh impossible for Xros.
अरे इसके पास सारी यूटिल्स हैं अपनी.
Really now he has a bit of a quandary. You just save the op, you try to play it out. He's going to try to play this.
गया गया. वो कैसे? वो एक्सरॉस ने क्या निकाला है?
What a monster! What a hero for Nongshim!
Oh man.
As Xros.
उसको कुछ नहीं यूज करना पड़ा, कोई यूटिल नहीं.
10 to 10.
That is unbelievable. The youngster for Nongshim.
Man.
Absolutely crushing.
बहुत अच्छा निकाला उसने.
There in that moment. They had a real chance. There's a nice little execute, able to get that extra little off angle created. You know, Baby Bay swinging in from mid opens up a lot of space. It's going to drag a gun. I mean, just disgusting. Just disgusting. I don't know how I feel about leaving the pit there, but...
Oh, 10 all हो गए.
I mean, he did hit a crazy good shot. You have to kind of tip your cap on that one.
That is just unbelievable. So into the immediate timeout call. A round like that, it could be just soul-crushing if you're G2. Because, yeah, you leave the pit, but you're also you're playing it in those circumstances as well as you can. You're double-stacking the angle and making sure that you're not giving him really, I mean, what you think is going to be, you know, a 1v1.
Right.
You're playing against that, but somehow, some way, Xros, he manages to separate him.
Yeah, I mean, they just hit that timing where they're close enough to the corner that he can isolate that fight. And so it's just, yeah, it's tough. That's, you know, when you take a risk like that, you think you're going to catch your opponent off guard, but maybe just took a little bit too long. I think they maybe expected Xros to be to the site a little bit faster, in fact, and that they maybe could catch him, like, as that pit is dropping, him trying to scramble to figure things out. Goes that no command for Jogamo. He's in mid. He's just kind of...
लगता है तो एग्रेस करेंगे.
Menacingly.
Yeah. Real scary. I'm scared.
Cosmic Divide now to be called in. Dambi has the backpedal, give up the space, give up the sight. 5v5 retake attempt, and Trent should be able to get into a disconnected position to utilize his Hunter's Fury.
एक को मिड देखना पड़ेगा.
Yeah, this should be a tough round here for Nongshim.
Leave Just on the other side of this, ready to try
ये निकालना पड़ेगा, ये निकालना पड़ेगा.
Ivy, however,
उसने देखा नहीं, मिस कर दिया.
pushing forward.
Oh boy.
And Leaf not
नहीं.
on him at all. This is now a huge backstab opportunity for Ivy. I'm just going to be quickly cleared out. It's under the side, baby bait. Rerouting. Ivy still circling closer and closer to these players over at main. Valen, however, still going to be able to find one. France is going to be taken down. Leaf watching for this flank. Meanwhile, the rest of the team still.
Oh नहीं बे.
Ivy can find the one, but now he's
अच्छा आईवी बचा है, सिर्फ आईवी बचा है, आईवी बचा है, बस 3v1 है, 3v1.
rotates out to try to hold on to this gun.
अरे
Will fall to his hand, but G2 win the round, regain the lead.
Well, this is exactly one of the rounds that you love to see from G2. I talked about it earlier. Just that traditional on-site crossfire setup post-plant. Yes, they're watching for the late lurk and things like that, so they're hanging some players out in their spawn a little bit longer to linger. But that is so well executed, and Jog continues to thrive. 25 and 15 on the KO. Huge glow up for him today. The difference maker right now here for G2 for sure. And you put Nongshim on another weak bye. It's going to be one rifle in Ivy's hands. He keeps it over. Two, since Exros has a Guardian. They're going to go for a three-man slow creep out of A main. Two towards mid. G2 curious about where exactly Nongshim's going to try to cheat on the map a little bit to take space. And they don't see it over at elbow, but a quick pivot. Sure. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that...
oh.
Still deadly. Still a lot of work to do. On the backside, Jogamo.
बॉक्स पे चढ़ के मार सकता है वो.
They have no idea that he's made it this deep, and now they find out in the worst way possible.
अरे नहीं.
Quick to trade it back. Finds that kill still operating alone though, and it's
Nice 3v3.
Front of sight, take him down. I don't think he got the confirmation on Leaf as well in mid. Gonna be down to X-Ross, who's about to swing this corner with the peek in towards elbow. Just trying to be so cognizant.
देख लिया. Nice. पीछे ध्यान दे. अरे oh.
Able to find that kill, gets it back into a 2v2.
गन मिल गया डाम्बी को.
Chucked in, pushing into the fast lane, making sure that he is not scaling forward. All this to try to play in RB, but Trent watching has him covered. And
Nice, man. Nice round, G2, nice round.
A 3K for the Sova, 12 to 10. G2 just need one more to take down Nongshim on Nongshim's map pick.
The thing I love about G2 is that they always give you a different look, round over round. It's so rare that you're going to see them kind of do the same thing twice and a half, unless, you know, they've conditioned their opponent that they can double down on that. This one, a quick check up elbow, and then a push in towards the front of B. Almost, though, Ivy goes crazy. He got unspotted by the Sova utility initially, but that allowed Jogamo to sneak in the back. Ivy this time says, okay, I'm kind of sick of you guys doing this on my site. This is a Viper's Pit for you. Do what you want, but for now, G2's looking, again, for more aggression from Nongshim, looking for that scaling, want to be better safe than sorry here in this round. Anything really on the map is Star over at Double Doors in mid, right in front of X-Ross there. That doesn't tell you much. They're pretty much going to perma put that smoke down. I think the Poison Cloud is in mid too there, potentially. Trent. Throws the dart. You're not going to get any contact off of that. So Leaf can at least hold the line here. Now you can start to establish your presence a little bit as G2. Take a little bit of map control, start to work things out.
Oh.
What a pick for Danby, though.
Yeah, long range with that Phantom. Took a couple bursts, but eventually he's able to find that. Both now situated RB. In front of the Viper wall, trying to see if he can spot out anything at the same time. This drone forward into the pit. Just trying to sell a bit of a fake. RB trying to find
Oh, nice.
Cannot find the shot. Jogamo again, the one to deliver.
ये निकाल सकता है. Nice.
Never rotated.
डाम भी आ गया. डाम भी गया.
Taken out of the equation. X-Ross and Francis having to do it all in a 2v4.
Oh man, 4v1. 4v1. नहीं. Oh, nice. X-Ross ने निकाला था भाई. वो राउंड भी निकाला था X-Ross ने.
fire, but on the swing,
Nice round.
the fight and takes his life. 13 to 10.
Nice for G2.
Massive
Yes.
rebound, G2. They did their homework. They were prepared
Nice.
for Nongshim to go back to Breeze.
And it's really on that defender's side where they made some really nice adjustments to get some rounds, to get some big rounds. Getting up to 5, they win both pistols, that's huge too. But it's all in the preparation. I mean, you could see it right from that first pistol round where they took
अच्छा निकाला G2 ने, बहुत अच्छा निकाला round.
No idea they were going to be there and it devastated them.
बट डाम्बी का जो प्ले है, एक्चुअल प्ले जो देखा है मैंने, मतलब वैसा मुझे देखने को मिला नहीं आज के इस मैच में तो मुझे देखने को नहीं मिला. होपफुली नेक्स्ट मैच में हमें डाम्बी का प्ले देखने को मिलेगा. भाई मैंने उसको क्या क्लचेस करते हुए देखा है नियॉन से, समझ नहीं आया, या ब्रीज मैप की वजह से ऐसा कुछ था. बट चलो कोई नहीं, नेक्स्ट मैच में हो सकता है हमें डाम्बी का और अच्छा और इंटेंस गेम प्ले देखने को मिलेगा. We hope for this. Yes.
They stick it out. It was a very, very close series of back and forth, but ultimately goes the way of G2, and they are up 1-0 and one match away of making it an all-Western affair in the playoffs of EWC 2026. Welcome back, Kukuka. And big time on that last one, and big time, you just winced there at the very end as RB on the harbor, holding down the site, just gets a little too curious, a little too greedy to get information, gets picked, then the site's wide open, no harbor for retake. And that seemed to be a problem that was happening on rounds that Nongshim were losing.
I mean, like, that's the one thing you can't do on harbor, is you can't die before that spike is getting planted. We did see them play that A retake a couple of times, and I think G2 had the answers, but I do want to echo just what Paperthin was saying. I think that first half is where G2 really showed improvements. I loved it that they came out of the gate swinging. They fought for A main. They listened to me. You're welcome, G2. That's all me. They fought in A main. They used that Astra stuff well to be able to condition Nongshim. Nongshim managed to recover that pretty decently as well overall, but ultimately it's just not good enough here for the Nongshim squad. They let it slip far too much in my mind.
Well, thank you for what you did for your region.
Yep.
To me, it was
sending them home.
Yeah. Just send them home. Send them home. But I love to see also that Jogama was unleashed the way that he was.
Yeah.
Today, it's not only having the balls for going for these duels. I think that he was much more right into where to use the utility and where to actually be a surprise for Nongshim. Not only that, shutting down Dambi was one of the main keys for G2 to actually get this map on the board for them, and that is something that they definitely achieved. Do not get me wrong, it did go the distance and it wasn't perfect, but it is so good to see that in just 3 showings, the phase that we're seeing from G2 goes from that loss to this win, because it's only been a few days.
That's the thing for me. I don't think this was terrible for Nongshim. I think they still had good ideas, and the execution, you know, it wasn't perfect, but it was still solid. I think they lose both pistols. They lose a bonus. They can't get momentum in the game, and that is backbreaking. But I do think it's G2 that showed dramatic improvement on this map to get the win now. But as we're going to move across the sunset, I need to see Nongshim find the same level of answer, or they will be going home. They couldn't get it done here on their map pick.
I think that they also learned what positions to play and how to take advantage of them, how to surprise them. Leaf and Valen on the defense, amazing the way that they were playing, the way the Valen was trying to read them time and time again. Very good showing from G2. We said we expect this series to go the distance, but that was kind of accounting for Nongshim getting this first map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I kind of feel like they needed this into the series. It's hard to know, but it's going to have to go the distance, and they need something better on Sunset.
Yeah, just speaking about this Breeze one more time on G2 side. This is that unique composition that they pulled out earlier in the tournament. They had the second match to try it again, see if they were switching. They did not. They stuck to their guns, and Jogamo leading the line here for G2, 27-16, the only player to hit 20 plus kills in the round. It was just a very, very solid showing from him, given the fact that he's the one flexing the agent.
Yeah, he's got that dog. What are you saying? He's jogging well. He's got it. He's always had it.
Yeah, look, we got to give him his flowers. We criticized him when we first saw him play this KO. We said, "Is this the right
just because,
call?"
but the reason why we criticize him is because like we know he's so good and he can be such a big win condition that you will want to do anything for him to be comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I think he proved those doubts wrong. He proved that he is able to hit that same level of performance on that KO. We heard from Baby Bay in the interview, and they said the reason we went for this is because he's so good on that Phoenix. So I think a lot of it was about letting him be a little bit more aggressive. They don't want him to be this incredibly supportive KO, and I feel like when he puts himself first into those positions to take the fights, he can definitely win them, as we saw this game.
That was your STC replay from map number 1. Breeze going the way of G2 and Kakuka. We have to talk about it now because it's one win away, potentially a full Western playoffs. Like, that just seems like wrong. That just seems wrong here in terms of Valorant.
Yeah, we've had such a variety of teams all throughout the tournaments that we have had. China, Pacific, but if G2, as you're saying, is to win this next map, it will only be 4 teams from EMEA and 4 teams from Americas making it into playoffs. So as you're saying, it would feel very little Valorant in 2026.
Yeah, look, it's abnormal. In Valorant, we're used to seeing a lot of regional parity. The top 4 at Masters London, 1 from each region, but that would not be the case here at EWC.
All right, well, we'll find out if that's the case or if Nongshim can bite back not only for Pacific, but for the rest of the world. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Back to Sunset we go in this rematch of day number 1, but G2 are up 1-0 over Nongshim. The last time these two teams played, it was a 13-7 victory here for G2 to extend it to map number 3. If they do it now, they punch their ticket to playoffs here at EWC 2026. Kakuka and Big Time here for you to break things down as we move on over to that Sunset.
Yeah, and in that Sunset, there is something to be very excited about, and it's the composition that G2 played the other day, having the Neon, the Sage, and the Chamber.
Yeah.
We were theory crafting about what we wanted to see, and funny enough, we got everything that we wanted. Incredibly abrasive, from the defense, those two extremities with so much pressure, and a Juggernaut that is free to roam around the map.
I think G2 excelled on this map. Like I say, I agree. I loved their composition, and I loved how they played it. They're a very smart team. They've always been good at Sunset. So I love that they were ready to pick it coming into this tournament. But on the flip side for Nongshim looked woefully underprepared on this map in my mind. Definitely felt like they didn't have the reps, and they didn't have the read. But we have just seen how much G2 were able to dismantle them on Breeze, given time to make that read and make the appropriate adjustments. I need to see that come in from Nongshim. I need to see good, smart coaching. I need to see clear game plans to be able to deal with Juggernaut and shut it down. And to be honest, I wouldn't be against a comp swap. We also saw Nongshim run the Sage. I love the Sage, don't get me wrong, but it didn't suit the team. It was X-Ross playing it. I think he had 8 kills across the game and very, very little impact with that utility.
It was also the Cypher as well. Sage, Cypher, those were 2 different ones there. I think Sage was being ran by G2. Cypher was the one that was
Baby
different.
base just too good, man.
See what it's like.
Just too good. Baby base just too good. That's exactly what's gonna happen. To me, Morgan, you have to sell this to me. If there is any hope for Nongshim, how do they turn this around? Because now that we've actually put it into words and we've put it as in for EMEA, for Americas, maybe I don't want G2 to win because that sounds kind of boring. Like, what is people going to say? That is not good news, especially, and jokes aside, especially coming into next year and how things are going to work.
Yeah.
EMEA and Americas and top, and that's it. Come on, guys. We don't want that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I for sure don't want that. I know that this Nongshim team is capable of so much more. This is the team that lifted a trophy. They went to Santiago. They went flawless.
No, but you need to sell it to me now. I know what they're capable of.
I'm building into it.
Yeah,
I'm building into it.
Yeah, but
what
I've
they're
heard this
capable
story.
of is Dambi going crazy on the Neon. Sunset is a fantastic Neon map. I want to see him bring it out. If they do bring out that Sage, I want X-Ross to be very, very aggressive. He has the capability to do it. When I felt him play it before, he was too far back. He wasn't getting in the mixer enough, but that's where he's at his best. On the FynTrix, for example, he was great in the last map. He was the bright star for Nongshim.
You say that you want X-Ross to be extra aggressive. Do you feel like sometimes Dambi is a little bit lonely?
He can
on
be.
On the tip of the spear.
He can be for sure. But I mean, I don't mind it if they swap away from it. If they want to go solo duelist, this is a team that can do that as well. When Nongshim were in the come-up, cast your mind back to 2024, it was a lot of breach, it was a lot of supporting utility, and Dambi getting it done himself. So Dambi, please, if you can hear me, come on, man. Keep the region alive. I need you.
I just still can't believe that you just heel-turned after giving him so much stick for being a bad friend and not supporting our former caster teammate here in Baby Bay. You had the jersey out earlier, and now you're just playing both sides.
I am so full of it. Everybody that knows me knows that I support no team. Like, I support everyone. I support whomever wins. I like the underdog stories, and I just support good Valorant. I have no horse in this race. I want the better team to win.
Wait, did you just hear what she said? She said,
that's how I managed to live my life.
And
you know
who
how
also
intense
wins.
I am. Could you imagine if I was actually a fan of a team? Can you actually imagine?
That's a good point.
I mean, we saw it with España, who won their World Cup.
And you will keep seeing
as we get ourselves into map number 2 here in our final Group C decider. Win and move on for G2. Lose and go home for Nongshim RedForce.
Okay, so this
is breach. Do you want to defend yourself?
It's a very, very different composition coming out from Nongshim. They're swapping back to an old school style that this Nongshim team ran way, way back in the day. When I remember playing this team in 2024, this was the kind of thing they would do. Dambi was that solo Neon, and he was heavily set up by smart.
भाई सेकंड मैच में कुछ नया देखने को मिला है. बेबी बे नियॉन नहीं खेल रहा है, जॉगेमो नियॉन खेल रहा है. वाओ, चलो एक नया कुछ देखने को मिलेगा इसमें. Sage, Omen, Sky, Chamber, Breach, nice pick. Breach अच्छा pick है इसमें.
So many risky positions as well. There were so many moments where any gap was filled by G2 and even making them even more aggressive from the defense. I wonder if Francis being on the breach is going to be enough. There is a lot of stunts, as you're saying. There is a lot of utility to force Chamber out of those angles, to not give Jogemo that much freedom. But I will say, Trent did play super, and I mean super well on this map with Sky.
He did. He's very, very good at it.
By the way, इस बार देखा जाए G2 के पास तो 2 हीलर्स हैं उसके पास, सेज और स्काई 2 हीलर्स हैं.
It's growing. I'm believing.
कुछ ना कुछ तो उससे प्लस पॉइंट है उसके पास, G2 के पास इस बार। बाकी मैच में देखते हैं वो किस तरीके से उसको यूटिलाइज करते हैं दोनों प्लेयर्स को अपने।
And G2 have fought off the phantoms of failure on the international stage by defeating XLG earlier and trying to do it one more time here against Nongshim RedForce. It's map number 2 and match point for G2. Let's see what Nongshim have something to say about it as we send it on over to Kilios and Paper Thin.
It can all come down to this. Sunset has to be where Nongshim grab this series by the horns and take it into their own hands. They have to find this win, something that they failed to do versus G2 in the last outing. A change of the composition, back to very old flavors.
Yeah.
Is that going to be enough?
Great question. You know, you kind of hope here as Nongshim that the map doesn't live up to its name for you at EWC, that this isn't going to be where you say
दूसरी आईडी से लॉगिन कर,
but there's still a hope. I mean, I
इससे
talked about it even
लॉग
during
आउट करके
Breeze
दूसरी
because
वाली
it
आईडी
was
से
already
लॉगिन
on
करके
my
फिर
mind that I need to see a different comp from Nongshim on Sunset. Did not like what
अरे गाड़ियाँ चल रही है सनसेट में तो।
I think this is not only more in their wheelhouse, but I think suits going up against G2's style better. The desk was doing a great job of laying that out for you all, keeping the chamber uncomfortable. I think as well, having a little bit of extra oomph to kind of fight Trent Sky. There wasn't much that Nongshim had in the bag with their previous comp that could keep the Sky off balance, that could, you know, kind of have a counter punch against the Sky Flashes when they're coming your way. Now you've got that breach to allow for that fault line. You've got the fade that you could throw some prowlers out, throw a haunt out to slow down G2 behind that Sky util. So a lot to keep in mind. Pretty aggressive here off the rip. Dombi though, let's take a little bit of a pause and they're going to be diligent about clearing some of these corners. Smoke.
G2 डिफेंड कर रहे हैं अभी और NS को अटैक करना है।
Let's give them a little bit of space, allowing Baby Bay to push forward, but I think he heard or spotted Ivy, one of the two. He's on the hunt.
A साइड पे उन्होंने एंट्री ले ली, A साइड पे आ गए हैं वो।
Widely empty here from G2. Paranoia going to be sent through.
चैम्बर और चैम्बर को साइफर निकालना पड़ेगा नहीं।
Get that kill on Ivy on that flank. Will take him down to 9 HP, but cannot finish the job. Ivy moves over to safety. Ivy now can slowly start to rescale. Get this space back, but how much impact is he going to be able to have is the question. Has that ghost for the team? For now, it's a hell of a lot of poke and prod, looking for some kills.
Very nice.
First one to fall, Francis.
Whoa!
Thereafter, but RB rushing forward, classic in hand, is able to find two. Ivy now. Swing around the back as it's just Baby Bay remaining. Two bullets in the head. Hunter.
अरे यार, शॉट मिस हुए। नाइस प्ले NS, नाइस राउंड।
Yeah, RB just sending it in there. Just going for the right clicks.
वो चारों का एक साइड पे होना थोड़ा सा मुझे लगा कि नहीं होना चाहिए था, उनको अलग अलग।
I'm gonna just see if I can use that to my advantage.
नहीं।
That is exactly what happened. It was very, very nice from him. Some good ideas from G2 here, but the fact that Baby Bay not able to get that kill onto Ivy leaves him at 9 HP, means that he has to wrap all the way back in through Link instead of trying to come through their spawn or something like that to keep Nongshim guessing a little bit.
वो
Goes for the early shot, does not connect. Flash there, make it a little bit more difficult for him, and away we go. Nongshim should have somewhat easy access to the site, but actually something's got them thinking otherwise.
Clear that trip. Ivy now to scale forward. Will miss his timing on Leaf.
ओ थोड़ी सी टाइमिंग की गड़बड़। लीफ को पीछे देखना पड़ेगा। और ओ नाइस।
Gets that backstab. The Marshal now going to be recovered. Taking into hand, but Spike is planted. Pot shots flying through. Nongshim need this one to be clean. They could not do in that previous map. Just riding in alongside the smoke. X Ross able to find one. Jogamo going to be struck down on that approach in domain. Time starting to tick away as Downbeat will be able to find the two at the back of sight. Francis cleans up lead.
Nice round win. NS.
Marshall going to be carried over. All the key weaponry retained. Nongshim find the 2-0 start.
Yeah, they're able to eventually suss out the correct read. Sure, there's the Sky Flash in the mid. Gets you the kill. That's really all there was there for G2. We're looking to maybe get that early head hunter kill and try to use that to scale into some success. Let Baby Bay go for those quick one and done peeks. Just wasn't able to connect really, but it's that early util from Nongshim that keeps him a little bit off balance, makes him maybe pull the trigger a little bit sooner than he'd like. Only gonna have one bullet in the headhunter here. Got the outlaw though.
Oh, fully blinded up. Stuck behind that box, and Dambi able to wall bang him down. The shot from Baby Bay not going to be connecting as Dambi's able to find a second. Trent going to be eliminated now. Ground into the corner, trying to hold his own. The right click will get some damage, but it's far from a kill. Nongshim are everywhere they need to be, as they will be converting this bonus. 3-0 start for them on Sunset. Perhaps this just means both teams took their time to prep for their opponent's map pick, suspecting that this draft was going to end up being very similar to the previous.
I think you're exactly right. Fully agree. Leaf trying to skirt between Nongshim players. Very precarious position.
AG.AL hearing the whole of this noise that Dambi is making, and he should have Ivy falling into his trap. Takes a quick little second to readjust now. Turns his sights back over and catches Dambi in midair. Good damage found from Leaf, but still a bonus converted for Nongshim as they start building up this economy.
I wouldn't be too surprised if Josh rips a timeout here, or very soon. You got to talk about some of these setups and how they have counters to maybe some of the set plays you have where they didn't before, right? They've got flashes, they've got the breach in there this time, so that quick hit that Jogamo wants to make there, that slide behind the box outside of B main, isn't going to work this time because there's so much they can actually throw back at you, whereas before they didn't have nearly as much. They had like a paranoia. It wasn't much.
Looks like for now we'll just be tabling it until the next rifle buy. Now a bit of a attempt with that carried over Hero Vandal in the hands of Leaf. One charge away from having that res online as Ivy's going to be spotted nice and early. Jumps back across in the tiles to safety. Meanwhile, the exec getting ready to come through on the A site. Allen going to be forced away. Pop flash going to be sent in. They try to hound down Dambi, and they will be able to do so. Leaf onto the one. Trent with another. X-Ross is dead, and RB can only find one. Jogamo picks up the Phantom, puts it to use, and it's a thrifty for G2 to get their first round win. And if you're Josh RT, if you were considering that timeout, you're not doing it anymore.
Nope, definitely not. Nope, don't need to. They just had to be a little bit patient. Play for the retake, get a great flash to go, a good paranoia there too. Hitting them from both sides there, a G2. Really nice. I mean, Nongshim never even had a chance to react. Francis had a rolling thunder, no opportunity to use it. They just get smothered out of that round. It's kind of curious if Baby Bay was going to go for the op here. Had enough money for it. Opts to just hang on to the rifle for now. Since he had been cutting funds, I've been keeping track of his headhunter bullets. That's what kind of had my interest peaked. Still only at 2, but was for the Phantom this round. Maybe just since he scooped a gun up off the ground. They pass one over. Oh, RB though through the smoke.
I'll give it a bit of a freebie there. Trent dead. He was one of the big reasons why they were able to get that thrifty over across the board with that pop flash through the smoke. Not going to be the safest res ever, but still are going to be going for this one as Relay Bolt's going to be sent through, and Jogamo sliding across. Does manage to take down RB, but the trade is going to be there. But back into a 4v4 as the Rolling Thunder will crash across, connecting on the 2, but the wall has them contained. Flash out, Dambi widely avoiding that, turns back, and how has Valen not gotten that kill? Should have had him absolutely screwed, but the cleanup is still looking decent. Leaf and Trent trying to pilot this one together. Trent able to find that elimination. Ivy now getting ready to swing, striking, and knocks them both out.
You forget.
It is a clutch for Nongshim to maintain a 3-round lead.
There's actually so much to talk about in this round, but it all happened so fast. There's the Rolling Thunder, there's the res, there's the cover of the res with the neon slide, there's the wall.
And
to block in this entry to set G2.
अरे I thought मेरा mic on है.
Last minute
गड़बड़ हो गया.
A wrong guess on which
चलो thanks buddy. अपने भाई आके बताते हैं क्या कमी है. Nice, thank you so much.
Tough to read in that situation.
मैं तब से बोल रहा हूँ, मुझे अब बता लगा है कि मेरा माइक ही ऑफ है.
Flashed up. Doesn't want to continue there.
और कैसे हो एस्ट्रो भाई, कैसे हो, क्या हालचाल? कल चैट में नहीं देखने को मिले भाई, ऐसा क्यों? आज भी इतना लेट? भाई MIBR के लिए चल रही है चीजें, MIBR। वो तो मैच भी खत्म हो गया है, तो मैच भी खत्म हो गया। तब से बात कर रहा हूँ, आज नहीं आ रहा, क्यों? क्यों? नाइस। डाम्बी को रोकना पड़ेगा। डाम्बी लो है, ठीक है। एक G2 के पास प्लस पॉइंट है कि उनके पास 2 हीलर्स हैं। ये गया, ये गया, नाइस। अरे इसे निकल, ओ ओ ओ, गया ओमन, गया गया, नाइस। वो मैन, अच्छा मारा। कल एग्जाम है, अरे तो क्या हो गया, एग्जाम में तो तैयारी यार। अब मुझे बताओ, इतने दिन मिले, इतना टाइम मिला, पूरा दिन होता है, अब उसमें तैयारी नहीं हुई है? मतलब रात को 2 घंटे में तैयारी हो जाएगी सारी? ये क्या बात हुई? ये क्या बात हुई? ठीक है ये चीज, ठीक है क्या ये चीज? नहीं है, बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है, गड़बड़ है, बहुत गड़बड़ है, बहुत गड़बड़ मामला है।
Pretty similar thoughts here early. Little bit of extra help towards B this round though. They want to put Leaf over there, sensing
एक निकालना पड़ेगा, एक निकालना पड़ेगा। डाम्बी गया, डाम्बी गया, डाम्बी। अरे उसने ब्लाइंड किया बे, टीपी मार लिया। ओ नाइस। कल हो जाए तो चिल, अरे सब हो जाएगा, कुछ नहीं होता 2 घंटे में यार। व्हाट वो मैन, नियॉन। G2 वापस फॉर्म में आ रही है।
Now they're one away from trying to tie things up.
You know, what's funny is in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you know, Valen doesn't have a smoke. That's kind of a tricky crossfire. You might lose a couple players here as G2, and then he just shows up with the Phantom and answers the problem. Just absolutely great stuff from him.
अगर ये राउंड और G2 ने निकाल लिया तो फिर तो देखो, फिर तो टाइम आउट लेना पड़ेगा NS को। हाँ 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 हाँ, सही कर रहे हैं। ए पे थोड़ा सा आगे जाओ। अब ये मिड कर सकते हैं ना फिर। ओ नाइस।
Prowler didn't catch him. They went and thought that maybe they could do a little bit of peeking.
डाम्बी आ गया, डाम्बी आ गया, डाम्बी को निकालना पड़ेगा। कल जल्दी आना, प्रैक्टिस मैच है कल का। एक बार मुझे देखना पड़ेगा इसमें क्या शेड्यूल है EWC का, फिर करते हैं। गया साइफर, गया साइफर, गया साइफर, गया। ओ अरे भाई क्या मारा उसने स्विंग। साइड एंट्री मिल गई है। 3v4 है, 3v4। नाइस।
As Overdrive is going to be popped, slide into the
Oh.
collecting the first. Trent able to find two, but now Leaf going to be noted. The camera set up from Ivy. Spotting him out on this approach. And against that quandary.
लीफ क्लच कर सकता है, 1v2 कर सकता है लीफ.
Go back, recover the operator. Do you try to play this out? A caliber of Leaf's player, the player of Leaf's caliber, absolutely possible.
नीचे उसको मार.
One work. He's gonna have to find them pretty damn soon. Now knows where they all are. Ring around the rosy here with Francis. Running low on bullets, so just 4 remaining left in this mag. The time being played. He's out.
Oh man, almost था. Almost था. फ्रांसिस अच्छा खेला भाई, अच्छा खेला. उसने अच्छा होल्ड किया. नाइस. आप क्या वो कीबोर्ड ले रहे हो? एक बार मंगवा लो पहले, एक बार ट्राई करो उसका. ठीक है, एक तो हम होता है कि YouTube से हमने देखी उस चीज के बारे में और फिर हमने परचेज कर लिया. एक लाइव हम कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, एक बार चेक करके फिर मुझे बताओ, फिर मैं लेता हूँ उसको. लेना है बट यार बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है मुझे मेरे कीबोर्ड से ना. वो W का बटन जो मेरा गड़बड़ कर रहा है ना, वो समझ नहीं आ रहा, पता नहीं किस वजह से. हाँ, टाइम आउट. G2 ने ले लिया. अगर G2 जीतती तो NS को लेना पड़ता. अब NS जीत गया तो G2 को ऑब्वियसली लेना ही पड़ा. 3 अल्ट है G2 के पास. पता क्या होता है, एक तो ये होता है ना कि चलो किसी अपने ट्रस्ट वाले बंदे ने किसी ने यूज किया वो चीज, तो वो उसका रियल रिव्यू दे सकता है कि हाँ उसमें ये कमी है, ऐसा है, कुछ बैटरी का कुछ इशू है या कुछ भी है चीजें. कितने पे सेंस कर जाता है, उसमें क्या क्या फीचर्स हैं उसकी ऐप में, सारी चीजें एक बार ट्राई करके फिर मुझे बताना. मैं भी मंगवाऊंगा, मुझे पसंद नहीं आएगा फिर मुझे रिटर्न करना पड़ेगा. इट्स बेटर कि एक बार चेक हो जाए फिर करते हैं. लैपटॉप का कीबोर्ड 500 हर्ट्ज पोलिंग पे चलता है बाय द वे. नहीं बट यार मेरा पता है इशू क्या हो रहा है. जैसे मैं अब शिफ्ट वॉक कर रहा हूँ W से. अब मैं W कर रहा हूँ, मैंने क्या किया, मैंने W छोड़ दिया, उसके बाद भी 1 सेकंड तक उसका फिर भी वो रहता है असर, और मेरा प्लेयर आगे चलता रहता है. जबकि मेरे सामने कोई आ गया तो मुझे W छोड़ के मुझे फायर करना है ना, तो मेरा वो RNG हो जाता है वो. अरे मिस हो गया. आओ बैठ गया उसने इस तरीके से. डाम भी दिखा इसको. ओ उसने क्या मारा डाम्बी के. वो भाई सेज को क्या हो गया. फ्लॉलेस. और वो नियॉन को ले गया. वो प्लग एंड प्ले है, कोई सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं. वायर्ड भी है, वायरलेस भी है. अच्छा सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं है तो फिर यार उसमें मतलब हम और चीज सेट नहीं कर सकते. चलो कोई नहीं, एक बार देखते हैं, थोड़ा आइडिया मिल जाएगा ना चीजों का. भाई हाँ बिल्कुल बैटल सेज. सेज ने जो निकाला है राउंड.
You know, you're not giving over ult charges, but you're on an eco. It's a very minor thing in the big picture. Francis has another Rolling Thunder. Are you gonna send this again? Oh, Trent's in trouble.
Lines it up. Paranoia in from behind as well, and Ivy's going to be able to find that kill. Now the neural depth's going to be invested immediately. Now just going to be giving over the space. Francis did quite a bit of damage, just trying to get that spike in play.
Now you send the Rolling Thunder, I think.
From this position. Certainly, yeah, going to be encouraged.
अल्ट में गड़बड़ हो गई. अब वो रशिन करेंगे अंदर. मारना पड़ेगा, मारना पड़ेगा, मारना पड़ेगा, मारना पड़ेगा. 1v5.
No real way to try to turn the tides of this. Several players low, but it's not going to be giving him the opportunity to try to play this one out. Not be near enough by.
एक को तो निकाल लेना चाहिए. डाम भी बहुत लो है, डाम भी बहुत लो है. अरे
wise to it. Finds the thrifty. As Nongshim get themselves up to 6.
Yeah, they're making nice adaptations again. We saw this a bit on Breeze. In the long run, G2 had a little bit more in the tank, but both these IGLs, both these teams have a lot of good ideas. In that round there, the smother they have on a Trent is really what just wins them the round, because there isn't much else behind it. Everybody else has to kind of abandon sight. They've got him flashed in paranoia and catch him as he's jumping into the smoke. That's all they need. Then they scoop up a gun. They take the site. They're able to clear a bunch of space. They can use the neural theft. They can align for the rolling thunder. Get that thrifty to go. Beautiful from Nongshim. This one feels like it is going to be another very close map. It is back and forth the whole way, and you know, Nongshim, an attacker side team, generally in their ethos.
मास्क लगा रखा है क्या? ऐसा लग रहा है.
As G2, I think if you get this next round, you're feeling pretty okay.
Yeah.
But hard to say for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we don't always follow the same trends here, but this is the third time that these teams have ever played against each other. Twice at this event, obviously played against each other at Master Santiago for the first time. It's always gone to 3.
Yes.
So I feel like we're going to be sticking to that script rather than rewrite it. Unless G2 buckle up, find these next 2 rounds, and then start things off with another pistol.
I mean, there's enough money here for G2, but this round's key because this is the one where you can get the op.
Yep. No tour de force after this one, should it drop. Push forward.
Nice.
Able to find one, looks to just get out, and will be able to do so. The rendezvous there as well, so both players. Thieves in the night, meanwhile Trent finding a critical timing onto Ivy. And the timeout call, again, looks to work a treat.
It's just round after round. Someone else has a new counterpunch dialed up. This time it was G2's turn. They're even going to be able to heal Valen up a little bit here. And Plant may go through, but there's a lot behind this. Jog even has his ult if he wants to rip that.
चलो 3v5 है. 3v5 easy retake हो सकता है.
Not a lot that Nongshim, other than Francis' util, can do about it.
Sprint coming in after shock to try to hold them at bay. Flash
ये गए.
connecting, but so far delay tactics working decently.
वो
First player gone, now Francis fallen. RB would have
पता लग गया.
not going to be planted for him at all. Backpedal out, save of the weapon.
save कर रहे हैं.
Purchases through, but he needs to retain that gun. G2 once again knocking on Nongshim's door. Going to make this a 6-6 half of themselves.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little setup at the beginning of this because oftentimes Dombi, if he's given free space outside of the orb, he's going to try to...
वो उसने अच्छा मारा. उसको हल्का सा पिक्सल दिखा था बस उसका.
He throws the relay bolt, so Valen knows he can punish that. He has the opportunity to get up there.
चलो एक और राउंड.
Down and then TP back. Really nice little understanding of their...
मुझे लगता है कि ये वाला जो मैप है ये NS निकालेगी.
Still gonna be there. Baby Bay is like, nope, never mind.
ये वाला मैप NS का है.
Meanwhile, Trent again playing the same angle, finding the same timings. Just going for it without that util. Meanwhile,
जरा से मिस. अरे
but RB storming forward. Baby Bay not fast enough on the draw. Cannot keep himself alive and in the fight. RB is frantically just dancing his way back over towards relative safety. Still some damage to be suffered. TP's around the back. Backside plant. Nongshim get the spike in play. Turn from the flash, Ivy.
Oh, what a read.
Angle, but yeah, Trent is watching for it. RB dead.
Oh, whoa, nice, nice.
G2. They make it 6-6 at the half.
I just, again, we saw it in the previous round. I didn't really get to mention it because there hasn't been enough time. These have been pretty fast-paced rounds, but Trent's also repositioned 2 rounds ago after getting just bullied 3 rounds ago, where he moved further back up towards Link, in towards that box. Works a treat again. 2 rounds that he's able to find value. Yeah, I mean, once G2 gets into that op, gets into that comfort of Baby Bay's chamber, it opens up the map so much more for them to be aggressive at the choke of A main or have little traps set up along the way. Nongshim, though, also some really nice answers. You have to be really impressed with this comp because they're able to now punch back against that Sky a bit. They're able to create some of their own space, create some of their own trap plays with the util combos that we didn't see the last time out on this map.
They're still in such a rough position. Already the pressure of this map, being what stands between you and elimination, is there, but G2 to make it up to 6. I mean, you have to remember, this was the pistol going to Nongshim. This was a bonus conversion going to Nongshim. They started this map off looking incredibly strong, having incredible reads on G2. These timeout adjustments from Josh RT have found an immense amount of value. So to get back to parity at the half, suddenly that 2-1 script for the series starts looking like we might have some alterations.
I agree. I agree. I feel very confident about G2 right now. The way that they have approached this match, you can see the frustration on Nongshim. I mean, it is a better attacker side than they had last time, in a way, but it's also not in a way because of what you said, Achilleos. They won those first 3, right? Then after that, they only get 3 more.
They give up a Thrifty.
Yeah, and that's
it's just, you start pulling on that thread, things start unraveling.
And the last time out, they only got 2 rounds on their attacker side on Sunset. Now, granted, G2 did win the pistol there, and then kind of it went 2-1, 2-1, 2. But still not super confident. And G2 good enough on this attacker side, at least previously. Again, very different comps, but they got 5. We'll have to see if Nongshim's defender side is still up to snuff. You know, without that Sage in there, that's the big one.
All line into the rendezvous, Baby Bay. Taking his exit, pop punch to the corner of the scale forward. Tambi dead, X-Ross on an island, isolated.
भाई G2 का जो अटैकिंग है ना वो बहुत बहुत सुपीरियर है, बहुत सुपीरियर है, बहुत सुपीरियर है.
It's just so damn fast. He's killed a third.
Oh man.
And I think it's safe to say G2 are winning this pistol.
1v5 Ivy.
Nah, dog.
I mean, Ivy. One of the map. This was the map, I think, where he got the ace.
It was.
And despite the loss, but I don't see him pulling another one out of his hat here.
No. He had a Vandal and
Tuck back and go down to the spike.
Very different scenario.
And what brutality. I mean, to find nothing in this pistol, to try to jumpstart things, even just to get the ult economy going.
गया. Oh, flash भी नहीं होने दिया.
Continues to deliver with that bandit. Flawless round for G2 to take the pistol and take the lead.
This is simple stuff from G2. Wait for Nongshim to overcommit towards the orb on A. Throw out a flash. Throw out a relay bolt. Throw out a paranoia. In that order to smother out the 2 players and just give them no hope. That's beautifully drawn up, beautifully executed.
भाई 2-0 से जीतेगी मुझे लग रहा है G2.
They just did right there. That's why you just sit in a lobby and practice those over and over and over again. Moments like that feels so good as a player.
Well, Nongshim trying to go for a bit of a crunch here. Baby Bay will be able to find the one, but Giacomo going to be traded out. Trent, however,
निकाल दिया उसने, निकाला उसने. वो भी निकाल दिया. 2v4 सबको हील कर दिया भाई. सब full on heal है. Oh man.
Ivy again making his way over to this A site to try to find some additional damage.
Again Ivy solo.
Confirmation off that guiding line. If they really wanted, they could just pivot, but I think they still favor their chances. They just has a classic in hand. Trent eventually will be able to clean it up. 8-6.
Nice round G2.
A lot of firepower still in hand for G2 as they go into their bonus, and if they convert this, I think it's game over.
Yeah, right now they have a lot of good answers. Even though this one gets a little bit scrappier than they'd probably like, they're able to get that fault.
भाई यहाँ जो उन्होंने अग्रेस करके फाइट ली है वो थोड़ा सा गलत डिसीजन हो गया उनके लिए. वो क्लासिक पे थे, फिर उसके बाद तो उनको अग्रेस नहीं करना चाहिए था आई थिंक.
Having some good tools in the belt. It's just the strength of those tools in that round because of the weaponry behind it. It's going to be that strong. Zombie, oh my god.
Just sending it in. It's nearly a kill. Cleanup will come through. Aftershock now going to be lobbed. That is Trent down to a sliver.
Nice.
Still fighting.
Nice.
Cleaned headshot, but
Oh, 1v3.
this time the crunch play from Nongshim. There's a bit more impact behind it. And it is all down to Baby Bay.
Oh,
Tag, but Ivy's got
nice round NS. Nice round.
Nongshim preventing the
नाम भी ने बहुत अच्छा खेला इस बार.
There's going to be suffered some armor to be rebought as well.
जो अग्रेस करके उसने 2 पिक्स निकाले ना वो बहुत अच्छे थे.
Running away with a half.
Yeah, and now this is something you got to be aware of as G2, you know. This is a fearless Nongshim team, even when they're down, even when it seems like the rain is never going to stop outside. You know, they'll grab the umbrellas and they'll come out and play. Gotta hang on. But you, like you talked about, the economic damage done there by G2. It's only 2 Guardians.
Means that this outlaw back in the hands of Baby Bay can still find a good amount of value. Paranoid the chase, but down.
Oh, nice. डाम्बी को निकाल दिया.
Trent with the turnaround is able to find that kill.
ओए.
His second RB dead. Ivy peeling back one as Francis gets involved.
क्या चल रहा है? 2v2.
And gets them into a 2v2. The spike now going to be dropped. The opposite side of this box.
Made noise on the gun drop.
Yeah, leaves to try to cheat this corner, the slow orb, trying to prevent them from being able to backpedal away, but instead they just step up, they go in for the
Oh,
and
oh.
they win it. Massive round from Francis, gets the 3K. And Nongshim, they might just be right back into this.
They're just sending it. I mean, I think G2 needs to kind of take one of those pauses like we saw on Breeze where they're going to hold back towards spawn a bit. It looked like they were going to weather the storm, but there's that extra unaccounted for layer through mid.
Nice round NS.
And that means that Trent, as good as he was in the heat of the moment there, it's not good enough. Just too much storming his way. So they're just going to overload it. They're just going to make sure that if you're going to keep doing this, we're going to have numbers, although they have a weak buy. A lot of stingers. The G2 special.
Yeah, G2 stinger. Oh, what a haunt. Once everybody spotted out, Trent still does have that Guardian. He'll be forced away as the fault line goes through. Francis 2 away from having that Rolling Thunder online. Decay will expire, but pushing forward onto the site, and Jogamo none the wiser. Ends up getting taken down, and looks like Nongshim firm control for them.
They're stalled.
डाम्बी आएगा फास्ट आएगा डाम्बी.
Online when possible. Trent eventually will be overwhelmed. Ivy finding one, Dambi getting himself a second as Valorant will get taken down here at Alley.
NS. ये मैच NS का है. ये वाला मैप जो है ये NS का है.
Economy ready to explode here. For this squad to get themselves back into the lead.
Yeah, now you're, I think, certainly.
क्या हो रहा है नेट को?
Gonna see a pump of the brakes, I would think, from Josh. Just a nice timing on that wall there by Leaf. Really heads up play.
ये
They're dashing in with the overdrive. haven't really been doing anything over at B. So the fact that you even get a little bit of confirmation there means that you're happy to start leaning B as your strong side. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Sees to try to hold him in place, but Baby Bay push up through tiles, gets the catch on a Francis. There at top mid. Overdrive now from Jogamo, gonna be popping. Domby on the peak, is able to find it with the op shot. Out from Market, but Leaf trades it back. Now looking to rescale back up into the site. Ball raised, the swing through. Ivy will be good for one, but the plant can still be committed to.
I know exactly.
Safe angles. Some neural theft. Revealing these players' locations. Paranoia not really going to be getting the connection that they would have wanted, but they still have the overwhelm, and now it's just Baby Bay out from main, and Ivy has him through the smoke. A strong and necessary response round from Nongshim. Get themselves up to 10.
Yeah, good read just from the outset. This is RB getting into the mind of his opponent there. They knew that finally maybe it's going to be a bit of a different approach towards that B main angle. That Prowler was all he needed. And immediately I see the breach starting to cheat over towards top mid. He even gets a kill up there. Gets killed up there, but it's all the right pieces in the right places.
This goes here.
And that's why they're able to weather that storm. Eventually get Ivy's ult really
But
sealed.
the दो piece है तो बस ऊपर.
Tour de force. Baby bait. Try to hold underneath that one way. Zombie again with an op. Nice shot from him onto the ulting Jogamo. Flash deep doesn't confirm anything, but that's just because all of Nongshim had tucked in. I mean, look at Exros here. He's chilling in spawn.
He's checking for that TP.
Yep.
Needs to make sure that VALORANT is not going to be on that backstab angle. Meanwhile, jump peek around the corner. Domby considering if he wants to overstay on that angle. Decides to back cannot find the flick. Rolling Thunder invested just to try to buy some time. Jogamo able to drop down off the box and points that after shock. And now the Nightfall is going to be called in as well. Swing of the corner and Exros manages to find the kill. A 4v4. Okay, expired. Health back to full. Leaf doesn't have that res.
No. I'd really like to see change of directions here unless Baby Bay finds a pick, but it's so risky. He's got a couple different angles that he has to worry about there.
TP check from RP. Immediately going to be broken at Alley. Push forward, going to be coming in about
Nice trade.
That fight, he finds the follow-up as well. Exros now dead. RP tagged low. Sets up the smoke, fakes the TP. The spike now going to be planted. He's scaling off.
अरे देखा उसने देखा.
Sees what, and he's still going to be there and finishes the job. Ivy now having to do it all. Fadeaway shot. The cleanup Valor.
Nice round.
More to be found. Blow for blow, back and forth between these squads. G2 tie it 10-10.
It's just the little things in the heat of the moment there. Just Valen just following right behind that Sky Flash. No fear in the IGL.
वो अच्छा निकाला वो वाला round यार.
Front, I mean, Jogamo is probably kicking himself a bit. He had a moment. If he could have got that crosshair placed sooner, he had Exros dead to rights after the Nightfall.
The cost of that play is immense. The operator lost the Rolling Thunder. The From the Shadows, the Nightfall, all had been committed to no avail for Nongshim.
That's true.
Only saving grace is that G2 not quite back into swinging their ults. This Leaf nearest by.
The concern is because G2 won the pistol, they'll be into their next cycle a little bit sooner, potentially. Look at
Baby Bay tagged.
Ooh, yeah, wow.
And heal can be there from Leaf. We'll get him right as rain, but armor will be lost.
That's still a lot of damage done. Jogamo has gotten up in the top mid, and Domby thinking about it.
Smoke on the other side. Prowler going to be going in. They both sent towards Exros' direction, but Jogamo still trying to get this entry into Boba.
Oh, दो थे वहाँ पे.
That bandit. It's a good amount of damage, though. Some regen armor behind it, still only at 30. Certainly not a cozy position for the breach. Spike again planted on B for G2. Warning shot from Baby Bay and a double scale into Market.
No Leafs back here.
Nice.
They have the full confirmation.
डाम्बी को निकाल, डाम्बी को. Oh man.
Quite fine. That spray to connect. Should have maybe had Dambi dead to right. Same time, Fastlane going to be situated. Ivy eliminated. And X-Ross having to do it all once
1v2,
again.
1v2 easy है. X-Ross.
The footsteps going to be heard.
Baby Bay. Oh.
Once again are now in the lead.
And now they're starting
Nice,
to
nice.
They're getting a little bit more creative with the playbook. Having to look for that early mid-aggression and then using that to set themselves up to scale on the map. Even though Jog not able to get a kill, he's able to clear up, you know, all of that mid into market. You can come in from B main then too. Sets you up for that flank attack. And gives you a nice
Timeout.
plant setup. A really smart play there right at the end of the round by Trent to not try to take that fight, to know that he has that op behind him.
अब भाई बहुत इंटेंस हो गया. चलो अब बताओ मुझे, अब बताओ कौन जीतेगा, कौन जीतेगा, कौन जीतेगा? G2 या फिर NS? माहौल इंटेंस हो चुका है. अब मजा आएगा. अब बता दो मुझे. जो भी देख रहे हैं भाई लाइक कर दो यार. लाइक नहीं कर रहा कोई भी. इतना इंटेंस मैच चल रहा है यार G2 और NS का. मजा आ रहा होगा तुम्हें. लाइक करो.
Crazy fast aggressive hits where Nongshim maybe wanted to tee Dambi up. Especially without that op in play, that's something you really got to be thinking about as G2. Making sure that you're not going to fall for any of those little traps, but overall, to like what you're seeing, Nongshim, the economy busted again. So, going to take a thrifty to not let this go to match point. Could just flash swing out here. It's done. They're looking for a contact.
Baby, he's got an exit strategy.
Think off of Ivy here.
Rest of the team, not so much. Slow orb up towards top mid. Downbeat and out. Try to scale. Slide into the corner. The Stinger will be able to find one as Valen peels back a kill. Francis out of the equation now. Paranoia chucked through, but it's going to be exchanged on both sides. Downbeat still widely stranded there at tiles. Now flushed out as Trent finds the kill, and Leaf will be able to get RB. Ivy just not going to be fast enough nor accurate enough on the draw. Leaf's just X-Ross. A 1v4, but might as well call it a 1v5. The res is available as well. We'll be able to slide over.
भाई 4v1 बचा है.
Can he put it to any use?
He's already had a pretty nasty clutch today. Maybe the young gun give us a little bit more fun.
Slower going for him though on this fade. Flash doesn't give.
और देख लिया उसने. देख लिया. Sky ने देख लिया.
Valen just making him have to think twice about trying to set foot on this site. Trent will just swing out,
nice round.
claims him. 12-10. Match point in the hands of G2.
मैच पॉइंट आ गया G2 के पास.
The final Pacific representative from EWC 2026.
Yeah, and what a moment this would be for G2. It's been a bit of a struggle for them at the international events this year, and this is one of the teams that has given them grief 2 times. And to be able to now bounce back and get that potential 2-0 here, you're looking at that, you're 1 round away from it. How sweet that would feel, and it would get you into the playoffs of EWC 26 to boot.
Cover going up. And just a ton of ults to work with as well. Nothing able to be forced out of that previous round. The res, from the shadows, the seekers, all ready to go. Ivy, 1 away from having that neural depth online. Dambi, 1 away from having that overdrive. This will be critical for them in the next round if they can win this one out, if they can keep this going and try to push it into overtime. But for now, again, this stack at top.
बहुत ध्यान दे रहे हैं. बहुत ध्यान. अगर भाई चैम्बर ने एक भी पिक निकाला तो फिर थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा.
Get identified by a seeker.
For the chase, and had he gone for that spray, might have been able to find some connection on the Trent, but he does not. Meanwhile, Trademark noting the flank and Balin looking to try to hold things down. Prowler in the corner, the flash going to be connecting down, able to find the one, but Leaf comes away with 2. The trade back is good. X-Ross keeps him in with a 3v3. The ult's now out of the equation. It's a double fight forward.
वो गया भाई.
The enemy fade. X-Ross now dead. Ivy So much weight being put on his
ये और
shoulders.
निकालना पड़ेगा.
Up.
Oh, 2v2, 2v2.
He's able to find Trent. Chogamo, dead as RB from on high, is able to find the
Oh.
and Ivy will keep them in this. The map, the series, not yet G2's.
Oh भाई.
Still one away. The Nongshim.
बहुत close call थी, बहुत close call.
One of their own from sending this into overtime.
Is that right as that stun was wearing off? That was crazy from Ivy. This right here looks like it might be their round. Ivy somehow, some way. I thought he was done after he gets hit by that relay bolt. G2. Yeah.
G2 को टाइम आउट की जरूरत थी भाई. एक राउंड चाहिए बस.
In their clutches, they need this timeout. They need the big brain from Josh RT to give them the solutions.
The scariest thing for Nongshim is that the timeout conversion from Josh RT has been strong.
Very good. Very, very good.
If he can give them a solid enough game plan to bring this to a conclusion, that might just be curtains for Nongshim RedForce. They have to play this to perfection.
Yes.
Still a couple of those ultimates online for G2. They still have plenty of money to go for the buy.
I think you're definitely gonna have Ivy's ult. Zombie died.
He's got the overdrive.
He has the overdrive. So you've got those two for sure. I think that's what's gonna be real concerning. Those are two really impactful ults. So as G2, you're probably kicking yourself a bit that you squandered an opportunity. Otherwise, one away from Xros is not
भाई
as well.
ये वाला राउंड बहुत इंटेंस होने वाला है. बहुत इंटेंस.
It's a little bit dangerous. G2.
अरे क्या हो रहा है ये नेट में. भाई 2 अल्ट भी है. G2 के पास 2 अल्ट भी है.
So it's a little bit dangerous. G2. I wouldn't be surprised if they I wouldn't be surprised if they
क्या दिक्कत हो गई इसको.
continue to slowly rotate over because there's just
अरे
no room
यार
for
ये
G2.
राउंड ही रह गया देखना.
They're smothered. They go over to this defender's side once again. Slightly better on this half of the map. Last cannon. It's the op for Baby Bay. I think I'd be basically perma-running that with how well it went. Just gotta hold the line here as G2 again. You had an opportunity, but you weren't able to get those last two. Now you've got to do it in OT. All reset. Phantoms across the board for Nongshim.
G2 are trying to fight against the script here. Stop this from going to that third and final map. And
Oh,
Baby Bay,
nice.
Bold push. Manages to find that kill. Tries to make his exit, but will be
अरे कवर देना था उसको.
Towards backside. Operator down on the floor. Spike now. The plant committed to the slide in. RB, he's playing anti-flag. But Ivy, he finds Trent.
2v2.
Bath here, so it's now a 2v2, but Leaf up over top of the box there at Boba.
2v1.
Extras and Francis now has to do it all. The double approach isolates it down into a 1v1.
Francis.
The right of the wall.
Oh man. Oh.
He can gets the clutch. And Nongshim now.
Nice round.
Get
Nice play,
themselves to that
Francis.
point.
Nice play.
Huge work from Francis. Individual brilliance on display. Baby Bay, his rendezvous, put him right behind that box where we just see RB get killed there. You know, Jog trying to break out, but there's a crossfire set up, so sure, he gets one.
I love that attempt from Leaf as well. It's so cheeky, but
it is.
It's a little bit too fast on the adjustment is Francis.
Read it nicely.
Operator again in hand for Baby Bay. Needing to win these next 3 rounds. But Dambi, he's already in on top of Valen, setting up that fast lane, and he's finding
What?
his second. Jogamo eliminated. Dambi's tearing them apart.
Dambi 3 निकाल गया बे.
Third, Trent seized in position, locked in mid.
Seen some crazy rounds. Be insane to see Trent and Baby Bay get the 2v4 here. Baby Bay up at the ready, knows that someone very well could be behind him. He's correct. But for now, Exros just going to hold the line. They know they have the map, the time to work with. Here we go, Francis.
Could just be it here. The peek in and Baby Bay. He sends the shot into the floor. The swing of the corner and Trent can't quite finish him off. 14-12, Nongshim trading blows, trading map wins against G2. They persevere and they push this all the way into a third and final map for the final slot of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this comp change, it got the job done. It certainly was not easy. G2 still very good on this map, but Nongshim showing that they still have a lot of that memory from when they used to run this comp. That muscle memory of being able to play it, using that breach really effectively.
भाई last round में जो डाम्बी ने किया भाई.
For Dambi to get him accelerated.
Well,
डाम्बी ने round निकलवा दिया last.
Decide it all. Nongshim RedForce holding on by a thread, and now it comes down to a best of 1 to see who gets that final slot of the playoffs. But for now, let's send it back over the desk to break down all of the wild action from Sunset.
Achilleo saying by a thread, but now they have a brand new spool to work with, and it's called Haven. It's 1-1 after Nongshim RedForce stave off elimination multiple rounds in a row, and some heroics by Danby in that final round get them over the line. And now we go to that decisive map number 3 for that final slot in the playoffs at EWC 2026.
We knew that this was going to be to the third map, right? One way or another. It's crazy to say. Yeah,
I would say not many of us here on the desk knew.
I'd say 1 out of 3 of us knew. If anything, I said I was believing and believe I did. You doubted the breach. You were wrong once again. The muscle memory came.
I will leave if you tell me that they won because of the breach.
I think it's a fifth of why they won. It's one of the 5 agents.
That's disgusting.
You're so full of it. You're so full of it. There were so many occasions, literally watch it back, where they're trying to push off Baby or whomever from an angle, and he's like, yeah, cool, I'm out. And then the next move that Nongshim does, literally straight into Baby Bake's crosshair.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Look, even when a win is in OT like this, the execution is never going to be perfect, but it's good enough because it gets them the rounds. That's the most important thing. For me, it's less about the breach in itself, and it's less about denying Baby Bay, because I agree with you. They didn't manage to execute that as consistently as I would have liked. For me, it's more about enabling Dambi. They're playing the compositions back from 2024 when Dambi was, in my mind, arguably the best player to not be in that tier 1 franchising. He had all the support he needed. You see him begin to pop. Can you look happier in your face, please? Because we have a map 3.
I really don't like when someone tells me that I should smile more. I will.
That is not what he said.
No. It was a reference.
He said happier in the face.
No. I'm making the faces because honestly, I think it is a steal that Leaf did not win this map.
Leaf played amazing.
I do not know what else he could have done to turn this into G2's favor.
Yeah, very much so. I thought he was brilliant. I really feel like he stepped up on the stage, even from when we saw it last. So I am a little bit sad for him. I mean, I was as shocked as anybody, to be honest. If I'm being real, the Nongshim were able to get this done. It really did look like the flow of the game was against them. But when their backs were against the wall, they really did not want to get sent home. In this map, they came alive at the end there, and especially Dambi.
Yeah, but to me, it's about the individuals, not so much about the composition, but actually to keep composure. So many of these rounds were incredibly chaotic, but it is Dambi with that aggression. Everybody else following up. Just when we see these replays, just look at the minimap and look at the positions that the people from the players from from Nongshim are having on the map. Definitely is a different approach, and is one that is more balls, is more in your face. It's not only Dambi, it's the rest of them also following up.
Yeah, I mean, this second half is where I like it better. This play where they send Dambi all the way deep down mid towards the spawn with the ult. I've seen that play so many times before from them years ago. They're truly reviving their old stuff, recapturing that original magic that made Nongshim, then Sin Prisa Gaming, so special. I feel nostalgic watching this. It's bubbling up inside me at just how fantastic this team is, and they've done everything they need to do to push it to Haven. Now remember, Haven is a different map from what we had last time. G2 pivoted the veto away from Split and towards Haven, so I'm more curious why they think that's going to be better and what they have cooked up there.
Yeah, I think we have to start asking questions of this G2 roster now. Yet again, we're just a couple rounds away to closing this one out. And it's that flip back on over to the duelist for Giacomo. He was on the KO, on Breeze, and he did not have a great game here in that last map. It was pretty tough for both him and Baby Bay. Trent leading the line for that G2 squad. But it's not only just the performance now. Are those Phantoms coming back on up in the international space? That is what they're going to need to go ahead and quell, have that conversation with their sports coach in the back and figure it out as we send this one over to a short break. When we come back, we set the stage for our final group map. Let's see you after the short break. See ya.
안녕하세요. 농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀입니다. 오늘 유언 목소리 나오는 거 한 맞춰보는 컨텐츠를 해볼 건데 한번 맞춰보겠습니다.
Wait, I have a rock in my shoe.
누구세요?
나 알 것 같아.
누구세요?
오케이.
뭐야?
와, 다 달라? 킬조이지. 야, 뭐야, 5명 다 달라. 레이즈인데? 레이즈 아니야?
너 뭐야?
킬조이.
클로브? 클로브 같은데?
우와.
이걸 몰라?
이게 클로브라고?
오케이, JJ야.
Oh, there's only 5 of them? Kjedelig.
오케이. 난 준비됐어. 이건 거 같은데? 난 모르겠는데. 나도 모르겠는데.
몰라, 이거겠지.
킬조이 왜 이렇게 좋아해?
아니, 그 5 of them 했잖아, 5 of them.
아니.
우와! 아니, 나 데드록 하면서 저런 말을 들어본 적이 없어.
안 돼요.
한국어밖에 안 되는데 어떻게 알겠어, 이거.
목소리만 맞추는 거 같은데.
목소리도 못 맞추겠어.
역해가 너무 많네.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. We're here on day 6. It is the final match of the day and the final match of the group stages. Nongshim, RedForce, and G2 both 1-1. It was 13-10 on that first map, and then it took overtime here in our most recent map, 14-12. These teams have been so evenly matched today.
I mean, credit to Nongshim on this map too. It really did look like it wasn't going to go their way, but they pull it back. They snatch victory from the jaws of defeat and force a map 3 here. They have put G2 up against the ropes.
I can see that you're very excited about this. I think you should. No. Listen, I think you should, because the most important thing and what we have been highlighting for the entirety of the group stage is how quick teams have adapted to everything. And coming into this rematch, it was breeze for G2, and it was definitely sunset for the side of Nongshim. Both of them managed to succeed in their opponent's map pick. And now we're going to go to a third map that is not the same as the first time these two teams encountered. So now there's no homework and the things go out the door. And Haven is a great map for it to happen.
I mean, that's the perfect point. I love that map 3 is neutral ground, essentially, between the two of those teams. So now it takes the pressure off the coaching staff, and it's more about in-game adaptations. It really is going to be that AG.AL head-to-head that we're looking for here. So I can't wait to see how this one shakes out.
Yeah, again, it's been hero moments between these two teams. Every single player has had an opportunity to step up and has done so. Even with Danby there, led the server in deaths, but had those clutch kills in overtime to open things up there.
I mean, that's how old school Danby always was. This was a guy who was not afraid to die. If anything, he relished in it. In interviews, he's called himself the tank player for Nongshim RedForce because his job is to run in, absorb util, probably die, but the rest of the team can get it done.
Wasn't that the reason, or one of the reasons why they decided to move him off the Neon, being like, you're so good individually that we know many times as a Neon you're going to be a sacrifice, sadly, to it. Because in some of these occasions, the adaptations are going to go through changing the compositions. And I think that Sunset was a good example, because Danby did go down a lot of the times on the attack, trying to follow up on the utility just because G2 was prepared. It's a breach, you know? It's not like they're reinventing the wheel. So it's easier to play around.
Yeah, very much so. But I mean, I love the compositional change, even if, you know, it might not have been played perfectly, but I like the idea behind it. It feels like a very deliberate coaching move and coaching change. So when we saw them play on Haven last, it was that double duelist still. So I mean, Haven has been a map where Breach has been very popular for most of history.
You want to see more Breach?
I'm not saying I want to see it. I'm not saying that.
Breach lover over here.
Time out. You cannot react to a Breach much winning a map.
All I'm doing is
barely winning a map.
I'm trying to prepare you for the fact that maybe they do it again. They're not against
How
it.
about
is my
no?
point.
So that way they can win.
Maybe. I mean, we have to wait and see because there's a lot of different ways this can go. I mean, for G2 as well, I'm curious what style they want to bring out here.
At the end of the day, Haven is completely different from Breeze and Sunset for many reasons. Of course, it's not for the sites and whatnot, but I think about the time that the map has actually been in the active competitive pool.
Right.
Haven is a mainstay. I think it's the map that we have had the longest. It's so incredibly annoying, but realistically, all the teams have experience on Haven. There is practically no team where it's the permaban and they have never touched it or they do not know how to play it. That was like Gambit in 2021, you know? It's been 5 years of Haven. So there's so many approaches, so many ways that a team can feel comfortable. For example, for G2, you can say it's a little bit lukewarm on the latest results that they have had on the map. But if you are to think about it and you think about G2's Haven, you do not say, oh, it's terrible, it's bad. No. In fact, you think about the Phoenix, you think about the double duelist, you think about something that was making them comfortable and was making Juggernaut shine a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be high-powered and fast-paced on this map as well. I really am so looking forward to this, and I just hope that it's a close map no matter what. I'm kind of down for an overtime here. I'm kind of down to
We got an overtime, big time. You want more?
I'm greedy.
Greedy.
I'm gluttonous when it comes to Valorant. You know, I'm all about this. Give me more. But ultimately, I got to say, I'm still rooting for Nongshim, and I do think that they have everything they need to get this done now, given that momentum of a map 2 win.
Ultimately, wouldn't be an esports event without a bit of a bathroom pause as one of the players for Nongshim. Just feeling the pressure and making sure that he's in peak performance to play.
Better out than in.
It gives us a little bit more time to wax poetic about both these squads and the stakes here. This is Group C, the final group that hasn't locked in their 2 teams yet. They will join the other 7 squads that have qualified on in. And actually, those representatives for those teams, we're here because we thought the last step was going to be over, and we have the draw show afterwards. So make sure to stick around after this match for the draw show of playoffs to see who is going to match up against who.
Yeah, we should ask them who they think it's going to win.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's an intense audience to have watching you when it comes to the qualification. You're really against the people who know what they're talking about. But I think for this game in particular, one thing that I think is so nice is that both of these teams we know can do damage in the playoffs. It really does feel like we lose a heavy hitter, no matter which way this goes. We know I could see Nongshim lifting that trophy. They've been there, they've done that before. G2, while they haven't managed that, they've been very, very close internationally.
They lifted America's trophies. They're smaller, they're lighter, that's a very British lighter of me.
Lighter?
Yeah, lighter. Anyway, as we're saying, the highest expectations, we understand that they need a break because it has been not only a long day, but we've had such a long group stage. Most of the matches have gone to a 2-1. In fact, none of the teams that have made it as the first seed of their group, meaning with the 2 victories and 0 losses, have done it without dropping a single map. That is good, that is healthy, that is teams preparing surprises, teams being able to be the surprise as well.
Yeah, so it is Ivy taking a quick break, and we need to go ahead and respect that, given the fact that it has gone such a long way. This has been a long tournament. All the teams flying on in from their respective regions. So as we do that, let's recalibrate here and take a look at all the teams' journeys in terms of their brackets. We could start with Group A and how that one all shook on out, because, again, it has been such an exciting tournament, especially the way that we kicked things off EDG and BBL.
Yeah, absolutely. BBL managed to make it out, but just as the second seed, it was actually 100 Thieves, as we were speaking about a potential for America's team for EMEA. That is definitely what happened in most of the groups. We're only waiting for this one. But yeah, 100 Thieves being one of the surprises, as we're saying, bouncing back in many occasions, and BBL just back into that Turkish form that we were expecting. LaRock being an absolute beast. And as you see here in the bracket, this is actually Group B, Morgan, what we call the Group of Death.
Yeah, this was the Group of Death for sure. As we watched this unfold, I was shocked that we had to say goodbye to Paper Rex so early. Normally, they are the team the Pacific hang their hat on. They are the one we expect to go very, very deep in the tournament, but they can't do it. Losing 2-1 to NRG and then 2-1 to Common Core. Common Core with a big, big surprise there. They got a lot of fans hopeful, a lot of optimistic people here in Paris talking about how great that could have been, but they did fall to NRG.
Especially given the fact that it was just such a tough start for Karmine Corp in the middle of this 2026. And then they found the little boon of life here at EWC. They get the huge upset of PaperX, probably upset of the tournament, some would say.
Yeah.
But then fall just a little short here against NRG, and that gives us our 2 squads in Vitality and NRG.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, for PaperX, they're chilling. They're already qualified for champs. They can take the rest of the year to come down and actually rest a little bit. To me, the big question is this just a glimpse of what could be for KC? Do we just take that one map and just assume it's not going to happen again? Because I'm kind of tired of that narrative. I want to see a KC that is actually a serious contender.
I mean, same. They really impressed me with how they played, and I was very
Bring
sad.
back Nivera. That's what I say.
Bring back Scream and Nivera.
Both of them.
Bring back
Minibu?
Bring back New
All
Zero.
news.
Bring back Shin. That's what I want to see. 2023
And that's where we stop.
on this stage.
Yeah, look at that. Producers were like, okay, let's keep moving along as we take a look here at Group D. This is where our title defenders did exactly that. Los Niños, Team Heretics, they go 2-1 by a surprisingly strong AG.AL, and then they take care of business against MIBR. On the opposite side of the bracket, this was probably one of the most disappointing showings out of EWC. It was Global Esports getting 5 rounds in both of those maps there against MIBR.LOS. They then get eliminated by AG.AL, which set up our decider match earlier today. A close one, but a heartbreaker for the VCT China representatives. MIBR go 2-1 over AG.AL.
Yeah, the last one standings. And I mean, I'm kind of sad because we are like in our A stream, we didn't even get to see Global Esports. So that's what you hear us criticizing them, because it's like, man, we didn't even get to see you. Were you here? We missed you. In fact, we do. What I want to what I want to open the conversation is that MIBR versus AG, the match that we've had today, how much can we take away from that? Should that been a 2-0 for MIBR? What is the form that they get in onto playoffs? Can they be the team that does the upset, or they're really going to continue having this very shaky start? Many other teams could take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question for sure. I mean, they have a lot of expectation on their shoulders. Massive names there for MIBR, but we will get to see them in the playoffs, which is so exciting.
Well, it looks like Ivy is on stage as we take a look at how we got here in Group C. It won't be too much longer before we get into that final map, and here it is. It started off with this exact matchup with Nongshim RedForce defeating the champions of America in G2. Then XLG falling to Gentlemates, and Gentlemates then getting the job done over Nongshim, making sure that they get to play in front of their French fans, and leaving us here with Nongshim versus G2 as XLG. They get upset, maybe, given most recent history over at Masters London by G2.
Deacon, there was something that I didn't tell you.
Tell me.
And I kind of hoped that it was going to be all gamers making it out of their group, because once I saw the Gentlemates made it as the first seed, listen, at the beginning of the year, there was an incident with them. There was a match. They had PTSD still. I know, because they told me when they got into the region, so I was hoping that it was going to be all gamers making it out instead of MIBR. Not only because that way we will have the China representative and have some variety, but also because it was a possibility to see that rematch that I knew Gentlemates could have not waited for.
I mean, that would have been great, but it's not meant to be. Gentlemates are out. G2 and Nongshim, like you say, it is that crucial rematch. Now, do remember, Nongshim got it done, but it was in 3, but it was on a different map. It was split as that decider. Today, we have Haven. It was G2 who decided to pivot in the veto, change it up, and go for this one as the third. So I think a lot of questions here. We're seeing the players all on stage now, ready to go, it does look like, as we're going to get ready to move towards Haven.
Yeah, I feel like with the G2 and Haven, it's always about the small margins. It's always about the pistols, the very close rounds where the enemy clutches. I think that they lose momentum very, very quickly. It's like it's hard for them to hold on to that on a map like Haven. But for this third map, they have to do it.
Here we go, the players getting themselves ready on stage. Anytime something like that disrupts the rhythm of your like pre-match big time, it can rattle a team.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. So when you're working with teams, there's a motto that a lot of them will use, which is you can only control what you can control. You can't control how you're feeling on the day.
And you can't control what you can control.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So you can't try and change the things that you have no power over. You don't have power over if you're feeling well that day, how sharp you are that day even necessarily. So they just got to try and weather the storm and work through this.
Do you know who's incredibly sharp today? it's Leaf.
That's
and
true.
we expect him to be on the Phoenix. Deegan, I know that you've been a very big fan of the Phoenixes that we have had in EWC so far, and I think you will be delighted to see one singular Leaf carrying an entire team.
Again, when you play that Phoenix, you have the opportunity to set yourself up with those flashes as here we go.
Unless, never mind, unless he's playing...
Yo.
Baby
face on the jet.
Oh my gosh, Unc. The oldest player in the tournament continues to surprise everyone as the oldest team puts their old guys on the duelist.
This is so exciting for me. I can't wait to see this. A double duelist coming out from G2 where Baby Bay is on that jet. This is so classic. Back when he was on FaZe on that duelist role, he's really rewinding the clock here, rewinding those years to go head to head with a powerful double duelist on the side of Nongshim.
Double duelist पे आ गए
10
हम.
years his
Double duelist
younger.
चालू.
But will that be a difference maker today?
It will be a difference maker because if I look at one man to stop them all, it has to be Leaf. We said it about him at the stage just now on Sunset. If I think of a stopping power, it has to be him.
Yeah, I think
it is what it is.
One thing that I'm excited for here is that in the interview, Baby Bay said that Juggermo's Phoenix was so powerful. That's why they wanted to do that KO. So I can't wait to see what he has in store.
In front of all their opponents, potentially in playoffs, 100 Thieves, BBL, Vitality, NRG, Gentlemates, Team Heretics, and MIBR.LOS. Which team will join them? G2 and Nongshim for the final time. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
A final map 3 once again between
Final
these
map
squads.
चालू हो
Every
चुका है
single
between
time they have
G2
met,
and
it has
NS
gone the
Heaven.
distance, and this is no exception. A tough, difficult, and arduous journey through Sunset to get to this very haven, and now we get a treat. It's Baby Bay back on jet, but the first to fall. Francis will be able to find him. Start
Baby
things
Bay
off.
गया?
Battering a damage across
कब?
onto the Sova and Phoenix of Nongshim RedForce, but still in control. Slow creep up in this double join available on the A site for G2.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite an interesting idea from G2. Trent gets tagged up heavy and gets finished off. Donbeat can't get more. Jogamo, good for
Nice.
Tivo.
Still continuing to have that firepower, but look at the pivot call. This lurk forwards come in. Camera going to be heard behind. I'm not sure if Ivy has been spotted, but he may have done, because already G2, they're rotating the match. Camera to try to check, to swing in, and Ivy with a fadeaway casual shot as he even finds the damage on the Val and puts him to 31. Position's now known. Dogamo gonna have to try to deliver, but he's caught dropping down off the step. Now just Valen. There's Nongshim. Well slated to take this opening pistol.
Should definitely be there, as you would think. Valen gonna try to keep himself hidden. Has the paranoia, but just gonna try to shoulder check. Does take down Ivy. Doing 1v2 now.
First of many, but it's going to have to be clean. Any shot from these Sheriffs will have him dead, and it's going to be a headshot from X-Ross to secure it. So 1-0 start for
Nice
Nongshim.
round by NS.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have some concerns here for G2, but I mean, yes, this was a map that mates were able to best Nongshim on. It was close, 13-10. RB had a real tough go of it last outing. Here, able to take down Jogamo while he's trying to come down the stairs. But I mean, kind of think, you know, these are mere comps. And G2 trying to match Nongshim's Freak, man, that ain't easy.
Outside of the Neon, of course.
अबे.
Jogamo wanted to try to just grab the orb. With that ult charge built up, it's going to be 2 away from having to run it back online. Meanwhile, Ivy continuing to just inch his way forward into these empty sites. Not really finding any opposition. Meanwhile, Valen is going to be counter-sprayed down. Another elimination going over to Nongshim as they look to make this as clean of a 2-0 as they possibly can. And there's the backstab.
What?
Okay.
Sure.
Sure. Just
Oh
why not?
भाई.
Still look like that. Sure, why not? Don't give him a chance.
उन्होंने 3 पिक्स तो ऐसे निकाले हैं, 2 स्मोक में, 1
I
वॉल
love
बैंग
that.
में.
Ivy there also just able to free scale through B and just keeps holding W. Eventually gets the backstab onto the site. Clean stuff for Nongshim here. An early attempt to try to sneak an orb into Jogamo's hands. Doesn't really work out. There's Ivy. All said and done, that is a massive anti-eco for Nongshim. Gonna be sitting pretty with the cash. Ivy's gonna buy up into this round though. We'll go for that Phantom. Dambi already caught by that trip.
Nice.
Smothered by Baby Bay.
Ping reveal, able to find that kill. Ivy trying to push this timing. Will flash from his teammate though. He'll slow his roll. TP into back of sight and RB able to get the jump on Baby Bay. Weapon can be collected. Some damage suffered here. RB down at 54, but Plant now in play. Nongshim, okay, they're just going to be sending Exos out there very aggressively. As many advantages they could possibly get, and that's going to be Trent down so very low on health. Look around towards the defender spawn, nothing more to be seen. Snaps back over onto the site.
They found my wire.
Tripwire to be cleared out. Ivy tucking back. The flash going to be connecting in RB, not holding down M1, not able to find a damn thing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nice retake.
G2. Brent surviving, 4 players stay alive. G2 will get themselves on the board in round 3.
Nice retake.
It felt like for a moment this was going to be a bonus converted from Nongshim. Able to get into a post plant pretty quickly, use that run it back to buy a little bit more time. But Nongshim's retake.
Chalo, निकलेगा. निकलेगा, round निकलेंगे.
Extremely clean. A good flash on the entry to allow those players coming from back alley to really just walk through with safety. As the player holding tight against the smoke, I think it was RB, not able to really do anything.
That's full flash connection. Didn't think to just spray and pray with a stinger.
Yeah, and then there was a nice recon dart from Trent there as well that set up some of those kills at the back of sight. So really, really nicely coordinated. And that was a huge sigh of relief for G2. They come through holding 4 guns at the end of that even. So all 4 players on that retake survive. That is
भी उन्होंने पहले पूरा खाली छोड़ा हुआ था, इस बार चलो है at least.
It's phenomenal stuff.
वो बैक से जा रहा है.
Got his ult. So you can play a little bit more for retake.
Chocolate somehow not clearing out this trip. Oh, I don't think they've seen each other.
He knows about the trip.
Thinking that out. Calling for Francis. Be able to disrupt that, but Jogama wise to this. Seen what Ivy's been getting away with, so has to keep this angle covered. You also have Baby
आ रहे हैं, जेट के पास आएंगे, वो सी पे आएंगे, सी पे. और nice.
Jogama able to come out on top. Has the tools to heal himself back up, but it looks like they still want to try to play forward into B.
Just use the ult.
That's why he's backpedaling away. Give up a little bit of this space, and now immediately investing the ult, trying to go for this pop. Flash going to be connecting through. He's unable to find anything. Can they keep him safe? He's been spotted.
अरे यार डांबी.
Push forward, Leaf. Immediately dead. Dispatched in G2. Not going to be finding an easy way back into this round. The plant even shifted away from potential sightlines for Baby Bay, and with Valen falling, Baby Bay now has to do it all. Throwing the check out in towards mid. Will not be able to spot him. Tuck in behind the box. Opportunity to try to split these fights, but on the push, they will have him dead. Francis just dialed in on the angle, finds the kill immediately, and that's 3-1 to start for Nongshim.
And this is one that, as good as G2's previous retake was, this one just not able to really ever get any momentum behind it because they don't cover the respawn point for Jogamo there. Trent's a little late.
डांबी निकाल गया था यार ये.
Util backed him off there. I mean, they committed so much to Jog. I thought that was great. I mean, they're like relay bolt, flash, beautiful. You absorb that as a run it back. You're very happy about it. But then there just wasn't any extra layers behind it that you're kind of used to seeing from G2. So that means timeout time. Josh getting in there quick to try to rally the G2 boys who are certainly scared right now in a way because you came through, you had 2 rounds to go on Sunset to be able to send yourself into the playoffs. You lose 4 in a row. Now you're here on Haven. You're making a little bit of a comp switch. So far, it's been not working out.
I mean, you have to imagine the pressure for both of these teams. For Nongshim, going from lifting a trophy to not being able to make it to the second Masters of the year, have this opportunity, manage to get the qualifier. and have to go through G2 twice. That's the last remaining representative. G2 ever present at these events, always make that appearance, but have never been able to lift the trophy themselves, and once again are facing potential early elimination just like they did over at London.
Yeah, I think that's well put. It's really tough. Trip already gone. Leaf.
Do they assess this?
Well,
a couple shots in his direction, but so far going to be unspotted, pushing forward. Does manage to get the barrel stuff there onto RB, but the overwhelm is there from Nongshim. Top of the Blade Storm, Dambi. Gonna be feeling pretty decent about his odds in this fight as Baby Bay. Tailwinds over to the side, the plant to come in. X-Ross one charge away from that next run it back. Hello. On candid camera. Baby Bay gonna be having, you know, a little wry smile on his face as Francis just dances around him. Catches him with that shorty.
Well, this is
G2 को कुछ
going
करना
from bad to
पड़ेगा.
worse. There's going to be a lot of ults on Nongshim's hands. To consider. Dambi and X-Ross on the point. Francis there, a little bit of style at the end. You have that operator finally into Baby Bay's hands. Trent still yet to find a kill. So far, very tricky for G2. That explosive, aggressive play still working really nicely for Nongshim. So Baby Bay is going to go for a timing here.
Flush against the wall. Shock Dart not going to be finding the damage.
Ooh.
There's a slide in, and there's Dambi claiming him once again. Hunter's Fury now going to be lit up here from Francis. Trying to prevent any potential flood retake, but no one nearby enough for G2. Who are already going to be scratching their heads. Unless they can find something like that. I'm going to say they might have to end up going for a massive save. Jogamo watching his back for now. He does have Ivy
Nice.
dead,
4v3, 4v3.
This one is curveball will connect on the Dambi. Lining him up, the Paranoia now going to be sent in as well, but the overdrive gets popped. Swings around towards backside. Finds Valen, looks for a little bit more. He's taking them all so very low.
भाई Dambi फॉर्म में आ गया.
Boxed in. Is trying to find that fourth, and he shall.
Oh man.
Zaps him to death as Nongshim maintains
Dambi form में आ
control,
गया.
now up 5-1.
He's so good at that ult. It's the way that he takes his time with it. In fact, you think most players, you know, when they're sending the overdrive, it's just kind of a run and gun situation, but watch the way he dips in and out. He uses that cover to get a kill. It's a little bit, he kind of isolates one, then scoots back. Goes for the other. As he's going across, gets them both to half. And come back through. It's so well played by him. One of those things that makes him the best. Oh, man.
Oh, nice.
Baby able to stay alive, grabs that orb, and now does have the knives online. He needs to deliver with these.
Yeah, he has to go huge here.
But they've spotted him, they've given up some space, and now it's going to be a quick pivot over onto the B side. Relay bolt dropped in on this A connector angle. Tap of the plant and a scale forward from X-Ross, the up and over,
कोई cover नहीं दे रहा उसको.
Targets. Jogamo now on this approach will be able to find one. A gun can be collected. What use can he put it to?
6-1.
He jumped over the trip of Ivy there.
Drone's got him spotted, and okay, Dambi not able to find that kill. Jogamo down low, but before he can get the molly out, will be found. The spray from Francis cleans him up and leaves. He will be able to get the headshot through the corner. He can't kill RB.
ठीक है.
He falls to the wayside, and Nongshim are looking electric. They're looking damn near perfect so far on this map.
Yeah, it's just quick reads from them. You know, if they feel confident to go C, they've got great post-plant protocols there. They do a wonderful job taking that space here in this round. They go for that quick A check. They know the Blade Storm's over there. They don't want to challenge it initially. So it's a quick pivot over towards B. It's that fast decision-making that they can employ. Obviously, having a Neon makes it even easier. Trent. Actually, Dambi completely avoids that shock. Trying to take a fight.
Oh, that is a dink, and that is the spray down. Francis is able to find Jaw.
Through the wall?
Yeah, he had a moment, a brief opportunity to try to tuck back, but Francis, weren't counting on him to be able to find that wall bang through window. Baby Bay, nice little walkabout though, will be rewarded with a kill. Let's eat some damage in kind.
Trying to fake that he went doors.
On the swing, RB.
Oh!
Able to find him. It's a risky play. Can't really blame Baby Bay for trying to go for it. He gets the kill. It looks brilliant. It gets the team into an advantageous position, but Nongshim are just looking far too ready.
And now they're going to try to sell a fake over here with Francis. Maybe could throw the drone here. Keep these two players of G2 locked over on A while everybody else goes over to the other side. Now there is
camera angle though, so
yes.
Leaf will be able to get the earlier spot out onto this.
Look, it's paused Trent for a moment.
I must wait a moment.
Camera now cleared the fast lane in. TP forward. It's a trip as well. It's going to be taken out, but Leaf trying to find that elimination. He does an immense amount of damage. Emmy and RB both tagged up to all hell. Recon over the top, and that's going to be him. Dead is Demby. He's looking for that second, but he cannot find it. Valen able to draw the Vandal fast enough, gets the punish, but still a player disadvantage. RB around the corner, the paranoia sent flying. The scale forward now going to be coming in, but X-Ross there, waiting behind the box, finds the kill. Valen boxed in and tagged down. Francis on the flank.
Bye.
Cleans it up, and it's now 7-1. G2.
7-1 NS.
They're in dire straits, and they desperately need some assistance.
The
भाई
way
कितना
that
easy लग रहा था
Nongshim's
कि
able to
G2 ले
parry
जाएगी ये तो.
these thrusts from G2, really, really good. RB
एक तो अब चाहिए.
gets a sixth sense of that. And they're just so smart right now. Every twist and
एक टाइम
turn,
आउट चाहिए होगा.
G2 is beat to the punch, and again, that selling that little extra fake, keeping Trent on the other side of the map means that he's late, and they could scale forward and punish him when he goes for the recon dart. All those little things that Nongshim does there just stack the odds in their favor. Dombi once again on the outlaw.
Silent drop down.
Oh boy.
Here on this angle. Do they check his corner? Yeah, they do. Has the short. He drops that relay bolt, slides across, and now slides in. He wants that punish. He cannot find it. Volley down to the sewer. We'll just hold him at bay for now. G2 still have 4 players on this side of the map. Meanwhile, Francis again trying to
drum up attention.
Yeah. Make them think. We're just walking up through the cages here.
Did pull Trent. Got that. You get one. They have to respect it, dude. G2.
Is this enough numbers?
अरे भाई फंसा दिया फिर
Maybe
से.
just a bit on that connection. Meanwhile, Leaf is going to be taken down. Trent will be able to find one, getting himself on the board at long last. As Valen cleans it up.
Ooh.
Guardian in hand. Joggerable able to find one before getting denied off the ult. It's gotten them into a decent winnable position here. Stamby has so much work to do. Sliding in. The shorty in hand. He cleans up Trent. But Valen able to find the one. The slide in, and Stamby takes it to him. And every time it feels like G2 have caught a break. Oh, they just catch another right hook to the jaw.
It's, what do you do? I mean, what do you do? You're playing the round pretty well. Even a wry smile on Valen's face. He knows it. They outthought him this round. They got the right pieces in the right places. They're able to use that run it back very effectively. And then there's this. What can you do?
It's just, that's a familiar sensation, I suppose, at this point.
I mean, what? Yeah. Look, a lot of players have run into that and been on the same result there, Valen. It's tough to go against Dombi when he's doing Dombi things.
I mean, the way that he's been operating, sure, it's not been quite as shotgun abusing, but
right.
It otherwise does feel like he's starting to re-hit that stride that we were seeing from him at Santiago.
I mean, it's the crazy thing about him is he used the shotguns because he could and because it
was broken.
Yes, exactly. But he's always been really good with the rifles. I mean, what the extra layer he's adding now is that he's picking up sniper rifles more often for the team, giving them kind of different approaches to some of the mid to late rounds where they can slow it down if they need to, where they don't have to just be this one-dimensional, go, hit the Jets squad. But when he does that, that's kind of when he's at his best. So just so scary, man. He's so accurate with those Phantoms off of the slides. It's absolutely crazy.
Well, no clear of the trips. Off that shot. Recon will go out. Hunter's Fury over towards Platt, trying to displace Leaf. It's going to be X-Ross extended with him. Rightfully able to do so, but Jogamo immediately rushing forward. Gets the kill onto RB.
Spike.
G2 looking very well poised to close this out, but Baby Bay, okay, whips the shot, but it might not matter. X-Ross dead. It's a 2v4. The Spike absolutely stranded. Hoken brought here. Ivy eventually going to be rewarded with that, but Valen's position, I don't think it's ready here for the moment. So on the scale forward, Valen will have him dead. A second round win going to be found, but it costs that second and final timeout of the series. In order to make it happen, G2 have to build momentum. They have to secure these last few rounds.
The crazy thing is this half is actually kind of still recoverable for G2. This is Haven. It can be attacker-sided. So if you can get a couple more to go here, if you can get to 4, I still have hope. I still have belief. 9-3 is tough, but 4 is maybe doable. Maybe give us another OT or a very close 13-11.
You have a boon. The Hunter's Fury committed. So
yes.
Don't have to worry about that one. This Baby Bait still with the op in hand, looking for a peek over towards A. This is cheeky smoke set up, but unable to find it there as Hunter's Fury going to be lit up, and that's a massive tag, and X-Ross dead. And the final burst as well. Connecting on to Francis. Perhaps it was Ivy. Either way, both of them had gotten hit.
It's effective.
Huge amount of value.
ये जो है इनको ये 2 राउंड्स तो निकालने पड़ेंगे.
2 that landed on X-Ross, 1 on
थोड़ा
Francis,
सा
1 on Ivy.
retake करने में easy रहेगा.
It's been a rough go of it here for Trent, but he just doubled up his kills and might have just secured them the round win off the damage alone. Don't have to worry about that run it back coming through. Get into the updraft, Baby Bay. Playing in an unorthodox position, now going to be noted. Trying to drop down, but down again. Able to find 2, but Trent now coming alive.
2v2.
Finds a third.
Oh.
Much more than that, but he's done so much damage to try to set up for Leaf. Weapons can be recovered. Be able to grab one over the top here of Sewer. Spike still has to be recovered. The drop down. Francis is going to be eating that damage. Broken ankles. 120 health between them. The swing, though, and Francis so very ready for it. 9-2. No chance to build a momentum. No chance to snowball to recover this. 3-9 is the best that G2 can hope for.
In the middle of the round, when you feel like, yeah, again, it's another one of those rounds like we saw earlier where G2 has a chance. They've given themselves a great opportunity, and then I'm like, yeah, but Danby has his overdrive. Like, I'm in the back of my mind, I'm just like, oh.
And it's just one of those things. If you don't kill him instantly, if Baby Bay doesn't hit that shot,
right,
much like he didn't, and Danby gets to just let hell run loose.
Yep.
For a pacey hit potentially here onto the B side. The running back going to be committed, but will get broken early. Baby Bay able to find him. Fast lane set up, and it looks like for now, Nongshim just going to settle for this plant. It's at a default, and Valen on the prowl here. In the back line, strikes. Ivy 10.
Oh, yaar.
Cleans up that elimination. Keeps it into a 4v4. RB now TP up top side. Leaf eliminated. Danby able to find Jogamo. RB from this position, not really even needing to get involved quite just yet, but now he will. Peeks out, Trent's gone. Baby Bay blinded up, flushed out, and absolutely demolished. 10-2. Nongshim RedForce are absolutely running away with this third and final map.
This is such a beautiful TP from RB because the G2 players have to respect it, and that allows the other players from Nongshim start scaling around the box on B site, doing damage. I mean, it was a weak buy for G2 there.
More difficult हो गया अब G2
Started off like maybe there was going to be hope. Jog had a great 2K. And almost on the pistol. A flawless anti-eco for Nongshim. G2 does deny the bonus conversion, but otherwise it's a lot of Nongshim in a lot of these rounds, and it's a lot of Danby. He was outrageously good. This guy on Neon is a treat. Generational. Look at this. This is one of my favorites. Just love the way he plays this.
I mean, it's very much in the eye of the beholder. A treat for some, an absolute demon for others.
True.
Right now, G2 Gotta be having, you know, just flashbacks to Santiago.
Right.
To the absolute destruction that Nongshim are capable of.
You got to be having maybe second thoughts about going here instead of split again. That was a sick Hunter's Fury. I will say that.
It's a good volley there from Trent, but unfortunately just the arrival, it feels like it's far too late. We can start putting up more rounds like that from the offset here. From the pistol, claim that. Perhaps G2 can get a run like this going.
Maybe. But man, with the way Nongshim was able to take so many of those disadvantageous rounds and turn them on their heads during that half, it's brutal. Brutal for G2. You can see that still a little bit of hope there, but was dashed.
चलो चलो G2, let's go. Attacking बहुत अच्छी है G2 की, by the way.
The rounds that they got, they felt decent. They felt, you know, concise.
And they had at least 3 rounds in there where I thought, okay, they should have this, and then they just got outplayed. The individual performances of Nongshim shine. That's a tag on to Trent here in a must-win pistol for G2. Not the way you want to start it. Valen even gets a little bit of a scrape.
IB able to find a kill as well. It's Jogamo now dead. Valen backpedaling, sending out that paranoia. Francis trying to play off the reveal. Will get overwhelmed. Valen able to run him down. The spike still, however, going to be in transit. And okay, the camera does manage to get this tag. Had RB been able to slip that net, oh, he could have absolutely destroyed them. The chance, an opportunity. Stabby.
Oh, nice.
He has that kill. X-Ross now arriving on the scene. RB not too far behind. But given the investments, just not a lot of util to try to work with here. X-Ross, one more curveball.
4v2. Oh, थोड़ा सा बचा.
Works his way up, but it's a high.
दो देख रहे हैं ऊपर.
Well, shots flying his way. Looking for that on the peak.
Nice, nice round. Nice
well
pistol.
Selected, well aimed. They take the pistol. Absolutely necessary to get back into this game.
Yes, and they look pretty efficient in doing
Pistol
it.
round तो चाहिए था भाई.
Nongshim on this defender
Cover up
side
करने के लिए
looks
pistol round
like they're
चाहिए था. अभी next
bit
निकालेंगे, फिर उसके बाद
disconnected.
इनके
This is a
पास
lot of
bonus round
isolated
होगा.
play that you're going to be seeing. Kind of players trying to take risks, take moments with those sheriffs. That, you know, Ivy does get a kill.
10-5 तक जाएगा. 10-5 तक तो
otherwise, a lot
easily
of players
जाएगा.
just not connecting their shots. That's where the round just starts to crumble. G2 can beat you in that team game.
I mean, Francis dead in that moment means that they can retoggle the camera, check in mid, spot out RB.
Oh my God.
Downbeat, he's going to be trying for it again. The camera this time is not going to be situated. Tripwire on that A lobby side.
I mean, if G2 just kind of stays confident, but that smoke is so worrying because a lot of teams will just stack 4 players in a smoke like that. Baby Bay's going to go check it.
Leaf immediately
Oh,
taken down by the bandit.
That means all that Cypher util on your flanks is gone.
It's going to have to be on a swivel. Gone out over the top. Baby Bay able to spot out Francis. Takes him down with a hip fire. He's going to be looking for the second.
Whoop.
Gets it. Ivy gone. Trent will take
Nice.
RB, but not before Jogamo ends up falling. So still damage dealt. Certainly is found. And now Dambi cleans up a kill on the round
Dambi.
as well. This is already a catastrophic amount of deaths for G2. Trying to just play this one out. Trying to get the Santiago going. But now suddenly they are very much at risk of losing this round. Not committing the drop down. It's going to be a bit of a 3-2-1. The relay bolt gets the stun. Baby Bay, however, able to find the
Nice
one.
round boy.
will
Nice
narrowly
round. Nice round
persevere.
G2. डाम्बी ने भी
Such
बहुत बढ़िया खेला.
significant costs
Almost निकाल दिया डाम्बी ने.
to
Almost.
make it up to 4.
I mean, you've
But it's
just
a Guardian.
Yeah, you've just set yourself back so far for converting this almost must-need bonus coming into this next round. And off the rip there, Dambi tucks himself in to that corner. I mean, Baby Bay point blank with the Marshall, sure. But they did take so much damage along the way, and Dambi up to 20 on the scoreboard now.
The full buy, a full force into this. Still, though, a Spectre in hand for Valen.
Oh, you got it as G2. It makes a ton of sense. You can win this round, you're going to knock their economy back, and start the cycle, hopefully. X-Ross, a lot of pressure coming his way. He does have some help with Ivy.
Clear the recon, the updraft, able to get the spot on Ivy. He's going to go scaling forward, gets flashed up, and will get taken down, but X-Ross is able to find one.
Oh, nice.
Leaf, however, shuts down the enemy Phoenix. Damage suffered here by Jogamo as that smoke is going to fall.
Oh,
He's out in the
nahi.
open. Gabby takes his head off, considering the slide.
Nambi का भाई हाथ खुल गया है. Nice, nice,
got him
nice.
covered. Clean kills. As RB will get forced away, but G2 should have this round in hand. An armory by force there onto Trent. He'll just take the opportunity to still be breathing. Further damage found. The spam should come in, and there you have it. Leaf.
Nice round.
Clean it up. G2.
10-5 तक पहुंच गया. Nice.
They managed to make it to the halfway mark. Bonus is converted. And after the heavy investments that is necessary, they still have 5 more to go.
अगर ये राउंड और निकला तो 8 तक जाएगा. 10-8.
Goes really badly, but because Baby Bay's so close to the front of the box, when X-Ross sends a flash over, he doesn't get hit by it at all. He's able to bail out the players behind him that X-Ross is trying to swing on. That really saves the round there for G2. Nice little individual moment I want to point out.
चलो ये राउंड
from
भी.
Baby Bay. But really a nice collective effort there for G2. Send out a deep smoke, deep dart. They're really trying to make it look like they're going to go A again against the Eco. This time, Nongshim had already kind of thought the same thing. They're just going to keep scaling forward off that drone. There will be that trip there that Baby Bay going to be guarding.
Trying to get the adjustment.
अरे
Able
नहीं.
to find the second kill, but does get a ton of damage. RB worked down to 20, tucked into the corner. Now G2 widely getting forced away, but Tripwire will further intercept. X-Ross pinned to the corner, will be found. All the cheeky little attempts here from Nongshim, widely getting dispatched. G2 get cool, calm, and collected for now.
Juggling the gun off the map. Don't want to let them pick that one up. Smart stuff from G2. Now Nongshim just kind of spreads out a little bit. RB with only 20 out there.
35 seconds remaining. Let's start making a go of this. Ivy and Francis.
Should be okay.
Very nearby. Smoke over to the side. Recon has to be cleared. Curveball turned away from Francis.
Oh, man.
Instantaneous with that headshot. Now the
Whoop.
strike on the floor. Francis claiming another 3. 15 seconds remaining. The reveal is there.
Bhai.
And Francis gets the thrifty. Unbelievable.
Oh, Francis ने क्या मारा है?
That is outrageous. They know he's there. They get the confirm
चार मारे.
to clear the recon. And Francis just denies him. G2, you felt like maybe they were going to build some momentum. Francis just says no. Forget it.
भाई.
Unfreaking believable.
ये नहीं होना था
Just
भाई.
astounding from him. 17-7-5. Chasing the heels of Downby now. As Baby Bay. Top of the Blade Storm. Jogamo just with that stinger. A quick reposition. And an abandon of A lobby,
Ooh.
but very good.
Crispy
Still
shot.
to be found for Leaf.
It's another early advantage for G2.
Now the op knows that that's in play. As Cage going to be sent, spotted him out. Neural Theft going to be invested. Leaf wanted to try to capitalize, and Downby, he doesn't abandon the angle. He still ends up overstaying. Gets caught in G2. Right back into this. Shrugging off the previous round loss. Looking for that stability. Leaf is tearing them apart. Baby Bay finding RB. Francis now again. A 1v5 finds the first, but surely not. Maybe if he got a fadeaway lucky shot there, but able to find the pings. Blazewall set up, just blocking his vision. They know exactly where he's gone. The options certainly limited. Wiley for Francis in this position. Could just try to pick them apart on the exits. Knows that they're not going to have that much money, so any more kills that he can get from here would certainly deal a bit of damage. G2 losing exactly who they could afford to in Baby Bay, given that he just had the knives. Footsteps heard. Swing coming out. He will be able to take one
Oh,
down.
nice
with him.
shot. Nice shot. Nice.
But all the key weaponry will be carried over. Just going to be that stinger lost.
Okay. Able to bounce back nicely. Thought for a moment maybe FynTrix had gotten the nails firmly into the coffin, but Leaf had a...
Damn, he's doing.
I don't know, dude. Whatever. Danby, sometimes he giveth, sometimes he taketh. As good as he is. Again, the sniping can be good, but it still feels like he's getting a feel for it in the big picture. But this time, it's going to be Baby Bay with that op. Just went for the peak angle, just hoping somebody was holding it, and actually Danby had flanked out a little wide. So, not going to be taken down by that quick flick from Baby Bay.
A very quick pivot, though. Danby immediately being sent over towards Garage.
They've got full control of long A with FynTrix.
Window going to be smoked off. As Dogamo shut down to the all. Danby sliding across. Still is going to be able to find the finisher as well as X-Ross gets an elimination, but Leaf again.
3v3, 3v3,
Trying to be the one to bear the
3v3.
weight, the burden on his shoulders. Jump spot over the top, and FynTrix is able to find Valen. As Leaf will fall.
Oh, man.
Trent suddenly. The last one remaining in this round. He knows where Ivy's at. Spotting there. The coattails brings it into a 1v1. Not on the angle, but does FynTrix move at all? He has not heard a damn thing. He goes for the peek, and now he's the one situated as Trent has to peek into him. 35 seconds remaining. Trent just keeping it quiet. The rotation over to B. Is leaning in this direction, but maybe contemplating that it's going to be A, but they might just be meeting.
Oh my God.
As FynTrix, he's full sprinting it.
Oh, boy.
In pole position. Gets the clutch.
क्या निकाला भाई ये क्या निकाला रहा हूँ
Nongshim RedForce from getting up to map point.
Yeah, it's a great play from Trent.
Nice round.
Huge. He had a rough start to this map, but he's making up for it now. It looked like, again, with this chaos inside of the garage, but Leaf goes huge. Another 3K for him again. I am a little bit concerned that Ivy tries to challenge that fight there. If he had waited just a bit longer for FynTrix to come through, could have had the 2v1 trade.
Oh, drone's going to be going out. The overdrive's going to be popped, and Damby's able to find one, but X-Ross on the back end. He finds Jogamo. He finds Baby Bay.
I know exactly.
As they are looking to get this done again in a thrifty fashion. The ping reveal, the swing of the corner. Valen going to be good for one. Spots out RP. He's trying to separate them, but he just cannot make it happen. Spike now on the floor. And it all comes down to Leaf. A cage even popped. He'll have to wait that out. Flush against the wall. High-low split. Sees where they're both at, but can do nothing about it. FynTrix on the flank will lock it up. The thrifty confirmed, as well as match point for Nongshim.
There's that Nongshim special where they just get ultra aggressive off the barrier drop. They want to catch you out. And look at that. Relay bolt, paranoia. Beautiful paranoia from RB. Catches 3 players with it. Absolutely incredible. Tease them up. Danby and X-Ross doing exactly what you want out of those duelists. This is it. 5 in a row for G2. If they're going to get this to overtime, otherwise their EWC lives are over.
The 3 ults to try to work with. An incorrect gamble stack here from Nongshim. Dogamo just making some noise. Clears that trip over at Garage. But the lion's share of G2 reaping their way through sewer. Ready to strike onto this A site where it's just FynTrix. Got a trail of trips as well. One now going to be cleared out. It's Jogamo. Oh, he thought he confirmed the kill. He thought he confirmed it. Ends up putting the weapon away. Flash's going to be going in. But it's going to be RP just holding down M1. Comes away with that elimination. It's an immense amount of damage dealt, but is that
दो लो
good enough?
2 लो हैं उनमें.
Forces gathering. Trent. Towards
Oh,
Super.
nice.
All right, Baby Bay will be able to finish the job. That jaw had started. Paranoia going to be going in. FynTrix wins the fight. Baby Bay eliminated. Valen now dead. It's a 3v2. Leaf, no corpses to work with, no way to get that neural depth invested. Hunter's Fury going to be going in. RB, you can't body block that, son. Trent might have just saved them. To push forward and Leaf has it with a stinger. G2, not done yet.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Okay, finally it's G2's turn. Gonna take a round that felt like maybe
3v2 था, मुझे लगा
they
गया.
were in the disadvantageous position. You know, they lose Jog early. Okay, Baby Bay gets one, but then all of a sudden in this drop down out of heaven, they get two. But that Hunter's Fury clutch.
Nice, nice.
Here we go. 4 now.
भाई,
It's the magic number for
क्या
G2
round
just to
बचाया
stay
उसने.
alive. It's going to be a weaker buy. A couple sheriffs there for Nongshim.
Torrent ने
Again, just getting
दो
aggressive.
rounds
I think this
बचाए
is
ऐसे
gonna
ही.
be their MO here for a couple rounds to see if they can just have a trap that G2 falls into at the beginning. G2 though, once again, going to be quick scaling in towards C, even TP from Valen.
Leaf intercepted,
Oh,
but
no.
not ready for that second layer, even though Ivy was one that he had originally spotted with the cam. Weapon to be collected. Now full
4v4.
rifles in the hands of Nongshim. But how do they look to pilot this? I mean, Jogamo, he's hearing them. It's just going to be curveball for curveball. They look to hold each other back. Molly now on the floor. Downbeat held at bay for now. Until they reach this position, Ivy, it's going to be a slow approach, a slow scale from him. Jogamo able to find the one before getting traded out. Now the run it back going to be committed, but Baby Bay quick denies that. Swing in and Trent.
Oh, nice.
There's 2 crisp shots, and Ivy now has to retreat. No further recourse. G2 still hanging in there.
Oh
3
man.
more rounds to go.
12-10 तो हो गया. 12-10 तक तो पहुंचेगा. सोवा ओपी भाई सही में.
Gotta be a timeout
उसने
left
भाई
for
2
Nongshim.
क्लचेस ऐसे निकाले नहीं तो अब तक तो NS जीत चुकी थी.
I don't think they have.
1v3 किया उसने. 1v3 किया उसने 2 बार.
Committed into the first half by G2.
Yeah. I assumed they hadn't used them. Sometimes a little bit tough here, but this is crazy work.
अब भी उसी ने करा था
Oh,
इसमें भी
goodness.
भाई. उसने निकाले वो 2 जो निकाले.
Just
बच
so
गए.
ready for that second peak. Yeah, there you go. First timeout from Nongshim. They've got 2 to work with. And a lot to talk about here.
बहुत
And
खतरनाक खेल रहे हैं भाई.
G2, just like
डाम्बी
Nongshim on
जो
their
है
attacker
बिल्कुल
side,
एक्टिवेटेड नहीं था
seems
यार फर्स्ट और सेकंड मैच में तो.
unstoppable.
थर्ड में
Gamble,
डाम्बी
though,
को
you
पता
know,
नहीं
opening
क्या
up
हो
that
गया
door
भाई.
again for Josh Ratti to start getting back in, reconnecting with Valen. Giving him some more ideas on how to keep this going.
Well, I think the G2 camp, my assumption
अपने
is that
अल्टीमेट
they're
मोड में
gonna
आ गया वो डाम्बी.
be a little bit slow at the beginning of the rounds and then look for that opening that Nongshim's been giving them. So is Nongshim, is that going to be what, you know, Silkanon is talking about here? Like, let's see if we can use that against them by being a little bit defaulty, being really quick with the flanks. You know, don't be afraid to clear some of that Cypher util early if you get in deep and put some question marks into G2's heads. At least make them have to consider some of what's going on the map, potentially. Leaf and Jogamo sitting on their ults. RB does have the from the shadows. Francis a couple away from another Hunter's Fury. They're going absolutely crazy in some of these rounds. He's been keeping Nongshim in this thing, to be frank. That round, that Sheriff 4K, that one may be the one we're looking at as the reason Nongshim gets into playoffs.
Fishing shot off the cam initially. Ivy not going to be seeing much of anything quite just yet. Blazewall going to be situated, and Dambi able to snap back the ult. Jogamo denied for now. TP over, RB joining it back plat. And it seems like G2 still want to try.
नहीं.
Winning out the fight decently well.
What? 2v1.
As Francis now in a position where he once again has to try to clutch. The 1v2 versus Valen and Trent to try to
फ्रांसिस ने भी
bring this
निकाले भाई.
series
फ्रांसिस
to
भी
its end.
निकाल सकता है वो.
This has a slow creep now. Hearing the tap, knows that they're still situated on C.
He's got his recon back.
Does he send it? Does he give away his angle of approach?
Right.
Backside plant. Trying to check which angle, but
ओए देख लिया.
had to
5
find
HP.
immediately
Nice.
Trent
That's a save.
gives him the chance to just simply walk away.
Not going to.
He's going to get caught with util.
Uh-oh.
Trent will have it. Another 3K. Another round for G2. The timeout
भाई
shrugged off.
ट्रेंट
Suddenly,
ही
it's
अकेला
just
खेल
2
रहा है क्या?
rounds separating us.
3K चल
from
रहे हैं
back-to-back
उसके, हर राउंड में
overtimes.
3K चल
I
रहे
mean, the
हैं.
big thing here right now is the economy for Nongshim. Not good. Not great.
भाई एक और राउंड निकलेगा,
So that
एक और आएगा,
means-
एक और आएगा.
You know, you would think that this is going to
12-11
go
तक
to
तो पहुंचेंगे.
12-11, and Nongshim's only going to have one more real full buy shot at this.
And this time you do not have that overdrive.
भाई 12-11 तक तो जाएगा.
Not even close.
You do have Francis with a sheriff. Well, that is
Yeah,
terrifying.
that's GG.
Just the classic for RB. Check down towards Sewer. Drone over the top, getting the spot out. Quick backpedal. Recon will fly.
Ooh.
He's still going to be cooked
यार
for one at
फ्रांसिस का
least.
क्या शेरिफ एम है.
Sends out the recon. Reveal onto one.
भाई.
Francis, you can't be doing it again. Flash to the corner, some spray there from Valen, but RB, he's recovered the Phantom, and suddenly it is just
गया
Trent
भाई.
left standing, and not for long. Nongshim, get it over the line in a
Oh
thrifty
man,
fashion. 13 to 10.
Francis. क्या
Overtime,
खेला वे
denied.
फ्रांसिस.
G2, denied.
Nice,
What
nice,
an absolute
nice,
banger.
भाई. फ्रांसिस
These two
का
teams
शेरिफ
fought
एम.
tooth and nail for this. You have to be so impressed with them. And Nongshim players, that was a grind. It was grueling.
भाई वो
But they
पिस्टल
get there.
राउंड में निकाल गया वो.
My heart breaks for G2. They come so close.
It's another early exit from a global, from a tournament here this year in 2026. G2
भाई.
will not be joining their other Americas teams in the playoffs.
Oof.
Nongshim RedForce will
भाई.
be the lone representative, not just from Pacific, but from the
भाई
East.
बिल्कुल उम्मीद नहीं
as
थी
they
इसकी
will
तो जिस हिसाब से फर्स्ट और सेकंड
once
मैच
again
गए
look to
थे.
try to find another trophy to lift here this year. But what a grueling performance for them, from losing on their map pick to going into that overtime on Sunset, barely being able to clinch it out, and then being able to withstand
Well
a
played,
G2
भाई,
who looked
well
like they were in
played, well
full
played,
force in
Dennis,
that
well
second half
played.
of Haven.
No, I know. I mean, it really felt like G2 had it in them to send it to OT there,
Nice.
but then Francis, his sheriff, he is not of this earth. That sheriff has been touched by God.
Yeah,
Absolutely incredible.
An absolute beast
चलो
is
गाइस स्ट्रीम को
Francis.
यहीं बंद करते हैं.
Helps them get over the
मिलते
line.
हैं
But
अब
overall, a fantastic
परसों
performance from all of
9
Nongshim
को
RedForce.
9 को
Every
अब
single
जो
player
है
across the
आगे
board
के मैचेस चालू
having their
होंगे
moments. I
तब
mean,
मिलते
Dambi
हैं.
just doing Dambi things the
ओके
whole
टिल
way
देन बाय बाय
through.
गुड नाइट
What a
सी यू.
series. Hellishly entertaining.
और बस
That's
ऐसे
it for
स्ट्रीम पे
myself.
बने
Take
रहो,
it for today. So
सपोर्ट
we'll
करते
kick
रहो
things
भाई,
back over
लाइक
to
करते
Deacon.
रहो, चैनल को नए हो तो सब्सक्राइब करते रहो. इसी
Thank
तरीके
you
से
very much,
और
guys.
कंटेंट
Great
आता रहेगा.
cast on the
Valorant
day, and
स्ट्रीम्स और भी बहुत
despite
सारी
that
चीजें आती रहेंगी चैनल
dominating
पे.